soul. Every corner hides a darkened hole. Darkened hole.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope you're all having an amazing weekend. Welcome back to the cafe. We're back again, open for business, guys. Heading back over to Idaho. I got some things I want to discuss, folks. Very interesting. A few different things in all different ranges with this, but it all leads back to the same situation. The ridiculous craziness going on within the investigation in this case. That's where we're at today, folks. Thank you so much for joining me. Make sure to hit the like button on your way through the doors. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. And let's get this show on the road. All right, welcome back. Great to see you all. Come on in, grab a seat if you will. Please get comfortable. We got some talking to do. I will open this up here shortly for discussion, as always, because I do love to hear your guys' thoughts and feelings and your voices on this. Everybody here has a voice, and it means something, and it's important. Grab a seat. Happy Sunday. Grab your coffee. Waking up. Thank you guys for starting my day off with me. I appreciate you guys so very much. And I missed you guys yesterday. My son's open house for his graduation party was yesterday, so that's why I wasn't here. Long day, but it went amazing. So I missed you guys, and here we are again. And I got so many questions we've got. The more that they send us and put out to us, the more questions it brings. Well, I have some other questions too. I want to thank Bemmy Rose And all of you for sending me things too that help to open my mind up to things and get me thinking and researching and looking at other things. So thank you to all of you. But Bemmy, thank you for your catch and what you sent me to help me figure out kind of my thoughts on something. You'll see it's interesting, folks. Who we got in here with us today on this awesome Sunday? Again, welcome to all you beautiful people, the meatballs, and all. Wonderful to have you guys jumping into sauce so we can spill some of that sauce this morning. Appreciate you very much. Miss Emma, welcome back to you. Eddie's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on what I got to say today. Miss Tandy, always happy to see you. I hope you enjoyed your breakfast, dear. Fizzy's fizzing around in here. Great to have you back. Lady Jane, hello. Great long. I'm sorry it's long. I usually open it up about 10 to 15 minutes early to get everybody a chance to get in here. So that way, when we do start, we don't have to go backwards. So that's why I usually start it off a little earlier. But most everybody that knows me knows that. And if they're not okay with it, they wait that 15 minutes and then they come in. But I'm sorry if it was a little long. I always do that. Done one. Welcome back to you, Mr. Corbett. Kent, great to see you today. Lady Jane, thank you again for joining us. Miss Tracy, great to see you. Anna Zorman, great to have you here. Huck is in the house. Good to see you. Again, guys, please make sure to hit that like button if you will. Miss Tomboy, welcome back to you. We need to talk about Bethany not being there. Okay, we can do that too. Plenty of things to talk about, guys. All over this case. Every day I could bring up something for us to discuss and we still would never get through it. Come on in. Did you see the confusion about whose body cam we were watching versus who was supposed to be? Yes, I did. And that's a good point, Emma. That's something else I want to discuss as well, you guys. That, as you can see in the title, it says, it's okay. I'm here to help you. Open discussion, lots to discuss today. There's a lot. That statement there alone is one of the main topics of thought. Also, we have Officer Gunderson. I have issues with. I'd like to discuss him, the body cam issues, and some other things that were sent over to me as well. Miss Rach sent me some stuff yesterday. That was yesterday. That I was reviewing a little bit too, and I've got questions about. So thank you for that, Ms. Rach. There's a few things, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm still having these issues. My allergies have been bad this year. So I got a whole bunch of crap going on, and I always doing that, and I apologize for that. Oh, good. I'm glad you like that, lady. I appreciate that very much. Miss Cassie, the sassy one. Oh my God. Who are you? Where have you been? Good to see you. Good morning, sis. Good to see you today. Always love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I try the best I can, Miss Emma. I try. I mean, I try to put it out there based on what we see and what we read. I don't like the I don't like the ridiculousness. As you guys have seen recently, I've kind of had you're good, Cass, don't worry about it. I've kind of had my fill of it. Okay. And I've been telling everybody to shut up and sit down because I'm just over the lies and the bullshit that has been put out repeatedly, again and again and again and again, regardless of how often it's been proven to not be true. They keep doing it. So yeah, my new phrase is shut up because I'm just sick of it. And I'll continue to say it. I forgot to start mine this year, Cass. I usually run two of them, my fantasy football things, and I forgot to do them. I may have to do that. My daughter and her boyfriend will be screaming at me here pretty soon because I didn't, because they like to jump on mine. So, thanks for reminding me. I still forgot. Yeah, I didn't even get into mine. I thought about it and talked about it, but I never did it yet. So I'm gonna be late. Mark Schumann, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. I have not, Busy. I didn't know. I'm gonna have to check that out because everybody knows I love her. Love Amy Lee. I will be checking that out. Thank you for the heads up on that. Now, did she put them out with Evanescence or by herself? I had heard that they weren't together anymore. Either way, it doesn't matter to me whether she's with them or not. She's still amazing. Yeah, there's definitely an issue with that order of things. Eddie's right. Speaking of which, bing, bang, boom. There we go. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Eddie, you're welcome to join me, my friend. Hopefully, if you're up to it today. Miss Carolyn, good to see you today. 29 peeps in the house with 26 likes, guys. Thank you so much. Let's hit that up if we can. And see if we can make that match, guys, and get this into an algorithm. I appreciate that so very much. Sounds good. Sounds really good, Tomboy. Oh, of course she does, Fizzy. Amy Lee, she's beautiful. Every which way, my wife knows. I have a thing for her. Always have. The Tomboy, good morning. Surprised to see you pop up here. How are you?
Good morning.
How you been? I missed you yesterday. How's your day going?
Oh, it's going so far. I mean, it's still quite early. It's for a Sunday. It's only 10:30.
It's yeah, for you. It's 11:30 here, but yes, I get it.
Tandy and I are the only ones up. Everybody else still asleep.
Oh, well, Sundays. Most people do sleep in on Sundays, I know. Not me, but I was up at.
Except the telemarketers.
Well, yeah. You know, there's a law. They're not supposed to wake up and call you before a certain time.
Well.
Morning, C-Jag. I know they don't abide by it because I've told them all about it because they do it constantly.
When they call me, I just told them, God said, even Sundays you can rest. Stop calling me.
Yeah. Those are the nice ways to put it. A couple of you guys have heard me go off on them because I'm just so every day. You guys hear my phone ring constantly. It's nuts. C-Jag, good to see you. 12:30 here. You guys have to wake up and up in bed early. Right, Ken? Right. Yeah, I was up at 4:30 this morning. I think is my first wake up, and then I fell asleep sitting up watching the X-Files. I'm rewatching the whole thing again. This is my fourth time I'm watching it, I think. I know I'm insane. And believe it or not, I found 2 episodes so far that I missed somehow. I owned the box set and still missed a couple episodes somehow. I don't get that. But
Tandy's arguing with one of the crackhead cats. She knocked over her tower.
Uh-oh.
And she's over here meowing at Tandy like, what did you do? Did you see? Did you do this? Why did you do that? It's so funny.
And the cat's probably just staring at her like, excuse me? What are you saying, ma'am? What are you saying? Your cats are a trip, though. I love them. What's up, Eddie? Good morning, my brother. How are you?
Good morning, Dad. Good morning, Bomb Toy.
Good morning, Eddie.
I love that he sticks with that, too. I love that. Bomb Toy in the house, yes. Now we got Bomb Toy. Now we need Buddy Bear. I haven't seen Buddy Bear in a couple of days, so. Gotta love
Oh, my God. Buddy Bear. Did you see that godforsaken picture?
Oh my God, I know. What the hell did he do? It was late last night and I was scanning through when I finally settled down for the evening and I looked at it, I was like, what in God's name is this? And you even kind of said the same thing, like, what the hell did he do to this?
I'm like, what the actual yep.
He's a mess. Kane is a trip. He does some crazy shit. I love it though. It keeps the smile. He breaks the monotony, that's for sure.
Oh.
There's so much of it. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. I'm just trying to wait. Give a few minutes to wait. See who all we got in here before we get moving on this, because that way we don't have to go backwards. C-Jag, good to see you if you didn't hear me. How's your weekend going, Eddie? Everything good?
Yeah, I've been wondering. I'm sure we've most of us have seen Sherlock Holmes post about the identity of, whose body cam are we watching?
Right.
And if you haven't, that's a good, on Sherlock Holmes' YouTube channel, on his post, that's something very interesting. And if you haven't seen it yet, I would kind of guide you there, because it brings up a good question. And while we've been going over this body cam, we've kind of touched on a few inconsistencies that we've seen about, for example, Mitch Nunez said that Dylan told him that it was Kaylee who was in Xana's room, deceased. That's not said by Dylan on this body cam.
No. That is true.
That's
Very
an
good point.
inconsistency. What explains that?
Right. So you're talking about this statement right here, Eddie, not to cut you off, but I've been able to access, this was 12 hours ago. Here, let me throw the link in here for you guys to be able to go over and check out. Sherlock puts out some interesting stuff for sure. Pav has definitely checked out and referenced some of Sherlock stuff quite a few times. Welcome, Gaia. Good to see you. There's the link for Sherlock's channel. But it says, if this is what you mean, I've been able to access the body cam logs related to the new release, and it appears that the body cam we are watching belongs to one Officer Snyder. And I see that. I didn't know. I thought we were watching Mitch Nunez's body cam for the longest time. Like they say here. This confuses me greatly because I thought it was Nunez's body cam we are all watching. Then as I research further, I find a report memorializing Snyder as among. See, that name didn't even pop up initially, not even in the PCA folks in the beginning. I was under the understanding, and we can all be, I can be corrected, of course, but Eddie, if you remember right, and Tomboy, I know we've all talked about this, that we all believed, I think, that it was Nunez, Smith, and Gunderson were the first three officers that responded. There were no other names put out there. Is that right, or am I wrong?
That's been for over 2 years running. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, you are correct.
That's what I thought, guys. Whoever this, and I've seen the name Snyder in the reports, but never, ever was he brought up as far as the first responding officers, ever. So this is interesting as hell to me, okay? Let me finish reading that for you guys. And again, the link for this channel's in there. Please go check them out. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. They've been putting out some interesting things with this. I'll tell you that right now, that are definitely impressive. So, I find a report, memorializing Snyder as among the first on the scene to interact with the students standing in front of the house, and first to start putting crime scene tape up, and first to notice the kitchen door ajar. All of these seem to support we are actually watching Officer Snyder's body cam here. Sequence 4, page 2 from the Snyder report. But then I'm also finding mainstream news reports highlighting the new body cam footage, citing it as Officer Nunez's body cam. Again, this is correct. Multiple outlets have been doing that. As I reviewed the body cam itself, I can only see two officers who got there first and started putting up crime scene tape, with Gunderson arriving shortly after. So where's this third officer? Thank you. And if you remember, we are always told the first three to arrive were Gunderson, Nunez, and Smith, like I just said. No mention of Snyder in the first story they told about who arrives, and where is Officer Smith in the body cam? That's another great question. Who and where is this Officer Smith? Didn't see him. Then I seen that Pav found another police report which memorialized that it was actually Officers Snyder and Gunderson who were first to arrive and secured the scene. Remember that thought, please, okay? And that they were actually the first to take official crime scene photos for evidence logs, and that those logs were indeed filed, and no picture or log of any sheath. WTF. That is why I want you to remember this, because we have some discussing to do about that and one specific officer in general, okay? And my thoughts. I'll just put it that way, my thoughts. Finally, Kathy in the zone today found ISP Detective Talbot's report, who memorializes him as being first from ISP to arrive at 2:41 p.m. Now, remember that time too, 2:41. Okay. And he wrote in there that Officer Blaker and Brett Payne were already there at 2:41. Think about the time, which of course is in direct contradiction of Brett's sworn PCA that he used to arrest Brian, where he claims to be on page 1 to arrive no earlier than 4 p.m. And of course, we all know that Brett was the first to spot the sheath based on what the report in the PCA said. Later, the following months, Officer Talbot claimed that he was there first and that he was the first to spot the sheath, and Nunez and Blaker never saw any sheath in their first walkthroughs. The plot thickens, folks. Now, remember also Brett's PCA says in plain black and white that the sheath was so visible that one could see it when he was still standing outside the bedroom and at the door in the hallway. Are you thoroughly confused yet? If you're not, you should be. And can anyone tell me whose MF and body cam that we are actually watching? We have quite the puzzle to solve here, ladies and gentlemen. That is no lie, because this has become, it's beyond a conundrum to me, you guys, because this should not be this difficult to break down. So now the understanding is that the officer that responded, I wish I knew these officers' badge numbers or their call numbers when they call them out through 911. And that way we could match them for sure. Because we hear 38, we hear 37. I think we hear 34 at one time too via 911. Okay. So that would be the best way to do this, but that's not probably going to ever happen. Thank you, Eddie, for pointing that out, because that was definitely going to be a topic of discussion as well. So that's a good way to do it. Again, guys, there's Sherlock's channel. That's, where you're at when you see that big red, white, and blue bullseye thing. Please go subscribe, which I need to do myself, and I just did. And check out a lot of what's been being put out. Really pointing. There's a lot of great creators out here that are coming together, pointing out little things, and we're all working together to try to come up with some truth on this, folks, between this channel, Pavarotti's channel, hell, even Bubbly Waters is putting out different things that are making me question certain things and look at other things. I don't always agree with everything that all these creators are saying, but there's a lot of things that I do see here now that are making me question stuff and open things up a little bit deeper. So it's real interesting to me. It really is. And I'm grateful for those creators that are doing that. Hold on a minute here. Good morning, Mr. Myers. Thank you for joining us today. It's always good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. The last 3 ISP reports are police contacting witnesses on Koberger's witness list, most of whom had not been contacted by Ann Taylor or subpoenaed. Did she let BK Plea out because she was not ready? That's what I've been thinking, Andrew, because that's my true thought. I think I've said that to my mod specifically, but in here I've actually said it too. She wasn't ready. And the fact that he could not give her the continuance and then didn't allow the alternate suspects is my opinion as to why that plea deal was taken. Truly, that is exactly what I think. Because like I said, they were backed into a corner. She couldn't do what she needed to do. In effect, I don't know if I'm calling it the right thing, but there was absolutely ineffective assistance of counsel as far as her getting assistance from the court system to do what she needed to do to defend her client the way that she should have been able to. No. So yeah, that's my thought, Andrew. And I'm glad you said that as an attorney looking at this for what it is. Excuse me.
And thank him for his shout out yesterday.
Well, I didn't get to see. I'm sorry. Thank you, though.
He gave you a shout out for going through the documents, the new ISP docs,
which we're not done with yet, but I appreciate that so very much. So very much. You have no idea how much that means to me. Thank you. I do try my best to make this the best possible situation I can as far as factual information, reading and not missing any words, and making sure everybody gets the right information. So I appreciate that, Andrew, very much. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here with us in this community. We appreciate that. It's nice to have somebody here, such as you, that can look at some of this stuff and know what we're talking about here and support us at the same time. We do appreciate you very much. So guys, if we can, please drop that link, and also go check out Andrew's channel, and please support and follow at every aspect, if you will, please, and thank you. That is why I have all these multiple different pairs of glasses, because each one of them works in a different way, and I want to make sure that I can see the right things, because that's important to me. J. Marie, welcome to you. Hemisphere, good to see you, brother. Paco, welcome back. Miss Terry Martin, great to see you today as well. Mamir, welcome back to you. Great to see you. I love all the green. We need a little bit more, but I love it all. Again, Andrew, thank you so much for joining us and being here. Gaia, welcome back to you. Nelly, I'm glad to see you this morning. In Stitches is in the house again. Great to have you here. Lisa Vallejo, welcome back to you. And if I'm missing you guys, I will catch up with you at some point. I promise you. Come on in, grab a seat, guys. We're about to kick this off. Princess Griptus, good to see you. Buddy Bear. I think I got everybody. So, and yeah, thank you for, Jody, good morning to you. Good to see you. Thank you for pointing that out, Eddie, because that is a big issue, with one of the big issues within all of this huge mess that we have. It truly is. Like I said, I have issues with now the body cam. Okay. As I said, we all were told by mainstream media, as well as led to believe by multiple different, sources, that we were watching Officer Nunez's camera. I don't know. Jay Marie, good to see you as well. So there's that. One of the main things, though, that bugs me is Bemi sent me something that I'm going to show you in about 30 seconds here that kind of blew me away, and it got me thinking about something. So we all know that Dylan's statement initially, and most of them all. Can you guys, Tomboy and Eddie, can you hear me okay still? Everything okay?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Okay.
Yep, I can even hear through the fish tank.
Your fish tank, yes. We love the fish tank. I like that noise. That doesn't bother me. But so with her statement, multiple times she contradicts herself. She stops it, reverses it, turns it around, flips it upside down, turns it inside out, whatever you want to call it. And makes statements like, well, this happened, but that could not be true. Okay. Or that happened, but maybe not. But maybe it did, but I'm not sure. But I think it was this, and this, but maybe it was this, and that. But I'm not sure. And I mean, how many times have we heard that within her statements, folks? Eddie, truly, you pointed it out a lot, but how many times has that happened in Dylan Mortensen's statement?
Yeah, really, both of their statements.
Yeah, Bethany too.
Yeah, Bethany, when first asked if she was, at the house overnight, she believes she was.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Right. Pretty much. She likes saying that a lot. And I think it's throughout most of anything she says. Pretty much at this time, and pretty much at that time, and pretty much this happened. And I think that was the way it was. And listen, people talk the way they talk, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to take that apart or tear her apart because of the way her speech is when she speaks. It just makes me uncomfortable, because if you're not sure about something, don't say it. This is not, the little boy that stole candy from the corner store. This is a quadruple homicide. Okay. And a statement, obviously, this is a man's life on the line for this. Okay. So your statement is very important. Very important. It at this point, before it was taken away, that death penalty was on the table. This is a man's life. Like I said, this is not a joke. This is not, we don't have a room here for maybe not. I don't know. I can't remember. None of that. We don't have room for that with this case. Okay. As we see, we have a man sitting in prison now that, well, it's been stated that he's been greenlit. That scares me a little bit. I'll be honest with you. If anybody doesn't know what that means, it means that there could be targets all over him now. Okay. As we all thought there was going to be, but now for sure, because of Brian's autism. Brian doesn't understand that being real doesn't work in his position and situation right now. Okay. Following the handbook and the rules don't work in prison, folks. And there's certain things you don't do that he normally would do because he goes by the book. That's normal for his condition. So in turn, he's possibly made some enemies at this point. And that's that in prison. That's not good to do, folks, especially, you know, in his situation. And I don't care if anybody's going to come up here and tell me, well, he's in protective custody. So what? And so was Jeffrey Dahmer. So were many other people that have had their lives taken because of certain situations. And if you guys trust the prison there, I'm sorry to tell you, that's dumb. Okay. And here's why I'm going to tell you that. Mainly because we've seen a video that was put out about Brian in his cell already. Like as of, I think it was what, July 30th, that somebody was already filming and probably getting paid to put it out. That's untrustworthy, folks. That's not legal. It's wrong. You can't do things like that. We had what do you call it? Documents that that were private within the prison put out already, leaked out, I should say. So if you trust within the prison system, that's why I'm saying that's dumb. Don't, because we see these things already. You can't trust these people, anybody, because money talks and bullshit walks. Okay. So somebody says, hey, I'll give you $1,000 if you send me a video of what's going on in Brian's cell. Bang, it's gone. And it happens every day. All the little the notes that Brian wrote and the this, that, and everything else, none of that stuff's supposed to be put out. Legally, it can't be. It shouldn't be, but it is. So I don't trust anybody in there to protect him. Okay. And I'm not saying this because I'm a pro burger, that I love Brian, this and everything else. I'm a truth burger. Okay. And a justice burger, if you want to put that term on there. I don't believe the man is guilty. Therefore, in turn, he doesn't deserve to lose his life, which very well could happen at this point at any given time now because of what has happened within the prison walls with him since he's been there. That's what I'm worried about. Okay. And if it all comes out, or when I should say differently, when it all comes out, the truth, the thing that we've been fighting for, pushing for, and talking about day after day within this case, when that truth comes out, if the man's gone, what good is that going to do? Because like I said the other day, and I think, Eddie, you agreed with this, once, if something happens to Brian, God forbid, okay, we're done. That's it. It's over. Wipe clean. They will drop everything and move on with the rest of their lives. Nothing will happen. And we will not hear another word about this, in my opinion. And that's just what I see happening. Do you still agree on that, Eddie?
Oh, absolutely.
Because we're already halfway there, folks. They're really trying to get this erased, to shut this down, to shut this up, as they're still continuously talking about this, and that, and everything else. That's why. Because people like us are still sitting over here going, no, this didn't happen this way. There was no investigation. What investigation there was a joke, and that's a problem, and we're still gabbing about it. So if Brian is erased, the situation's erased, and they hope that we'll shut up, which is never going to happen with me, but just telling you, that's what's going to happen, and we can't have that, folks, because the truth needs to be found, period. Just like Fox Mulder would say, the truth is out there. Yeah, I was watching that again today. So anyway, that's what I'm worried about, to be honest with you, criminal. I'll be honest with you. I'm dead serious. I'm worried that that's going to be the next thing to show. I don't want to see that, folks. I don't want to see that until I see absolute proof. I don't want to see it at all, to be honest with you, but until the proof is out there that Brian Kohberger committed this crime. He didn't. Okay. Nobody's ever going to be able to show that unless AI, which that scares me too. I'm surprised they haven't done something like that with AI now to try to build a situation and show it to the world. But just saying. Go ahead, Eddie.
The only thing that would convince me that he did it is if Ann Taylor and Miss Massoff and Brian Koberger all together stood up, in a press conference and announced that they were all three trolling us the entire time.
Which we know is not going to happen. So, yeah. Very good point. Good way to put it, too, bud. So, I know I got a little sideways there from what I was saying, but very good point, Eddie. Thank you. As I was saying, we've listened to Dylan's multiple statements, changed the story, I don't know, 6, 7 different times, 6, 7 different ways. And it's obvious that we can't trust her statements. We can't trust what she says. Most of us haven't. But, now we have proof of this in everything that we've seen and heard. Okay. Kaylee's screaming and there's somebody in the house in her room, runs downstairs. She goes in the bathroom. She's this, she's that, and everything else. This is what she's hearing from her bedroom with the door shut. You got to wonder. Like I said, she very clearly remembers everything she saw on Vampire Diaries that night. We all know that. She described it almost to a T. And that's interesting when you can't remember this, or that, or anything else relating to the case, okay? But it made me wonder a couple things, but I didn't really go too far with it until this morning when I was sent something that somebody went and found within the Vampire Diaries TV series. And it really, really blew the top off the top of my head, folks. I'm telling you. Because I was thinking about it, but I let it go. Like, I didn't really dig deep into that thought because there was nothing really to back it up. But think about it. She's in her bedroom with the door closed. There's a whole house out there. They were watching something on TV. How many times have you guys been watching TV? Because I know I watch, it's TV's like X-Files. It's on all the time now, past few days since we started watching it. And it still plays in the background when I'm up here doing things, so on and so forth. But you leave your TV on, you go to bed because maybe somebody was still out there watching, then that person goes to bed or however it works. It just happens, okay? What if you were to hear something from your bedroom that you thought was somebody else, a voice you didn't recognize? What if it came from the TV? Anybody thought of that at all? Because I didn't either until this was brought to my attention. And I went, oh, shit. Wait a minute. So I want you to hear this. You turn it up. If you have headphones, put them on. But listen closely, folks. This is crazy to me. Very crazy to me. This is Vampire Diaries. I don't know the episode. It doesn't matter to me. It's the point. Hold on a minute. Let me see if this works. It might not, but I'm going to... it won't let me do it. I was going to try to put the closed caption thing on for you, but it won't let me. So let's see.
Karen! You're gonna be okay. No, it's okay. I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
Did you hear that? Anybody? Let me do it one more time.
Caroline, she's here. She's here. Caroline, I'm here to help. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
I'm here to help. Eddie, Tomboy, any thoughts?
I didn't hear, I'm here to help.
Hold on. I'll pull it back. You got to listen close. It's kind of faint. That's why I was going to try to pull up the closed caption, but hold on. Hey, Jen, good to see you. Let me bring it back a little bit more. Here we go. No. I'm here to help. Did you hear it that time?
Yeah, I did.
Right there. Yeah. She's freaking out. No. Get away. Crying. Kind of. Okay. And no. I'm here to help. Here to help.
No, it's okay. I'm here to help.
So like I said, the walls in that house, in my opinion, looked like it was built out of cardboard. Okay. What if it was left on? At that point, she's in the room. She's tired, maybe. I'll give her that much. I don't think she was drunk at all, but okay. And on they go. Everybody goes to bed. She heard Kaylee say they were dancing, so on and so forth, whatever. And then she goes to bed with the dog. Maybe this is still playing in the background, whatever. Then she hears Kaylee scream, come downstairs, run downstairs, she says, off to the bathroom area, whatever. She's hearing it from somewhere, but she doesn't know exactly where. It could be the bathroom, Xana's bedroom, the living room, the kitchen. We don't know. That's just, she's inside a room with the door shut. So you don't know exactly where it's coming from, but you hear crying, yelling, whatever. And then it's okay. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. Interesting. All I can say is that's real interesting to me. So it makes you wonder how much of what comes from that statement. Because I already believe that a lot of it was led by law enforcement, that was taken and twisted and turned into whatever match is. Okay. Maybe they took advantage of this statement right here and said, holy shit, that's perfect. I don't know. Not saying for sure, but that's quite interesting to me. Very, very interesting. Hey, Jay. Yeah, hold on, Fizzy. I'll play it back one more time. Chat GPT did give me this scene as a possible match, but I didn't watch it because it didn't fit Dylan's weird tone, not in a nice way, like the scenes where he says he will help and then kill. Yeah, I mean, it could be either one, Jay. Truly, it just depends on how you're perceiving it through the walls and a door. You know what I mean? That's all I was saying. So yeah, I'll play it from the beginning for you. Hold on. You got to listen real close because it's kind of faint and I couldn't get it any louder.
Karen! You're gonna be okay.
See that? Word for word. You're going to be okay. She hears that. Actually, let me do this if I can. Will it let me do it? Yeah, it does let me do that at least. Let me slow this down. Right there. Let's try.
Karen! You're gonna be okay. No, it's okay. I'm here to help.
She's crying. Get away from me. Crying. Get away from me. Karen, you're going to be okay. I'm here to help. Almost the exact same words. It blew my mind. It won't let me do that, Jen. I can't put the closed caption or subtitles. Oh, wait a minute. It's because I'm not clicking the right thing. It says to hide the captions, show captions. It should be showing them. I don't know if it will. I'll try it again. One more time. It's not showing them. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
Karen! You're gonna be okay. No, it's okay. I'm here to help.
You're going to be okay. No. It's okay. I'm here to help. Is that or is that not almost word for word what she said? Welcome, Docket. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Just saying. It's almost word for word what that statement said. You know what I mean? Give or take a couple words, which we know that Moscow PD likes to put their own words in for different things, but real interesting, isn't it, folks? Yeah, that's another good point too. If this is in her mind when she goes to bed, and then she's hearing these things in the background, let me see something here. Look how bushy his eyebrows are. That's a good point. That's a good point. Those are bushy eyebrows. Yeah, I can't get the closed caption thing to work for whatever reason. Maybe if I download it a different way, it'll give me the option. Down here it says turn them off, but it should be on.
No, it's okay. I'm here to help. Caroline, she's here.
I'm just saying, folks, maybe at that point only, maybe she was slightly dozing off. Okay. And I'm not saying they slept that night because we know they didn't. But at that point, before anything went down, maybe she was dozing off. You know, when you're kind of in that, I don't even know what to call it, like you're half almost asleep, but you're really not. And like for instance, I hate when I'm half asleep and I'm in that comfort spot, getting ready to slide off into the best sleep ever. And like something, I jerk or something and it wakes me up, or something, I hear something and it wakes me up. And if that was the situation and she hears this, that's interesting. And they do wear a lot of black. That's a good point. The last thought in your mind, and then you hear this, and then this happens. Real interesting. Real interesting. So if you're talking to somebody that is I don't know, putting their own spin on it, building their own narrative out of it, they take that, add their pieces and parts to it, and guess what, folks? We got a great statement for a murder investigation. That's all I'm saying. Very, very interesting to me. Very interesting. Word for word, almost. Almost word for word. So, did everybody hear it? Can I take it down? Do you guys want me to play it anymore before?
You can take it down.
Okay. Now, like I said, that does not alleviate, eliminate, or remove. What's up, Sonny? And Bombshell, good to see you. My thoughts as to what MPD did by twisting the rest of what she said to match up with what they needed this narrative to be. That's all I'm saying. Any thoughts at this point on this part at all, you two?
I don't think so. I mean, in the end, it doesn't really change.
No, it don't.
The fact that she witnessed Kaylee go upstairs. Kaylee saw someone upstairs. Kaylee screamed.
Oh yeah, that part's still.
And ran as fast as she could downstairs to the second floor.
It just.
And then she heard, what she heard, the commotion and someone's in the bathroom. So I try to limit how much, because it's like cat herding out here. People see something. So I try not to interject too much stuff that's,
the reason why I wanted.
idea.
Yeah, I got you. It makes sense. The reason why I wanted to show this, folks, is I wanted to show you how unreliable her statements have been and how easily it can be proven.
I don't think her unreliability of the statements, I don't think they're organic. I don't think they originate with her. I think she
that's a good way to put it.
Been directed.
In some aspect, yeah, absolutely. Well, let me say, if this is what this is from the Vampire Diaries, that's one thing. That's not her statement. That's not a true statement from her. That came from a different source altogether. Now, the other pieces of her statements, like I said, it doesn't alleviate or eliminate the fact that she was fed and led. Okay, I'll just put it that way. She was fed and led by law enforcement. Anything she said to them when they asked her questions, okay? The statement we watched on the video the other day, Friday, I think it was Friday, yeah. That statement there, she would make a statement and then retract it in her way, okay? It like, for instance, the car was blue, but maybe really not. Or the statement of he was about a little bit taller than me, about 2 inches or so, a couple inches taller than me, but a couple inches shorter. I mean, you're putting one statement out and then you're completely reversing it with another statement. That tells me that she's completely detracting herself from the situation. We don't know, other than what we visually saw her say, exactly what she said to them. That's the problem. Okay, that's the problem.
No, Terry, she was not there. The only 3 girls that were there were Emily, Josie, and Dylan. It wasn't even Bethany on the 911 call, like we were led to believe.
Or you can see Josie on the phone. But Eddie pointed something out the other day too that blew my mind as well, because we don't know. Well, we didn't know until we visually see the situation, which they must not have thought about showing that to us, because that completely flips that, folks. We are to believe that that's Bethany on the phone. Eddie had me go back and play that backwards again, or back to us again, not backwards, as we're watching who now we know if it's in. No, well, I guess maybe not, because I'm guessing. So what do you think with this body cam that they cut from one to the other? Because it made us believe that the officer that arrived on scene, that grabbed the defibrillator, running up, says, where is she? Where is she? Where is she? And they're all standing out there while Josie's on the phone with the 911 operator, as we know. Okay, Dylan's standing there, Josie's on the phone, Emily's standing next to her, and Lyndon is standing behind them. Bethany's not there. Bethany's somewhere else, coming from across the way or wherever she was, okay? But she wasn't there.
Can you replay that part where the officer first walks up and you can match up the voice to the 911 call? It is not Bethany.
Yeah, we can definitely play that back. Hey, Megastar, good to see you, Meg. James, thank you for joining us. All of you guys, I appreciate you so very much. She was not there during the beginning of that 911 call, period. Where she was, nobody knows. Maybe we'll never know, but she wasn't there. So how was she on the phone if she wasn't there? And there was, what did you say? What did we count? It was like almost to the second, like a 2-minute response, right? From the time that,
more like literally seconds.
Yeah, it was truly seconds, folks, from the time that the officer got there, from the time that they dispatched. Okay, so how did you go somewhere and come back within that period of time? You couldn't have.
I think I came across within the last 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Someone has synced up the 911 call and this body cam. So
okay,
I think you've had him on your panel in the past. If I recall, I forget the channel name, but if I recall, he kind of separated out some of the sounds of the 911 call, and you kind of went through it, maybe on a couple different occasions on your live streams. Does that help you to bring?
Say it one more time.
Well, the person on your panel did work like separating out some of the noise, the different noises, like the background noises, maybe filtering or whatever.
Jeff?
He did.
Was it Jeff?
No, I don't think
Outcast?
it was Jeff. I know it's not Jeff, matter of fact.
Outcast?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's Outcast that has synced up
the
911 call and this body cam.
Okay, then I will find that.
If you haven't seen it, or if none of us have seen it, then maybe that would go towards Tomboy's
Yeah.
suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely. And it some people may believe that that's not important, but it is, folks. That's truly important. Think about it. There's reasons why. That's seriously important.
Eddie, what did we figure from the time of the 911 call till you actually see Bethany walk up? It's almost close to 2 minutes, isn't it?
Well, they go into the house and come through, come around, come back out, and there she is coming across the street, supposedly.
Yeah, when she's coming, or when the officer is coming down the stairs and then back outside the first time, I think that's when she's approaching into the parking area.
Mm-hmm. We'll do both, actually. Let me do.
And didn't you point out, Dago, that initially when she's walking across the road, King Road, she sees the officer and then she like turns
away. Yeah, she turned away, and I think she turned because her friend shows up in another vehicle, that whoever that other girl was, we don't know yet. But she turns and goes in her direction, completely opposing the officer as he's going to the vehicle to drop off the defibrillator. Defibrillator. Sorry, guys. Sorry, go ahead, Tomboy.
Also, my honest opinion is that I believe she was. I don't even think she was there, because I think she was watching the football game, because the shirt to me kind of gives it away. She had a Patriots Tom Brady jersey on, and the Bucks were playing that morning because it was a Germany game. So it came on at 6:30 in the morning.
Huh. And if you're a fan, why would you dress that way? Unless you're a fan, to be there at that situation. I agree.
Nobody wears a Tom Brady jersey if you don't like him.
That's what I mean. I mean, everybody else is in their pajamas, basically, okay? Except for her. She had full body clothing on with that shirt, shoes, pants, everything, guys. Where was she? I'm curious. Like I said, she comes walking from those apartments over there up them stairs. And she was just standing there for the longest time. So we'll do both. I'll find Outcast video and then I'll pull this up as well. And we'll go back and look at that real quick, and then we'll look at his video to see how he put that together, because I'm sure he did a great job. He always does. So we got what I would call a possible bombshell already this morning on this, which makes me really, really think about certain other things too. And it almost kind of proves that this, let me say it this way, it almost kind of proves that we didn't get any real statement from Dylan that came directly from her. Okay. We have pieces and parts of things that came from different sources. So her statement is not true to form or true to her. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Anyway, sorry, I'm distracting myself. Let me get this pulled back up real quick. Hold on. I think it's in my moderator chat room. Isn't that where that was dropped, Tomboy? Is in the mod chat, that video itself that we had.
I don't know.
Well, you go in there, and you guys usually know more than I do. Hold on. Yeah, it's in here. I got it. I got to get to it is what it is, because of everything else that's in there. Just a minute. 1 minute. I believe there's that. And that. And Pav put out another video. If there's quite a few bits of that I wouldn't mind reviewing with you guys either, guys. There's a lot to talk about. Like I said, a lot. Okay, lawn crime. That's Dylan's statement there. Give me 1 minute. There it is. Okay. Sorry, you guys. I didn't mean to make you wait so long.
That new Pavs video is an hour long.
Yeah, that's why I said there's some parts of it. Of course, we're not going to go through if we review it, it's going to be in sections. It's not going to be the full the full deal because it would take an hour, which I mean, that's fine, but I wouldn't want to do that to you guys if you didn't want it. So I planned on breaking it down in sections and then like that. Okay. So this, I'm going to go from the beginning on this. When we start to see the officer start responding to the call from that point forward. I think. Hold on a minute here.
This is Law and Crimes.
Yes, this is where this came from, was Law and Crime. That's the
Yeah.
one we watched. It's the only one
You
I
got-
saw.
Yeah, the best thing to do is skip through all that intro nonsense and
That's
get
what
to
I'm-
where he's
that's-
pulling up with SWAT.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do, yeah. Hold on.
4:30 and 4:30 and 4:22.
Hold on, I might have grabbed a clip of it instead of the actual video itself. It is. That was the clip. Hold on, let me grab the video. I got so much of this in here that it's hard to see. This is the right one, I think. Yeah, sorry about that. I got multiple clips of different things and so on and so forth. So I'm sorry, you guys. Let's try this again.
And she ran upstairs because she saw someone.
All right, we'll start from here. Beach Babe, good to see you. Noni McPoppins, welcome. Done one, good to have you here. I think I already said that, but welcome, welcome, welcome. Does anyone drive a Honda HRV? Oh, I don't know. I'll say it. Hunter C is using two phones while standing there and hands one to Hunter Chapin is using two phones while standing there. Hands one to Hunter J. Didn't Hunter J say he left his phone in the house? It is not in evidence. That's a good point. Interesting. Yeah, it should be in evidence if it was left in that house. That's a good, very good point. Thank you for pointing that out, Done One. Great to see you today, Noni. And Hemisphere. Old Bob mentioned a lawyer who represented another client that Bill Thompson did the same thing. Oh, yeah, he has. Bill Thompson, like I said, plea deal Bill. Gen 7, good to see you today, dear. I was kind of wondering what was handed off. I saw that. That's something else we're going to be talking about too. I have a lot of issues with that in that video. So we got lots to discuss for sure. Something else I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the captions and see if it picks up. I want you to hear in the background the 911 coverage that you hear, okay? So far, you hear the operator saying she's passed out, not waking up. Well, we heard that on the phone, the call too, but on we go. Yeah, Jay, we never hear anything. And I played the 911 call. How many times, you guys? Good morning, Lily. Good to see you, dear. We don't hear anything about Ethan Chapin in that call whatsoever. Nothing. There's not even a mention of another person. Okay, not one time does that get mentioned. So I don't believe there's any redaction at all. Why would they redact that but leave her in there? That doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? He just didn't bring it up. For whatever reason, it was never said.
Where's she at?
Hold on, I meant to point something out to you guys real fast before we start that. Watch this part right here. As he turns, when he gets out of the vehicle, it's real fast. I'm going to try to pause it so you can see it, but hang on. Right there.
Slow it down.
Good point. Hold on. Okay. That's right, Noni. For sure. Right there. She's right there. Okay. So she was coming from this direction, it looks like, up these stairs. I don't know what these apartments over here are called, but there's apartments over here. And or the frat house is across the field, of course, but there's apartments here, here, and here. Hey, Candy, good to see you.
No, that's at quite a distance from his body cam. Can we tell if that's if
That's
that
probably
is wearing black sweatpants or
it looks like it, yeah. It like leggings or something, maybe they're called black leggings of some sort, and that dark blue Tom Brady Patriots sweatshirt she has on. Yes. Because at some point I started following her through the video once we got to her and followed her around with the blanket and all that stuff and kept up with her, and that's her. So she's over there coming from someplace. There's no way, because we see Josie on the phone as he runs up there. She's still in the call. That is a matter of seconds, like Tomboy said. You can't move that fast. Nobody can. I can probably speed it back up now. I'll put it about there. That way we can watch the interaction a little bit slower. And I promise you, plus her hair is very noticeable with the color and all that. That's what they are. Thank you, Fizzy. They're like the black and whatever type pajama type pant things. It looks like. Okay, once again, so everybody knows, this is Josie right here. You see my cursor. She's leaning on Kaylee's car. This is Emily. This is Lyndon. And that right there behind Emily is Dylan. There's no Bethany. Hunter standing at the door like this.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 911 was called, and there is a drunk person who's not waking up and not breathing.
Yep. That's
Okay,
the call.
so
We heard it. Yep, we heard the call. Actually, we heard the call, Eddie, in the radio, in the car with him, that she's passed out and won't wake up. Word for word is what she said. So go ahead, bud.
So they're going to send some first responders and probably an officer, right?
Should be, yeah.
Okay, so here we have an officer, and notice that when he gets into the room and identifies two deceased people, when he's walking down the stairs, we have what I would assume is Officer Eric Warner. That's the second responding officer.
Right.
And we can read report number 2, because if you read report number 2, how it reads is he's walking up the stairs when the first responding officer is walking. You know, they're meeting right there, and the way they write up the report, you can tell that has to be Officer Warner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yeah.
now. So
oh wait, hold on. Let me fix something. I screwed up. I had these two reversed. I'm sorry. I did that the other day too. This is Emily. That is Josie. My apologies, folks, because Josie and these two are together in a relationship. Lyndon is her boyfriend. So my apologies for I reversed that the other day too. So my sorry. Go ahead, Eddie.
My point would be is, so if you count how much time is going by, elapsing, then Officer Warner is already on his way right now. He's rolling.
Should be. Yes, sir. Like I said, that would be where it would come into effect to know each officer's call number. That would make a lot of sense. Number 30, like 34, 37, 38, all their numbers. What's up, Jesse? Good to see you, brother. So yeah, that would help in knowing when you hear 34 responding, blah, 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 so on and so forth. That would help. But yeah, you're right. He should be rolling right now.
But why, right? Because we have a drunk college student.
That's a great question. If you have somebody passed out and okay, initially there shouldn't be anybody else rolling but this guy right here. But through the call, while they're on 911, she's not breathing. The defibrillator gets asked for. He goes and grabs it immediately and starts running towards there. Okay. But there shouldn't be anybody else coming until that is heard. That's true. That is very true. Welcome.
And by the way, this is a side note, but you know, when you opened your show and we were going through all the officers, you know, you touched on, you know, at first, and when you said at first, we meant way back right after the PCA, you know, like January 23. Right. First, we all assumed it was 3 responding officers got there first: Officer Nunez, Smith, and Gunderson. And then you also touched on, now that some of these reports are coming out, Officer Snyder.
Yes. New names we're getting. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes,
and I didn't want to confuse things too much, but we went through all that discussion, you know, earlier this morning, and we haven't even mentioned Officer Eric Warner in that discussion. So this confuses it even more, because now there's, you know, at least 5 officers.
That is correct. We have, and like I said, for 2.5, 3 years, we're going on 3 years, Nunez, Smith, and Gunderson. That's it. That's all we knew about. And we have definitely learned new names in the past 3-4 days. We got Warner and Snyder. I have never even heard of Officer Snyder till we started reading the reports. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 5 there alone. And then we also have others that responded that we still don't know all their names. That's a lot. Like
anyway,
I said,
thanks for pausing and allowing me to put that in. But yeah, my point being is
that's a good point. Yeah.
You know, here comes Officer Warner. You know, he's rolling up fast to help this drunk college chick.
Yeah. Real interesting. For any reason why shouldn't be. Elizabeth Wagner, KP, what's going on? Good to see you. K-Debs, great to have you. Carol Jogi, thank you for joining us. Love having you here. Seeing all the new names, I love it. Look at the back there. Watch. Oh, we just ran that. I'll run it again after we get through this. For those of you that are newer, I figured that there would be people popping in after the fact. P Fox, good to see you. Little Mittens for Kittens, Little Engine Who Cried, good to see you. Betty Davis Sides, good to see you. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I appreciate you all. Please hit that like button on the way in. Elizabeth Wagner, again, good to see you. So we're going through this one more time to point something out. Bethany is not here. Okay. She's across the street standing by the pole. Looks like she's coming back from somewhere within that region. There's Rach right there. and she wasn't there. So therefore, in turn, we saw the response time. A little, like Tomboy said, it was seconds, but it routes out. If you watch the clock there, 2 minutes max. Okay. There's no way in hell that she was here on the phone, went somewhere, and came back in that period of time. It's not possible. She wasn't on the phone. Okay. So, yeah, we have Emily on the phone with 911 as officer. This is Warner, you said, right, Eddie? I don't want to confuse myself, but I want to make sure it's on point. This is Officer Warner that responded. That's correct from what we understand now. This is not Officer Nunez that grabs the defibrillator that is running in.
Where's she at? Yep. Where's she at? Where's she at?
And you hear her say, do you have a defibrillator? Yeah. Where's she at? Hey, CZ.
Dale, I just want to be clear on what you just said a second ago. You said this is not Officer Nunez?
That's what I'm asking to clarify, to make sure that this is not Officer Nunez, or do we think that it is him?
Right.
And
We
then
got
they
to
just
try to work through it. Is it
that's
him?
it. We
Yeah.
have to figure out where they may clip or cut the cam to the other person, possibly. That's all. Because it doesn't look like there's an interruption in cam, does it?
No, I don't see so far.
It doesn't. Right. It doesn't seem to be where they, you know, how would ATS, good to see you. I'm sorry I didn't get to say that at first. Great to have you here. I appreciate you so very much. Yeah, there doesn't look to be an interruption in the body cam where it just stays on the same one it seems to be. So we'll see. We'll see if we can figure out where it may change over.
Yes. Where at? Up here? Up here.
Just let me make mention of something too. This shouldn't be happening right now. All he had to do was tell them they're upstairs, turn right, and go down the hall. She's right there. There's no reason for him to be back in his house, folks. Once again, a contaminated crime scene in the worst possible way. Just saying. I wish it would pick up exactly word for word what he's saying. It's on, but it's not giving it to. Thank you, ATS. Appreciate you being here. And Carrie, good to see you.
Okay, get back.
I don't know if they're still in here or not. I grabbed them.
1370. Okay, stay back there, please. Okay, get back.
I don't know if they're still in here or not. I grabbed them.
1370. Okay, stay back there, please. Slow down.
Okay, right there, that officer. That must be Eric Warner.
Right here, yeah. Okay. And he's the officer that they had at the front door for a period of time right after this, right? If I remember correct, seeing him standing there. Hey, sweet and salty, good to see you. I don't know if the police officer took a pulse or not. It was really quick. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but he was just walked in and walked back out. So we're gonna say, I guess we're gonna go with, I'm trying to catch name tags if we can, but that obviously right there might be Warner. Okay, and we're still on the same body cam, by the way. Nothing's changed over yet. Okay, from the 911 call, she asks, do you have a defibrillator at 402 in the call? Okay. Thank you, Busy. Truth Seeker, good to see you. Sweet and salty, love having you here again, always. Truth Seeker, yes.
There's two. Looks like fatalities. Dude.
Okay, so the hunter saying get out happened way earlier. Okay, that was before the police even got there. That's not on any body cam because they weren't there yet. So we're not going to see or hear that yet. Or it's already happened is what I'm saying. We won't be able to see that. Hey, Simply, good to see you, sis. We won't be able to see that on a body cam because it happened before law enforcement got there. I think he says two, Terry. Keep it real. Good to see you. Thank you, Tandy.
All right. Okay. Nobody's allowed to leave for now. Okay.
Okay, once again, this is Bethany over here. Okay. And she's now starting to come forward towards the house. And if you watch, when he walks that way, she turns away from him, like his direction. I think, like I said, because her friend is getting there, and then they walk over together.
Just stay here for me, please. Do you know the... Okay. Here. Can you guys...
So this is Bethany. Wait. Yeah. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's her. Is that the same sweatshirt, Tomboy? Or t-shirt or whatever the hell it is? It's hard to tell. I have to believe that. Yeah, there's the pajama type pants. She's got on her shoes. But that looks like the same shirt, I think. Okay. Just making sure.
Yes, that's Bethany right there.
Everybody's on the same page with everything. I don't know who this is. I thought maybe Jen McClure. Okay, Jenna McClure. Because she was talking on the phone to them at one point, remember? And Jenna said, should I come get you guys? Blah, blah, blah. I think she probably said, come on or whatever, but there she is.
Go over to the dumpster for me, please. Okay, let's clear it. Thanks for...
I don't believe it was three-way because they kept saying, she said, stop passing the phone around. So, in that, I can't imagine they would do a three-way call either. But so this is Officer Warner at the door. We're going to go with that because that's who I believe that is.
Okay. I'll just start down here. Police department. Police department.
Yes, that was Hunter Johnson crouched down with his hands like that. That's him again, for those that didn't catch it. The officer's plate said MPD 5. Good point, Tomboy. I'll have to check that out and see if we can find it.
Moscow Police Department, if you're in here, announce yourself.
And again, to make sure that we understand, this is Warner and what we believe to be Nunez doing this clearing the house. So,
Do we know if Officer Nunez is married?
we looked into a lot of these guys way back when, and I don't remember. I want to say yeah. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. Good question though, Eddie. I'll have to look back into that. If I had Molly here, she could tell us probably.
The reason I ask is he's wearing a wedding band. You can tell when he's driving his squad
Right.
car.
Right.
So
That would be a good way to figure it out too. That way we can tell who is who.
Moscow Police Department.
I'm not sure, simply.
Clear here. Going up. Police department.
We're in third floor, going up.
There's your answer, bud. Yes, he's married. His wife pinned his badge per news article. There we go. Thank you, done one.
We got another. Moscow Police Department.
Dude. We're clear.
Welcome, Brad guy. Yeah, we're going to talk about this guy right here too at some point through this. But yes, RC3, welcome to you. Ryan, great to see you, buddy. No, hold on, guys. I'm making sure I got everything. And yeah, Nunez is very young. I think he is 22 or 23. A lot of these guys were and are quite young. They are blacking out what Gunderson was just doing. And that's another issue I have with the way these cams go on and off like this. I think they need, unless other than showing like a deceased body, they should stay on the whole time. Kate Bats, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Katie. And he's, yes, definitely not wearing any gloves either.
We got another. Moscow Police Department.
Dude.
So we know from that there, by the way, that their door was closed when they got there. Okay. And he opens it. Hey, cat lady. Good to see you, sis. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Appreciate you. We know that their door's closed because he has to open it as he announces himself and says, dude, too. So there's that.
We're clear. Let me just secure the outside first. So.
Move to the front door.
There's a back entry. I was going to start taping it all off.
Now, another question I have with this, too, that I want to double check because I thought that was the case. So we have Gunderson that's up here now. It looks like, right? Isn't that him right there? Yeah. He's the ranking officer. Is he or is he not, Tomboy? On scene here, as far as like lieutenant, captain, sergeant, whatever, isn't he the ranking officer as compared to all of them? Maybe she's not here. I think he is. Gunderson, yeah. I think Gunderson's the highest ranking officer there on scene. So he would have control of the scene until somebody with a higher rank than him gets there.
There are two right here.
That's him there, right there still. I don't know what he was doing.
I need you to go back about 15 seconds. Play that slow. Watch the mirror in that bathroom. Who ducks behind him?
Ooh, right there. Yeah. I never caught that until just now. Right here. Who is that? I don't even know. And this, I don't know him either.
Do you see whoever that is? They literally duck down.
Yeah, they kind of like went down and either like they're bending down or something. It's weird. Almost like he realizes that there's a mirror or like that's weird.
Well, if Nunez is in the mirror, then whose body cam are we watching?
That's what I was gonna say. That's Nunez then. Hey Luz, good to see you. And Lola Getz, welcome. Yeah, he probably could too. I'm gonna have to see if I can ask him. Yeah, that's a good catch, Tomboy, because I never saw that until just now. That's it. Looked like he bent down. Was he grabbing something off the floor? Setting something down? What was he doing? Because the way, like she said, it looks like he ducks down when he comes up behind him. Kiki Can, welcome. Good to see you.
So how many officers have we counted total now?
I got full 4 to 5 inside that house area right there.
I would agree.
Yeah, at least 4 to 5. I'm not 100% on the fifth one, but there's at least 4 for sure. Amanda B, welcome.
Yes, just to be clear, this was 8 hours after 8 or 9 hours after, this whatever happened. But
yeah, we got it says
there's
12
not, they don't know what they're walking into, so they're not going to stop and put booties on. And I get that, but
Yeah,
you should have had gloves on.
After everybody, that's the thing I never understood. Any scene, no matter what it is, they should have gloves on, period.
You're supposed to be putting gloves on it when you start walking up to the door.
Or getting out of the car, 100%. That's right. Nunez, Warner, Smith, Gunderson, and Steiner. Yes, Luz, thank you. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inside that home already, and there's more coming. I'd like to know why that's blacked out too. But are they that?
I think he's on his phone.
No, he's not.
Because he put something in his pocket.
Why is it blacked out? Why shouldn't we see this? There's reasons. There's too many things that were redacted that I don't believe needed to be. Just saying, whether it's reports or things like this. So. And this is Gunderson right here, folks.
I got in there.
Stop, go back. Okay, you're going to have to slow it down again because he has something in his hand.
Make sure you shut the door. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That's what they seem to black out.
Now watch when they don't block it out when he gets to that landing.
Looks like a phone. See the screen?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, at least. Yeah, I think it's a phone. And his red light's on, so his cam should be on. I want to see his cam. Which we probably never will. Yeah, I believe that was his phone. That was okay. All he was doing was shutting the door, right? Make sure you shut the door. He goes over there, just shut the door. Took a long time to do that. Just saying. It was more of an afterthought, though, as though they already knew the house was clear. Yeah, that's 100%. Like, we got to do this since we're on cam. We got to hurry up and clear the house. They had already, like, yeah. Good point, Docket. Good point. Except like someone said, it was obvious it was a long time, but still a crazy yeah. I guess, but I don't know. I don't trust any of this. But yeah, good point, Docket. Very good point. See, I don't like that. That was, they blacked it out, which I know they're blacking out inside the room, but to do that just to shut the door, they'd already looked in there. I don't get it, but okay. Somebody sent me an email Friday stating that they believe that at this point in the video, whoever this is, for sure, I'm still calling it Nunez because I haven't seen anything that makes it look like it changed over. When he walks over here, that somebody goes back upstairs behind him.
Check with the prince.
Did you notice that too, by the way? They didn't say anything there, but I think they did some kind of like something, communication of sort. Watch this. He turned and looked at him like he got his attention or something, and he does something with his hand.
Check with
and then the other guy throws his hand up like something upstairs. I don't. Maybe I'm just seeing things, but that seemed like some form of a communication between the two. I swear I heard him go like or something like that. He turns and looks at him. He does something with his hand like this, and then turns around and starts going backwards. Sorry, go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, I want to point out something that's kind of been bothering me, and that is, so like if you're a neighbor and you're videoing this on your phone, and if one officer goes into the house and then two officers come out, well, that would be very conspicuous.
A little bit, yeah. Just a little bit, yes.
But if one officer goes in and then another, then another, then another, and pretty soon there's 5 or 6 in there, and then 7 come out, well, you would never be able to detect
you don't know
that.
Yep. Very good point.
And no one so far has been discussing, since the release of this body cam, no one's been discussing about in that 911 call. Everyone, when we first, when that was first released, that 911 call, everyone was talking about, we can hear an officer's like radio, and we could have swore to it. And so what if there was an officer in the house? Remember, the 911 call originated from within the house.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Think
there's
of
two
that.
doors. There's two doors.
Yeah. So if they were coached, by the way, if it originated in the house, where do you think in the house it would have originated from?
Right.
You ever think of that? I mean, probably
Um,
right here where you paused your video is where my guess would be.
Yeah, that's probably good point. Very good point. Very good point. And we're only seeing one body cam right now to answer. Hey Taylor, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Taylor Garreau. I hope I said that right. Welcome. Good to have you here. I love seeing all the new names, guys. And yes, Dunwan's right. That and this is something I was going to point out to you. This is why I have issues with a couple of these guys. Gunderson and Nunez are both involved in that whole Stickergate thing that went on for everybody. I don't trust Gunderson. I never have. I just now I've been looking for, like I said, what looks like it could be a personal conversation between these two about certain things, because I don't trust anything now. So I don't know. But yeah, Eddie made a good point with what he just said, by the way, folks, if you haven't caught that. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm pointing out too many things. Maybe I'm being overly picky, but I think we need to be at this point. That's all I'm saying.
Prince.
And I don't quite understand this. I don't know if anybody else is questioning any of these things, but this here seemed a bit strange. I don't know what he's doing. Is he just looking to check out the back area? But he walks out, stops, look at the door frame, and then he walks out, like breeze out because he's the situation, turns around and goes right back in. He doesn't really look at anything. He doesn't take the time to like review anything out there. That doesn't seem like, unless he's just doing like a real quick once over. That's I don't know.
Good point. Also, if Hunter went into the kitchen to grab a knife, he would have noticed that the door was open.
You would think. Yeah. And
why wouldn't he shut it?
That's a good point too. Because he's young, he's not going to think like, you should think that you don't touch anything. Because it's not that situation yet, okay? Why wouldn't you shut it? That's another good point too, Eddie. Jen says in that Tory bag, it kind of looks like something in the bottom pocket, in my opinion, from the CS photo. I don't know if anything was found or taken out of the bag. That's another good point too, Jen. We don't know for sure. Maybe looking to see if any. Yeah, that's what I was saying. When he looked at the door frame, I was kind of wondering that too. Welcome, Miss Charlene. Good to see you. The window screen back there, no one mentioned. I think because that's been there for a while, I think. And in fact, I think if we go back, we're to look at the body cam from when Rosie was here talking to Kaylee and Hunter was there. I'm pretty sure that some of this stuff was here at that point in time then too. I could be wrong, but at some point we can do that. You know what? I want to look at something real fast since just came back to mind in that kitchen. Hold on. Give me one quick second, you guys. I want to see if I can see something.
Check with Prince.
Okay, so there's no blood on these counters that anybody can see, right? Yeah, there's no blood on the counters as we see it right now. Okay. And isn't that the wall where we saw the yeah, decoder. Now that's why I'm looking at those counters, because we saw that those pictures with all the as was it simply that was cute. I love that's funny. Called it Amish, or your typo called it Amish black, the amino black, all over this counter, folks. I mean, all over, and it's covered end to end by it from the stove down to here, full of it. But so right there, it shows that it was either cleaned up or what it was. Somebody did make a good point that maybe if they were, cooking and meat got on the counter or something, I don't know. That's possible, but that's a lot. That is a whole lot. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know if the cupboard was open. I didn't see it. Let me look.
Check with Prince.
I mean, it looked like it was open, maybe, yeah. Roll of paper towels on the counter too. Good point. Yeah, you don't see any blood there, so that's not something evident at that point. It looks like it's fairly well cleaned up, except for the dishes and stuff that are laying around. What made them test certain walls and stuff? I'm telling you, from my understanding with this stuff, is if they see where something looks like it may have been wiped clean, like one part of the wall is cleaner than the other, they're going to spray an area like that. I'm sure they tested specific spots just because that would be a standard place to test for blood. Doorways, door handles, stuff like that. But in that countertop area, they must have maybe possibly seen something that would make them want to test that area. I don't know. Just a thought. You can read in the docs where samples were collected. Yes, thank you, Lucy. And hello, Lucy. Good to see you this morning.
When you think that since they are under the impression that the perpetrator left through the sliding door, then all of the flooring would have been done in amino black.
Should be,
and
yeah.
then even outside on the patio.
Well, we see that this door frame in the one photograph, this whole thing right here was sprayed down with that right here. Where my cursor's going up and down, if you can see it. It was all blue in the one photograph, so they sprayed that down at one point in time too. And then, like I said, the darker spots, there's more of a concentrated volume of blood in those spots. Everybody knows. Eddie, I need to pause this, Tomboy, both of you, and step away for like 3 seconds. If you guys want to talk about anything, please do. I'll be right back.
Tomboy, are you here? Terry Martin, I did not have a chance to notice that yet. I noticed that in this body cam, there's a lot of trash in the dumpster for sure, but I didn't notice the night before the dumpster's condition. But interesting, something I'll have to look into.
Yes, Mittens, you hear I got a couple of them going.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah. I have a 75-gallon and 100-gallon fish tank.
Wow.
The 100-gallon holds a bunch of fish, and the other one holds a red ear slider. The red ear slider is a turtle, and his name is Ninja. I want to know where the pizza box is that was on top of the trash. Where'd it go?
Yeah, that's right. For the longest time, we have seen a pizza box on top of that, haven't we? In past, photographs.
I had him before Brian, Lucy. But no, the grandchildren named him.
So, Tomboy, tell me, do you think that we're watching, is this Mitch Nunez? Is this his, body cam?
I have no idea now. Now I'm totally confused.
Does everybody remember the photograph of the officer standing by the slider that we've all seen, for over 2 years now? I always thought that was Mitch Nunez. Dago, do you remember that photograph of the officer standing by the slider?
Yeah.
Bombshell, that bathroom is actually on the first floor.
Yeah, I do remember that one, Eddie.
Do we recall who that is? Which officer that is? I always thought it was Mitch Nunez.
It could be. I don't remember ever knowing that. You know what I mean? But that's a good question. Good point. Lucy said Waters. Is that another name? Are you talking about something else, Lucy? Can someone tell me where that third bathroom is located? It's at the very top of the stairs.
No, she wants to know with the tub. That's on the first floor.
Yeah, that's the ground. When you walk in the door, that was the first bathroom. When I went through the photographs the other day, I think it was one of the first pictures we saw when they walked through the downstairs. There's a garbage can, and then there's a sink, toilet, I believe, and then a bathtub to the other side of it. Yeah.
Yeah, the we call that the Bethany floor. The Bethany floor bathroom is the only one that has a tub.
Right. Which is because I think that was initially the initial part of the house. When they put the addition on, they just put those stand-up showers in.
Lucy's talking about Officer Waters.
Who is that? See, that's another name I didn't know. Jesus. There's a lot of people involved. That's something I did notice as we've been covering these, which I will get back to those either later today or tomorrow, the reports, so we can get through the rest of those. This was just more important to me to point out these things. Waters, Nunez, and Gunderson are all the first Waters.
A bombshell, no. There's only one bathroom on the Bethany floor, one bathroom on the Dillon floor, and one bathroom on the Kaylee and Maddie floor.
One of the bathrooms works as...
One of the bathrooms has the laundry room in it, which is the one on the second floor, which is the Dillon floor.
Okay, so now Officer Waters, Nunez, and Gunderson are all the first responders. I thought Smith was in there too, Lucy. Is it Waters or Warner? Waters. That makes sense. Okay. I thought it was Warner. Thank you. Okay. Like I said, guys, that's why we do this, so we can get all this thing straight. All those find the differences in these pictures exercises we did.
Mins, I think that is the Dillon floor bathroom, is the one with the pee in the toilet.
See, I thought that was on the third floor, but okay. Good point.
I thought that was Maddie's.
Then that would be, that's the third floor one. That's what SRB said too. I thought, but we could be wrong.
Yeah, because it's the floor where Xana was. That's the Dylan floor bathroom. The
Second floor,
second
yeah,
floor.
yeah. Okay, good stuff. Thank you, by the way, Lucy, the super tall dude. Okay, that's Waters. Got you. And yeah,
You know,
Doc, that's a good point. Go ahead.
just for clarification, I don't think their toilets are dirty per se. I really think that is rust.
Well, I was
And
going to ask you, do they have well water here, or is it city water, Tomboy? You were from that area,
well,
so
it's city water, but there's so much iron and zinc in the water up there.
okay.
It will. There was one.
Maybe that's the reason why all the crazy shit happens in Moscow, because of all the chemicals in the water. Just a thought.
Yeah, there's a shit ton of lead still in the water.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. That could explain craziness.
Now, former city prosecutor Liz Warner is also involved, huh?
Yeah, we get that too if we don't clean. Like we have to clean our toilets every day because of our well. So, by the way, welcome SRBB. Good to see you. She missed the good part, I guess, at the beginning.
Yeah, Bethany's is actually the cleanest bathroom, with the exception of the water stained deposit red stuff in the tub.
Besides that, the third floor is the cleanest besides the toilet. Yeah. She said poo. All right, on we go.
Mittens, I'm not sure where that spot of blood came from, but I'm going to tell you that is really red for being 8 hours.
It looks new and fresh.
It's really bright red for being 8 hours.
You're talking about the one on the toilet paper looks like somebody wiped like a shave or
like a zit
or something. Yeah, that's my thought too. That could have been like from one of the Hunter or somebody being there. You never know. They blurred out the trash. You can't miss it. It's overflowing. That's one of the most fullest dumpsters I ever seen. But they did dump it, from my understanding. That dumpster out there that they're all standing by, they dumped that like shortly right after this was done, from my understanding, and never went through anything at that point. They just let them dump it first, which I think is insane to me. That would be one of the main things I would do. If you have dumpsters that are close to the house like this, in a scene like this, would you or would you not want to have all trash, everything stopped until you can go through all that?
They can stop the trash in Pennsylvania. Why couldn't they stop the trash in Moscow, Idaho? It's not that hard.
They've done it in how many cases that we've covered, Tomboy?
Yeah.
They did it in multiple cases we've covered. They'll stop it right then and there. They should have not allowed that to be dumped, but they did. There could have been so much bullshit in that right then and there that was completely tainted at that point when they dumped it. So.
Right, but right now you two are both talking like this is like
I know,
a normal reality.
I know.
So yeah, I mean that would be the perfect thing to do if all the cleanup, the towels and everything they wiped up with was tossed into that dumpster. Then in this case, in this reality, they would have certainly got rid of it, and that would have been a perfect place to put it all. Just
as you say, in a right side up world, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Or any dumpster in that surrounding area. There's a couple
of them. There's another one right down at the end to the left by the neighbor's house too. So go ahead, Eddie.
At 1112, yeah. There's one down, and there's how many on Linda Lane?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that would have been the perfect pretense, like clean up the crime scene, just throw it in the dumpster because tomorrow we're just going to haul that dumpster away anyway under the pretense. We'll tell the public that we're going to sort through it and look for any, knife, and they'll fall for it.
Right.
In the meantime, we'll just get rid of all the bloody rags.
100%.
Don't worry about it. You don't have to haul them out yourself. Just throw them in there.
And I'm just going to say, and I'm just going to throw it out there. If Brian walked into this house with his OCD, he ain't unaliving nobody because he's going to be too busy cleaning.
Yeah. That's another good point because this house is a mess from the party before. Agreed. And they weren't. They were college kids. It's supposed to be kind of a mess, you know, in my opinion. But
Well, it's like, do you see the direction that this table is right here? But if you see the crime scene photos, it's a totally different direction.
it cocked to the side like they moved it. Yeah. And I would have, in this instance here in this house, you know, it just seems like it would make more sense to have the table over here rather than right in the walkway of going to both the directions of the areas on this floor. But whatever. I've always questioned that since we first saw this table. And the fact that these cups are all sitting here perfectly square and you know, perfect, like nothing happened. Just saying. There's a lot of these little things that bug me.
Well, I can assure you that everything in that house would have been in alphabetical order with the one that I live with.
Yeah, same with me. You know how I am. So yeah, they had to move it to the side. Dunwan's probably right to be able to remove the bodies and possibly to get underneath that area because we saw through this window somebody was running took pictures through this window right here of forensics down there doing different things in that area. So there's a lot. There's a lot. Probably Rach, but because of the weather change and it got colder out, they probably brought it in to do their pong stuff on the inside where it's a little bit warmer, in my opinion, at least.
There's nothing else out there. Do you want me to go back there and start IDing people? Okay.
Did he just go up by himself again? There's no other officers up there at that point. So I have big issues with him and the fact of anybody going up there alone. It bothers me at this point because of this damn sheet. I'm just telling you. Lucy, you do that all day, every day. What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm gonna start IDing.
That's why we love you. Yeah, see that dumpster is smashed dead. I mean, it's super full. There's shit falling out of it. And there's a dumpster right over here at 1122 down at the front. There's another one, I think, around the corner. And then over by Linda Lane, there's quite a few too. And all these garbage cans. Yeah, I still don't see where they parked the bus at. It must be down around the corner then.
It's a.
A lot of people think this doesn't mean anything, but I would have loved to have heard what he said to EMS here. Truly would have loved to hear that. You guys notice how they all have ventilators or not ventilators, respirators around their neck. They thought they were going in for this. Okay. They know that these people are deceased. They thought they were going in for this. I still don't get this, but okay, whatever. That's why they're wearing these things, because when you go in, knowing that there's bodies that are there, and it's funny to me because they had to have been told, like, you don't go into a scene that's fresh with these on. You don't. That's just fact, okay? Never ever did I. To have these on, every one of them is wearing one, folks, okay? To have those on, they were told, they have to have been told, take this for what it is, but understand why I'm saying this. They had to have been told that this has been here for a minute. How do they know that? That's all I'm saying. I mean, you understand what I mean when I say that? Yeah, it's a good point, Lucy. Now they know at this point because they were stopped. They were told to stand down. They were stopped, and they still thought they were going in, which is why they're wearing the respirators. But like I said, folks, to wear these, I've been to, you guys hear me say it all the time. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but so many different scenes. If it's a fresh scene that was relatively new, they don't wear these. Okay. If you know that there's been some time put behind this, that's when these come into effect. So it's known at this point that it's been some time.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
No, you're good.
Hang in there, brother. Okay.
In the main room.
This is one of the.
Pretty much they were in the main room. I heard them dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone's in the room. She ran downstairs, and I kept calling her name and she wouldn't answer.
That could be Lucy. That's a good point.
I locked the door and I ran downstairs. But we don't know what's going on.
Can you come here with me, please?
Dylan just said to Jack, "We don't know what's going on."
She says that a couple times, Eddie. You're right. Mama D, welcome. But
so
she
she's
does.
still trying to play the role of clueless. She has never seen any blood. She doesn't know that anyone's dead yet.
Right. Right. Supposedly.
Not buying it.
Agreed.
Break Fire 3170. Could you guys grab some blankets for all these people out here?
Oh, okay.
Nope. Just come over here with me, please. Okay. Just give me 1 second, please. I'm gonna get your name and information. Just 1 second. We'll get you a blanket and stuff, all right?
That was a good point that was brought up right there. Rockin' reaction. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us. New name, and I love it. SoCal Lolo 71 as well. Another new name. Wonderful to see you guys here. Narcan was never brought up. Okay, when you have somebody passed out, not waking up, typically it's a thought nowadays. Do you know if they overdosed on something? Do you know if they took something? And Narcan is right there. It's just a thing nowadays, folks. Even before I stopped working in which was a while back, as a first responder, that was still a thing at that point. That's never been brought up, not one time, not over the 911 call or anything. That's all. They don't say a word about that, which is nowadays like the number one thing. Okay, it's never been brought up, and or CPR, right? Never one time. Neither one of those things. I question that very, very highly. I question that. That's crazy to me. Yeah, Kaylee, there was a glass Bud Light with lime bottle on the table in the forensic photos as well. Oh, shit. Hey, Babs, it's been a while. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Christina, you too. And Joe's in the house today. Good to see you, Josie.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, that'd be good for now, and then maybe the big white blankets whenever. Actually, you guys probably just hang on to these whenever. Is that ambulance on its way?
No, they got it.
Okay. Who would like a blanket right now? It's temporary. Would anybody like one for your feet to stand on? Okay. I'll let you.
Welcome inside your bones. Good to see you today.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, if that ambulance shows up, that'd be great to grab some blankets.
I still don't understand why she didn't even throw on some sandals or slides or slippers or something before you ran out, especially with the gravel driveway and all that. I don't know. That's wild. Oh, wait. Because she went from her room to Bethany's room in turn. She didn't have any of her stuff. So, okay, I get it. And she probably can't fit into Bethany's stuff.
Yeah, 1 second, man. Let me just grab it. Oh, your guys' info.
You know what, you guys? I never thought of that the other day when we first watched this and everybody was pointing out. It's truly noticeable how white Bethany's hands are. Bright white. as compared to the rest of her. I said maybe she's using that self-tanning lotion stuff. Never thought about her hands being in bleach water. Not that it would do that. It's a good thought. It's a good thought. That's all I'm saying. And a good possibility too. Lauren,
Well, I
welcome.
mean, turnaround is fair play. All these, people that just must see Brian Kohlberger as being guilty, and anytime his hands are a little bit off color, if they're red,
Yeah.
tinted, pink or red, then
Yep.
they're quick to jump on that and point that out and have some significance behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
Very good point.
Yeah, they are white, Bethany's hands. There's no
And
doubt about it. So
yeah,
what does that mean?
There'd be a smell. That SRB has a point. There should be a smell. But it is I mean, they're really completely off color from the rest of her arms. And I said, maybe she uses that self-tanning lotion, and she uses gloves when she does it. A lot of people do. So that you don't get it on your hands because it stains your hands. That's the only way that when I looked at her hands, I'm like, that's so odd how completely different color they are. So, and the bleach smells strong, folks. If you had them in there long enough to dye your hands or to bleach your hands, it should leave a good strong smell on you, the person. So there was a smell in the house. And see, that's the thing. Understand something. If 8 hours in that house, okay, like I said the other day, and I want this to be understood, within moments of their death, their bodies release. It's called, okay. The bowels, the bladder, everything releases. All the body fluids release. If anybody had anything in them, which they had something, I'm sure. So that smell itself for 4 people, along with the copper and iron smell from the blood, along with the body themselves after 8 hours starting to have a smell to it, all that mixed together, there's a smell. The smell is so strong that, in my opinion, it would overtake a bleach smell. Okay, that's just my opinion. I've never seen that in any of my actual physical, interactions where there's another smell in the house, because that smell is so strong. I can smell it now talking to you. Once you smelled it, it doesn't go away. But yeah, it should overtake any other chemical smells that could be in that house, in my opinion, because it is that strong. I don't know that we know that at this point for sure, Mittens. It's never been truly 100% verified. Maybe the slider was. I don't know about that front door, though. I don't know if that's fact or not.
Okay, I know she was barefoot, so I was hoping to get something for her, but thank you very much.
And it could go the other way too. Yes, bombshell. It could be that was what happened at 8 a.m. Somebody said that was it a lady walking her dog went by and saw the door wide open. Maybe that's why the door was wide open at 8 a.m. to air it out if there was that other smell. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, if she had her hands in bleach, then yeah. Well, you can definitely see where it cuts off. The color change starts by her wrist in her hands, but 100%.
Thanks, boss.
Welcome, Legendary. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome back. No, I'd never heard any of them say a word about the smell. They could be, you get used to it at some point, in some senses. Not used to it, but you learn how to adapt to it.
Okay, what's your last name?
Good point too, Joanne.
And your first
Be careful,
name? And
Stitches.
your middle name? Good phone number to reach out.
Could be, Lola. Could be. Welcome, Jacob Monster. Good to see you, bud.
And is this your address?
Yes.
What's that address?
1122 King Road.
No, Dylan is not in the white sweatshirt. She's wearing a brown type t-shirt thing. She's the one that they're talking to right now, Dylan. Jacob, sorry.
Is your driver's license right?
Yes.
Okay. How much have you seen in there?
They should, Terry. Yeah, they should be able to, I would imagine. Very true. Smell, I don't know about that, but at least residue, yes. Now listen to her statement here, folks, and then remember what I played at the very beginning and think about how on point it is to what we heard from both.
No, I don't really know. I just saw my friend when I called because we were so scared. We're like, can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. He told us not to go in. That man right there. That helped show you around.
They did go in there.
Yeah, and that's when he told us he needed to call the cops.
Okay. Do you mind just waiting over there for me, please? Okay. Now I overheard you talking about last night.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, the more we know right now, the better. We can start this process.
Yeah.
Somebody will probably be revisiting this interview with you very soon. Again, okay? So you're probably going to have to retell the story quite a bit.
That's fine.
All right. What do you remember seeing? What started?
I remember I was in my room and I was trying to go to bed and I heard Kaylee, who ex-girlfriend, who has a dog in her.
Real fast. Which one is your room?
Kaylee.
Which one is your room?
Oh,
What room are you in? You were in that room?
My room, not Xander's room. My room.
And your room is this one right here?
Next to the stairs. That one is Xander's room.
Second floor room.
Second floor.
Okay.
All I heard was I heard go upstairs. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now because she's going upstairs.
And you heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up, I heard her scream, and she ran upstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up, I heard her scream, and she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you.
Again, I believe that she says, I heard some guys say. Those two words overlap, folks. Some guy, not guys. Nightwolf, I think that says welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm trying to keep up with chat, guys. I apologize. I'm not ignoring you, I promise.
The part of this story that I do believe is when Kelly went upstairs, I'm going to go to sleep now, saw someone, came running down the stairs, went into the bathroom by Xana's room, and someone, a male, then followed her into the bathroom. Kaylee never made it out of that bathroom.
That's very, very, very possible. Yes, sir. And it is very believable. I can agree with you. Listen on the body cam what Dylan says. The car sped away 420, so the killer is still in the house at 427. Am I misunderstanding that? I'll listen for it. I just didn't know that that was a thing. Okay. One more time, I want you to hear something here.
And then I heard someone in the bathroom and I heard her crying and I heard some guy say that you're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you. And I kept calling her.
Okay, hang on just for a minute. There's quite a few of you guys that just came in not too long ago. There's a reason why I'm showing you this. Hold on.
Karen! You're gonna be okay. No, it's okay. I'm here to help. Karen! You're gonna be okay. Be okay. Be okay. No, it's okay. I'm here to help. Be okay. No, it's okay. I'm here to help.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I was saying, guys. If that's possible, it kind of matches up. What's up, Willie? Good to see you, bud. But it's almost word for word. You're gonna be okay. It's okay. I'm here to help you. It's so wild to me, you guys. So wild. Lucy said, in order for this to make sense, you have to put Molly and Dylan's statement together. KG is on the second floor with, yeah, if that's true. That's what I'm saying. Yes. 100%. Very good point, Lucy. Just saying. It's just odd to me that that matches up almost word for word. And that has bothered me since I saw that. So yeah, I had to point that out. For those of you that just came in. Kaylee goes upstairs with Murphy screams. Then it is Xana that runs down. This had to have happened in rather quick succession for Dylan to think it's all Kay. Yeah, a good point. Good point. For sure.
Hey, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second and I saw this guy and he was.
Did you say you didn't hear it, Cat Lady? Okay, I'll play it again here in a little bit.
Not insanely tall, but he's wearing all black and like this mask which is covering his forehead and his mouth. And I locked the door and I called and I didn't know what to do.
This was at 4
4
this
a.m.
morning?
Yes. And so then I just ran down to
You left here?
Yeah, I left my room down to cheese.
Agreed. Lucy, he does kind of resemble the Nosferatu.
With the white lines at the very bottom. I ran down there and we talked and we just locked the door. We didn't think anything of it. We're like, nothing happens in Moscow, so we just like tried to go to bed. And then we woke up and it was weird because none of our roommates were up. And we called all of them, they were not waking up. And so me and like, this is weird. So I called and to come over and then that's when all this happened.
Who all lives here with you?
Me, that one right there.
Okay. Who's Xana?
Hannah is the girl in there.
Is the girl that lives this one?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you spell her name?
Xana.
Do you know if she has a middle name?
Alexis, I think.
Do you know what her last name is?
Kernodal. K. I don't know how to spell it really. K. You know? R-N-O-D-L.
K-A-E-R. K-E-R. N-O.
Nightwolf, I'm sorry. I could only go back so far before the comments roll off. And I didn't even see you till just recently, till just now. I saw that one comment. I'm trying to go backwards, but it takes me off the scroll. As soon as I go up to the top, it stops. And I don't see anything else from you unless you want to drop them back in there. Good to see you, Mama D. Thank you for joining us today. Need some Z's. Good to see you as well. Sorry, guys. Yes, good point, Jen. Nothing happens in Moscow. Remember that.
DLE? Okay. XANA. Okay.
Ethan isn't there. He doesn't actually live here, but he's here like almost all the time.
There's a male that lives here, and
He doesn't actually live there. He's in the room, Louisiana, I believe.
I didn't know that, Kelly. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the info.
And then there's Maddie, Mogan, and Keely up top. I don't know where they're at though.
Maddie.
Mogan. Maddie Mogan and
Maddie
Keely,
Mogan.
Yeah.
And who?
Kaylee Gonzalez. She's the girl that I told Kaylee, who I just heard go upstairs and bring that back downstairs.
And the guy that lives here, his name was what? Or he's usually
Ethan.
Ethan. And
Willie, is probably because of your ADHD is so bad, bro, that it probably just levels you out. That's all. Yeah, it does it to me too, dude. It makes me tired. Were you gonna say something, Eddie? Go ahead, bud.
No, just reading the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
you knew he was here this morning?
No, I didn't know. I had no idea he was here.
Okay.
Not buying it.
Describe the guy that you saw.
I don't think he was a little bit taller than me. And I couldn't really see much of him, but I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit. And he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth, and he didn't say anything to me, like, at all. I just shut the door and locked it, because I didn't know what to do. And I think he went out, like, the side door, the sliding door in the kitchen that goes out to the backyard.
Okay.
And then I didn't know anything else, so I called, and I was like, I just need to come downstairs and find you, because I don't know where anyone else is. And I called Maddie, I called Dana, I called Kaylee, no one would answer.
Okay. All right. For Zena, do you know how old she is?
She's 20.
Is she in a sorority house?
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay. She's a student at UVI?
Yes.
Do you have any contact information for her parents?
No,
It's okay. Well,
okay.
Listen on body cam. What Dylan says, then the car sped. Well, she doesn't say anything on body cam about the car, though, right? Or am I reading this wrong? Which is very possible. The car sped away at 4:20, so the killer is still in the house at 4:27. Yeah, we've talked about that in the past about the way the timeline does not match up to anything. So yeah, that's if that's what you're saying. Yes, that's absolutely a good point, Nightwolf. 100%. Welcome, Sky. Asking again, does anyone know? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Like I said, there's a lot of people in here, guys, so I'm trying to keep up with both and listen to this. My apologies. Why Ann Taylor thought Dylan's story of Kaylee running down the stairs was impossible because she said Kaylee was already dead at that point, right? I don't know why she said that. Couldn't tell you. Or maybe she was basing that on what the report, the PCA or the reports are giving us. That could be.
Dago, I think Ann Taylor said that because the coroner or the medical examiner may have got a time of death.
We've never seen or heard, so I don't know.
Right.
That could be. You could be
But
right.
Ann Taylor might know that, and for her to say that Kaylee ran down the stairs and somebody ran back, blah blah blah. What she said in that hearing was that's not possible because Kaylee was not alive at that point.
Kaylee was dead at that point, right? So that could be exactly the answer to that question. Very good point. Yeah, I read the comment, Nightwolf. I appreciate that. Like I said,
I just want to real quick want to remind everyone there is no time of death. The coroner said it's noon.
Yeah, they never gave one in any reports anywhere. And she said she couldn't at some point. Okay, so and I still don't believe that. That makes no sense to me. There's no reason why you couldn't. Okay.
Well, I think the ME could because of the stomach contents and all that?
That should have been one. A liver temperature test should have been another one that they still could have done. Jesse, good to see you, bud. Because I looked at that. Is there a lapse of time on liver temperature test? And there's really not that anything I could see. They could have still attempted it, but she just went with noon and left it at that, and that's wrong. Agreed, Sky. I agree. Thank you. No problem. Anytime. I'm trying to answer your guys' questions the best way I can, folks. If I'm missing you, please don't be angry with me. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm doing the best I can.
But then Bill Thompson comes along and said, "Oh, it's around what 417."
Yeah, because that has to match up with their narrative. 100%. They have to have, pinpoints on things for things to match up to what their story is.
So if she wants to go with 417 and Dylan's phone log, there's no way Kaylee could have been up and down the stairs.
Right. So is that Kaylee or is that Xana? Because we don't know. That's the problem.
Or is it one of the perps?
That's the other side of it. Yeah. Did she hear that person running up and down the stairs, chasing somebody else, or what, or back and forth to help the other person that was there? We don't know for a fact yet, guys. That's part of the problem with this. There's too many could be's and maybes. Okay. And none of the answers match up to anything right. But, a lot of things do make sense that we're hearing now, and it does change things too. So,
well, Kathy Mabbitt may have said that the stomach contents didn't matter, but the medical examiner probably thought a whole lot different.
Yeah, I would like to have, all right, buddy. I'd like to hear from the actual medical examiner, the ME, the person that did the actual autopsies. Truly, I would love to hear that. A true interview with them, telling true statements. That's why I want to see the actual autopsy reports. The one, with the diagram and all that. I want to see the real ones, and I want their report on it. I want to see the actual autopsy results, which we probably will never see.
We can get that eventually. And then Ethan. E-T-H-A-N.
And Chapin, C-H-A-P-I-N.
Wait, real fast.
If you go by the unedited full hour of 11:12, King, I didn't see that yet, by the way. There was a lot of stuff going on prior to 4, including what sounds like hyperventilating prior to the unicorn Elantra showing up. That's interesting, Jen. I have not seen that. I won't play it here because unless there's another version of it that I can find, because of the person that put it out. I don't, I'm not going to do that. But if I can
Lana did it too.
Okay, then I will find Lana's and I'll use hers then, because I know
regular, not saltwater. We did that. Nope.
Oh, okay. I swear there's a clear demarcation mark from her hands to her. There is. There definitely is.
I'm sorry. I need to correct something I said. It's not Mabbitt. It's my butt.
Sorry. Yes. Your Honor asked the prosecutor what they were, and I counted up at the very first interview. Remember, the issue was whether or not one of the victims ran downstairs and she didn't. Okay. Say it once. She said it 4 times in a row in the first interview, and that just didn't happen. It just couldn't have happened, and that was not told in fact. Okay, that is in the clip transcript. Thank you, Lucy. It will, yeah, in a sense, if it was, it would definitely change the temperature of the house, if that's true. But the house is still heated in those rooms. Okay, if the door's closed on the 3rd floor, that cold air is not going to reach that. The door on the 2nd floor open, yeah. And being that Xana's room is right there by the stairwell, it could definitely change the temperature in the house, even if the heat's on. So those are things too to keep in mind. If they had called 911 pretty much at 4 a.m., even if they couldn't have been saved, someone could have been with them when yeah. That's very possible too. I still think they could have been stopped though. With knowing the response time that Ellie would have had, if it was all done the right way, it's possible it could have been stopped to some extent. And maybe possibly a couple of them could have been okay. That's all I'm saying about that.
She's saying this one on floor. There's a guy, black mask.
Yes, Kent, they were sent to the Spokane County Coroner's office.
Screaming upstairs.
Somebody else just pointed something out too. Where is everybody?
On the other side of the street by the trash can,
Not
by
them.
the dumpster.
Not them. Not them.
All them cops that were originally there, you tell me.
No. Anytime something like this happens in my neighborhood, the whole neighborhood's outside watching it. Okay. When you see 5, 6, 7 police officers running around, you see police cars, you hear sirens, everybody goes outside and looks. Wintertime or not, people do it. Why is nobody else outside watching this? The neighbors, none of them. It's weird. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, bombshell, right. That's what I mean.
What? Wade, what?
Now, that's weird. What's weird is the black SUV parked on the right side, just below the stairs. Then it looks like it's on the left side when the girls walk up to stand in the parking lot. Was Bethany the one in long? Yeah, Bethany was in long pants. What are you talking about? This black one here? This was always here from what I saw. This, whatever this is here. I can't tell you what it is by looking at it right now because I don't have my glasses on. But the black SUV, that's the only one I've seen. Isn't it weird? Chapin parents said that they put stuff in his casket, a dry sock, and a Taco Bell gift card. But also he's cremated. Yeah. Well, they probably did that. I know a lot of people have done, I don't know if it's true, where people have been cremated within the casket. I've heard that. Is that something that really happens? I don't know. And they may have done that just for was there a viewing maybe? I don't know. That's a good question though, Lucy. That's a good point. They read about.
I just want to share this with everyone because I'm sure everybody's probably forgotten it by now.
Please do.
So during the press conference on the 16th, we were told that the autopsies were taking place today. That was put out by the chief, Fry. Okay. There was no press release on the 17th. On the 18th, there was a press release, and the press release says that the autopsies were conducted on the 17th. So I guess they never happened on the 16th. They happened on the 17th.
Is that the other sock that's on the floor in the crime scene photos? Lucy?
Thank you for that reminder, Eddie. Very interesting. Yes, Ethan was cremated. Casket and all. Like I said, I don't know if they do that for sure, but
hold on, let me ask the
yeah, go ahead.
They have all those people. Hold on.
Yep. Okay.
She got scared, locked herself in the room, and then the screaming all stopped. She's pretty sure that this masked person went out that back.
You're correct, Lucy.
She knows the other two girls are up there. I haven't told her who's deceased. They have 4 people unaccounted for.
Yeah, I think that's odd too. Like I said, if you look around, folks, there's nobody outside except for the people that live here and that came over here. That's very strange to me because any other situation I've ever been on myself, everybody's outside watching. I don't care if it's January and it's 20 below zero. They're still out there like, what the hell's going on? We don't see anybody. That's a very odd situation to me.
Whose dog? Who owns a dog?
So if that is Jack D. Why did they not just give him the dog?
I don't think they realized at that point, because if you notice, they ignored him for the most part of the whole thing.
Yeah, but these two knew who he was.
It doesn't. They told him who he was. They didn't seem to care. Maybe because they hadn't questioned him yet, and they didn't. You know what I'm saying? That could be why.
Lucy, you are correct. They are not the same kind of caskets.
No, from my understanding, they put him in basically like a wood box and do it that way. That's my understanding. But Dylan said that she saw a masked man, but that would be between 4:22 to 4:27, right? Going by the text and the calls. But the car sped away at 4:20, so the killers. Oh yeah. I got what you're saying now. Of course, and that's what I'm saying. We said that before, Nightwolf, that doesn't match. The timeline does not match up with what first off they're saying in those text messages, and that it the when they said Brian was back on the road by 4:21 or 22, how, if you're still in the house doing what they're doing? That doesn't make any sense. So you're right, and that's a good catch. Very good catch. Very good call. Yeah, a pine box, just a regular pine box is what they do that in. So yes, good point to both of you guys, and thank you, Lucy. Pagan Ways, welcome. Good to see you. People are just curious.
Hey, Dago, is it important that we determine when, what day the autopsies were done on?
I think so. For sure, especially with Ethan's secondary one too.
Meanie has commented that there's a MPD report. Looking to see what number it is. I thought it was.
I'm looking for
in the comment.
We have something else to hit too that Rach sent over to me that was like very interesting, but we'll get there.
Supplemental 32 MPD report.
Okay.
Have you ever pulled them up? Do you have?
Is it in Idaho's or Moscow's?
Moscow.
Yeah, I did pull those. We went through those first. I think I can get them back up too. If you want me to, I will do it. I mean,
yeah, because like I said,
truly at this point, we don't need to. There's too much. All I was watching for still was to try to see if we can see where maybe there's a changeover in body cams, but I don't see nothing. There's no interruptions. There's no cuts, clips, nothing. So
no, I wouldn't suspect there would be.
Agreed. So I don't know. I mean, we know all of this. We've seen and heard all of this. But yeah, I can pull that up, Eddie, if you want me to. Give me 1 minute here. Oh, okay. Thank you. I was sent this as well.
Because how could they get that wrong? Because again, the press release on the 18th says that the autopsies were done on the 17th.
Right.
Which one is it, Eddie?
That's Nunez, number 32.
Okay.
Are you pulling it up?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, that was Officer Nunez. Just to show you guys. Thank you, Bemi. Or Ben. I think that was Bemi that sent that to me. Yeah, we'll pull it up. No problem. Thank you, Tomboy. There was another a YouTuber that passed away on the 21st or 22nd, and they already released the 911. What do you mean, Pagan? From like in 22? Or this year? Because they released this year.
It says November 16th. They attended the autopsies of Xana, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee.
Right.
So it was the 16th.
Can you throw that backstage for me so I can put it up here real quick, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. What were you saying here, Lucy? Hold on. Fun fact, there is a Vampire Diaries episode named Casket Girls. It's two sets. Oh, Jesus. That's crazy. King Cobra. I remember that name.
So I'm going to cut and paste
Yeah.
right from the press release dated November 18th and put it in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Put it backstage in the back chat so I can pull it up too, Eddie. I can't pull it out of the regular chat, but I can pull it out of the back chat. You can put it in both if you want, but Brian, that's Tomboy and Tandy's fish tanks, that water noise.
I love how everybody realizes.
An attorney mentioned today that he was puzzled why the defense had not interviewed any of Brian Koberger's witnesses. He's been on her side through this, but he can't understand why no interviews. Well, we don't know that there haven't been any. We haven't seen anything that really came from the defense as of yet. So there could have been, or not. We don't know. If they didn't, that would be quite interesting. Why they didn't? I agree. Autopsies were conducted on November 17th. Oh no, I don't need to put that in the back chat then. Conducted on November 17th, the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals and their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing. That was on the 17th.
Yeah, that's written in the press release dated November 18th because there was no press release on the 17th.
Right,
So,
right.
And notice how sneaky they are. So it reads, autopsies were conducted on November 17th. The Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals and their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing. Notice, the autopsies were conducted on the 17th. And of course, we know who conducted the autopsies. That's a medical examiner, the Spokane medical examiner, Veena Singh.
Yeah.
But they didn't go into any of that. They just, they mashed up these 2 thoughts. They said the autopsies were conducted. So your brain is automatically thinking
Yes.
of that. And then the Latah County coroner, they segue into that so quick that you don't adjust. You're thinking they're manipulating what you're thinking here.
Of course. Yeah. Like they do with everything else. Absolutely. And then on top of that, Ethan had a secondary autopsy too, folks, just to add to that too. I'm not sure when that happened, but there was a secondary one done for him.
And again, the biggest takeaway here is that we were told in the press conference on the 16th that the autopsies were being conducted that day on the 16th.
Yeah.
And now, according to this MPD report number 32, it's saying that they took place on the 16th, which...
Yeah.
How can they get this all wrong?
What'd you say, Tomboy?
I put it in your Discord.
Okay. And yeah, Eddie, I agree. Hold on a minute. Oh, thank you. I see it now. If it comes up, there it is. Hold on. Here we go. And then the report for this was written on the 21st. What? I don't. Okay. It says on November 16th to 22 at approximately 7:45 hours, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt and I attended the 4 autopsies for Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, and by the way, this was written by Danny Vargas, Detective Vargas. I'm sorry. Where'd it go? They were performed by Dr. V. Was it Singh? Is that how you pronounce the name?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, here we know. Listen to this real quick, folks. This is something else that kind of got to me a little bit, and I just questioned it because I thought it was a little odd. Detective Vargas, Kathy Mabbitt, And it's also Gary Tolson, a detective with the ISP, observed 3 of the autopsies along with, and I believe there was one other person. They had all those people there for those autopsies, but okay. Anyway. And then it says that as he read the 4 autopsies were all performed by Dr. B. Singh. Gary Tolson, a detective with ISP, observed 3 of the autopsies, Kernodle, Mogan, and Gonsalves, as he arrived after the autopsy for Chapin was performed. Okay. During the autopsies, the following items of evidence were collected. And it shows everything on each body here. Okay. And it's weird because, okay, so we know for a fact, because this statement was made before about there wasn't anything that they found under the nails of Kaylee, Ethan, or Xana, just Maddie. That was in one of the reports. But you know that they did, where's it at? Nail clippings right there. 2 right, 2 left, or 2 right, left. And it says it, I think, for each one of these people. One of the victims, I'm sorry. There's nail clippings here for Madison, of course. Ethan Chapin, or maybe there wasn't for him. But I wonder why. Or no, there was right there. And yeah. So they did nail clippings on all of them. And you're going to tell me that nobody else, especially Xana, had nothing under their nails? I don't believe that. I just don't believe that. I'm sorry. There and so then we're led to believe at that point, because there was nothing, that he was, I think even Gilbertson said it, that he must have been completely covered head to toe perfectly. Again, I don't believe that. You couldn't get to their face. I have problems with that. So, but yeah, there it is. And good point for bringing that up, Eddie. Thank you, Tomboy, for finding that. Yeah, there's no way. Keep it real. I don't believe that. Knowing that Xana about lost her fingers, okay, completely. You're going to tell me that she didn't get her hands on that person's face or those people's faces somehow? I can't believe that. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Well, that's a good point too, Brian. Maybe her nails got destroyed. That could be too, maybe. I guess. I just struggle with a lot of this. That's all.
Well, it's going to remain a mystery. Misprints, typos do happen. So the press release on the 18th could have been a typo, but I scrolled ahead to the press release on the 19th. If that's a typo, then on the 19th, they should have corrected it. So the 19th reads the same thing. Autopsies were conducted on November 17th. The Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals and their cause and manner of death is homicide by stabbing. Mm-hmm. Again, that's the Latah County coroner saying that. The coroner stated the 4 victims were likely asleep. Some had defensive wounds and each was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault. So that's again on the 19th. Right. Doubling down on, the autopsies being conducted on the 17th.
Very good point. Very good point.
And I'll drop it now. I don't know if it'll ever be solved.
Oh, I highly doubt that. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to do this so that we can blow it up. Okay. All right, guys. Look at his hand, and you tell me. I'm so tired of hearing these other people say this. For the point, does anybody see any scratches? Any bloody marks? Knuckle busted looking? Anything there at all? Anybody? Please tell me. Even stated that they saw what looked like cat scratches on his hand at some point. Hands on some point. His left hand. The one woman said his left hand, if I remember correctly. Well, that's the left hand right there. She said she very clearly saw it, right? Anybody see anything there? Not a damn thing. So I'm going to say it. Everybody prepare for this. Shut up and sit down. Stop.
I'm going to need to see the metadata on that picture.
Of course. But still. Look, no scratches, guys. None.
Only thing I noticed in that photo is the Photoshop.
Yep. And there's no way in hell nobody's going to Photoshop it up opposite of what they want it to look like. We know that. Yeah.
You were mentioning Bethany's hands being white. Yeah. When this photo of Brian Kohlberger, the thumbs up bathroom selfie was first released, everyone was talking about, speaking of white hands, look at how white those knuckles are. And
because he's making a fist. Mine do the same thing.
yeah, remember how they tore that apart? Like, oh, that means something ominous. He was punching.
Yep. It's
So,
ridiculous. The
turnaround is fair play.
Thank you. Yes. So once again, folks, there's no blood. There's no scratches. There's no scabs. There's no bruising. There's no swelling. There's no nothing. Shut up. Just shut up. That's all I'm saying.
Certain other people would say there's no shower curtain either.
Oh, no, that's right here. It's right here.
Oh, I know.
Right, you're right, but that's what they've said. It's pushed all the way over to the side like normal people would do. Okay, so that he probably did on purpose so that it didn't break up his background. Mind you, Gilbertson said this is one of hundreds of photos that he's taken just like this. But if you ask the other side of the world, this is proof that he did it. It's proof that he did it. It's his guilt. Shut up. Stick of it. I'm so sick of the lies, the bullshit, the ignorance.
Shut all the way up.
Yes. Not halfway, not a quarter of the way. Shut all the way up and sit down. Nothing there. Nothing there to see, folks. So once again. Okay. Back to where we was at. Yeah, I wanted to re-show that photo again because I've been seeing that stead in these reports. Yeah, I saw his left hand very clearly. And there were white like cat scratches on it. No, you didn't. Shut up. I'm sick of it. Ridiculous. Yeah, Steve pushed it big time. I think because somebody else was telling him to push it. And again, another point that I'm going to bring forth is that the barnyards, in my opinion, are probably a big part of the leak. That's just my opinion at this point too, because others are saying this and it making good reason as to how you would believe that. So I'm going to go ahead and say that the barnyards are to blame for a lot of the leaks, in my opinion, probably. So, and yes, I'm going to call them whatever I want to call them because they've caused more bullshit and more problems and more reasons for me to tell people to shut up. So that's all I'm saying. Taxi Slut 61, it's been a while. Good to see you. I have too many questions. Can't understand why he didn't go to trial. A lot of us can't, and hopefully we'll find that out soon. Taxi, it's good to see you, by the way. Thank you for joining us again.
Well, look what the Barnyards did in the Karen Reed case. They lied about a Google search.
Oh, yeah. Of course. I'm at the point where I want to take a whole bunch of baklavas are you saying balaclavas and throw it a few? That's good. I like that, Jen. Yeah, we got a week. DKM, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. You need to sit down and shut up. I'm tired of hearing too. Agreed. It's ridiculous. Oh, he cleaned his car with bleach. No, he didn't. Shut up. We know he didn't. But why, Diego? Why would he go put his garbage in his neighbor's thing? Because he didn't. Shut up. It never happened. Okay? Stop saying it. The thumbs up thing. Yeah. Gilbertson, the lead detective, he had hundreds of pictures like that because he did it every day. That's Brian's signature thing. That had nothing to do with whether he had something to do with it or not. So shut up. It's ridiculous. I'm so tired of this shit, guys. It's ridiculous. All right. Where was we? Okay. Are we gonna finish going through the? You guys want to finish going through and looking to see if there's anything else in the body cam video, or do you want to move on to the next thing?
I don't particularly think so. But I do have a question.
Cam? Go ahead.
Have we ever determined what vehicle, if any, Bethany owns and drives?
Bethany had a RAV4.
Yeah, she had the RAV4 that she wrecked. That's what we know for a fact. Well, at this point, Eddie, I'll say.
Lana did a thing that it was wrecked. She got in a wreck.
Yeah, she got in a car accident. And I don't know that there was a rental car. We haven't found that out. But, hey, Pebbles, good to see you. And Tommy Boy, welcome. Miss your girl, too. Thank you guys for all being here. So, yeah, the RAV4 was wrecked. And like I said, I don't know that there was a rent a car, but if you look at all the vehicles here, it looks like there's one missing, which would make sense if they all had their own vehicle.
Dylan didn't have a car.
I thought that Dylan had the Katie.
Those cars in there are all accounted for. Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and then the other Chapin vehicle.
Okay, well, if that's the other Chapin vehicle, why is it there and these two weren't there? That's something I don't understand. They showed up way after that car was there. Was it left there all night?
Yeah, I think they may have been at the party down at the Whites.
Okay, so they just left the vehicle there.
Because remember, they keep saying Ethan had an apartment. Where?
They never have any reports about them searching his apartment, and they said that I guess the distance was a ways away from school. So they keep mentioning that in these reports because of the distance. He would stay at Xana's house a lot and blah blah blah. I have no idea. I have no idea where that would be, the location, and how far. Thanks. Now I have the black eyed peas in my head. I'm sorry, Meg. I'm sorry, hon. That's good though. Yeah, and they've never mentioned in a report about them searching Ethan's apartment. Don't you guys think that would be important if there's a separate residence related to any one of the victims that place should have been searched as well?
Let's go.
For some reason, I think the tags are expired on the Jeep. I've always thought that for some reason.
It could be. That's the Hunter and Ethan shared that. So yeah, it could be. Maybe that they had a birthday that came up and they never got a chance to flip it around, and so they had it sitting there for a while. And mainly, a lot of places around this area, these kids walked or got rideshare rides and stuff like that. So maybe they didn't use the Jeep too often. You know what I mean? I've heard that before too. I don't know if it's true, sweet and salty, but I've heard that they would fight it back and forth over it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really kind of shocked that we haven't heard anything about them going through Ethan's apartment, guys. I think that's kind of important. Maybe, am I wrong? Do you guys think I'm wrong? Or, I mean, I want your opinion too.
Yeah, normally I think that would be important. Normally.
That's my thought, truly. Let me see something here. Okay, so then if we're good with this, wait a minute. What is that?
Ethan's parents were paying for his apartment because he got removed from the fraternity because of his grades.
Yes, he was not allowed to live there.
Remember, he was a second-year freshman.
Yes, he was struggling grade-wise through the thing, exactly, or through the school year. And then he was struggling again here thus far, which is why he was removed from the fraternity, if I'm correct. And Go Ye 61 says Andrew Myers YouTube about 56 mark. What are we looking for there, Go Ye? I have something else I wanted to bring up too, Ty.
Something about witness statements.
Okay, hold on. Guys, and please, if you have not yet subscribed to Andrew's channel, please do it. He puts out great stuff. Which video is it, Goyi? The newest one or no? Because the newest one is Karen Reed. 3 days ago, 1 day ago.
It was yesterday's.
Okay, this one here. All right, what do we have? 56. Is your cat okay, Tomboy? Lord.
Oh my God, Shelby's tormenting Meowse.
It sounds like she's not happy. Wow.
She doesn't like Shelby to touch her.
Oh, so she is torturing her. Okay.
Shelby likes to touch me when she wants.
Oh, Yoli is in here. Is that Yoli? Is that who Goyi is? Maybe? No. But Myers has Yoli on panel with him in this one, so I didn't even get to see this yet. All right, so we're at, would you say 56, Mark? All right, hold on. 56 mark. Okay, so we're right about that. So we'll get to it here. 1 second.
They have reconstructionists, crime reconstructionists, and
Yes, they do.
actually, yeah. So
Yes,
I
they
don't know
do.
why they're
You are
doing it.
correct. You are correct, Armando, 100%. Before we move on, were there any other reports you wanted to go through? I wanted to just look at a couple real quick. Do you have any?
I don't.
I have been a defender of the defense attorney, Ian Taylor. I've been a big defender of her all the way through until now, and I'll show you why. I don't think she was ready to try this case, and I'm going to show you why I say that. We go to the last three reports.
Great. This is great, guys. I'd love to have Andrew join me up here and talk about this if he would. It'd be an honor, and I would love to hear what he has to say and do it together.
Reports 2000 report 205, 206, and 207. We go to a whole number of witnesses that had been put on Ian Taylor, the defense attorney's witness list, and they go through them all, and a lot of them hadn't even been contacted by the defense team or even received summonses. Now I know, or subpoenas. I know when you go to try a case, sometimes you pad out your witness list just to scare the other side. But the Idaho State Police, on June 3rd and 5th of 2025,
By the way, Mods, please drop his link in here if you could, please, and thank you. I really appreciate it.
Contacted multiple subjects by phone who had been identified as witnesses by defense counsel for the upcoming trial of Koberger. The details of the conversations with each of the subject are summarized below. Here's witness A. She was interviewed by the defense counsel before the preliminary hearing, but hasn't been in contact with them since. Here's witness B. Has not had any contact with defense counsel for Koberger. Here's witness C. She has not received a subpoena or had any contact with defense counsel for Koberger. They couldn't get a hold of witness D, witness E.
So you gotta wonder if Ann. I wonder if Ann. Thank you, Tomboy. There's the link, guys. Please go over, subscribe, and hit the notification bell over at Andrew's channel. Please and thank you if you would. Always great information. And we appreciate him very much. But you gotta wonder though, if this is, these are things that he's stating, these facts, did he or did she think maybe she was truly going to get that continuance? Maybe she thought she had that in the bag and was not able to get to this point yet because she had so many other things she was working on. So there in turn could very well be why this didn't happen. It's very interesting though.
I honestly do not think Hippler had a grasp on what she had to do for a death penalty case.
Not even close. I agree with you. In my opinion, I do not think he had any idea what she was going through, even though she did mention a couple different times to him. No clue. I agree with that. I could be wrong, but I agree with you. Hey, Ro, good to see you.
She has had no contact with defense counsel, but believes they have attempted to call her. Witness F. I contacted witness F and arranged for her to meet with Moscow Police Detective Fox. Detective Fox advised that she had not received a subpoena or been in contact with defense counsel. Witness G had not received a subpoena. Then the next report, same thing. And the final report, this is the final report in the 554.
Exactly, yes, sir.
556 pages. Did receive a subpoena from defense counsel in April. She spoke with someone from Ann's team on May 8th. She's unaware of what she'll be testifying to. What? And it goes on. These are the final pages of the 556 pages that were released. Witness C has not received a subpoena, has not had any contact with the defense. Another one has not received a subpoena. So, what is my point? My point is that I don't know if they were prepared to defend this case in a trial. I hate to say that because I've been a big defender of the.
Well, you can say that even defending them. I don't think they were either. Okay, which is in turn why the continuance I think was so important. And again, guys, she's made statement after statement in her hearings about one bringing in an expert that told her that to be able to go through all of the digital discovery that they had, the 64 terabytes, whatever the hell it was, I keep forgetting the number. It would take up to 3 years to cover that completely, the thoroughly the way she should. There's no way in hell that was going to happen. We know that already. And it was handed off to her like somebody was playing 52 card pickup and said, here you go, figure it out. It was not organized. The discovery was a disaster. So she wasn't prepared, in my opinion. And I think he knew that. In turn, I think they should have given the continuance for that reason. And of course, prosecution, we're ready to go. We've been ready to go. Let's do this. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. Puts more pressure on her as well. Okay.
Wait a second.
Yes, sir.
So in these reports are from ISP.
The ones that the
ones that
yeah,
Attorney Andrew D. Myers.
It's at the end of them, I believe. We're not there yet quite. We will be soon.
So we're reacting to them reacting. So these two attorneys are reacting to these ISP reports, right?
I believe that's what he's talking about.
Okay, so that's the state's point of view. Keep in mind, there's a lot of fluff, a lot of things that don't even have anything to do with this case that are in this case as part of the discovery. So that we're being manipulated to think that Ann Taylor is unprepared because she didn't contact these witnesses is ridiculous, because she knows that there's no reason to contact those witnesses probably. And what we're being manipulated to do is think that, oh, she hasn't even bothered contacting them. No, she probably deliberately avoided contacting them because she has no reason to focus on them at all.
Well, I have something else to follow this with, guys, too, to show you and explain this a little bit more as well and give us an understanding as to something about public
Can you
defense.
hold that thought? And not
I can.
Because because remember the January 26th hearing, and that's 2024, by the way, the motion to dismiss.
Right.
She said that there are witnesses that don't want to talk to them.
Yes.
Of the 400 potential witnesses, the defense has spoken to less than 10% of them.
And was having a hard time getting anybody to talk to her. Very good.
Right.
Point.
So my point being is this is the state's way of saying, tricking us into, because they were
trying to make us.
Don't you dare talk. You say a word, and the Idaho 4's fate is your fate, right?
Yeah, they're trying to make us believe that basically, in essence, the state's saying she's not doing her job.
Right. So that's all the witnesses that she needs to contact won't speak to them anyhow, and then these witnesses that these two attorneys are reacting to, according to the state's reports.
Yeah,
that's just baloney.
Well, and there's multiple reasons to go at that too, Eddie. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, not the reaction. The reaction. I'm not saying anything bad about these two attorneys. It's a
no. I know what you're saying. The reasoning behind it.
Right. Yeah. You understand it. Hopefully everyone else understands it.
No, I think it come out.
It's a genuine reaction, but the thing is what's happening is that we're all being, tricked.
Oh, 100%. That's the state's way of, once again, more propaganda to make things look bad, period.
Yes.
That's a good way to put it. And that's what this has always been. Every bit of it's been this way, no matter what it's about, whether it's about Brian this or Brian that, or Jay Logston did this, or Massoff said that, or whatever it is, it's all propaganda to make everything go in that narrative direction. 100%.
And here's an example: if Ann Taylor didn't do this,
Was there more, or is that what you were saying?
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No,
I
that's
can-
good point. Good
yeah,
point.
I know exactly what's going on. Hopefully I've expressed it and everyone else does too.
Right.
I can see right through it.
I understand, and I agree with you on that. I've never faltered on my feelings towards what Anne was doing. I know a lot of people have. A lot of creators have. A lot of people are questioning the things that the defense did. I told you guys, I don't think she had a choice. I think she was doing everything she possibly could. Am I wrong? I don't know. I could be. I could be right or wrong. It doesn't matter. That's how I feel. I've never questioned her ability. I'll say it that way. But yeah, she had a lot of roadblocks, folks, a lot of brick walls, which in the end, I believe is what brought them to the plea deal. But let me show this. Well, once Eddie's done, I'll show something that backs this up. It'll explain, not back this up, but it explains why and some possibilities, I should say.
I'll be done just after this real quick
Yeah,
thought.
dude, take your time, dude. No rush.
We all identify in this body cam that it seems like, the two surviving roommates were coached. And if that is the case, do you honestly think that they will ever come away from that? Do you think if Ann Taylor questions them, they're going to be honest with her and say the truth? You'd be crazy to think that.
Absolutely agreed. 100%. I do agree with you, my friend. Because it's not going to happen. Not at all.
Not if they care about their fate.
Right. Very true. Very true. And this thing, by the way, this next thing we're going to be looking at here, I want to thank you, Rach, for putting this out. You've been real helpful the past few days, by the way, because I still have other stuff she gave me I wasn't able to show. But this here, what we're about to see, as Rach points out, it really does show, in a sense, what Myers was just talking about as to possibly why. And it's about going to the Idaho Supreme Court and them hearing the challenge to what's going on with public defenders and how many struggles they have. So, just saying. Are you good, Eddie, or you got more to put in?
I'm good. Thank you.
Because what you said is on point, 100%, my friend.
Yeah, we can move forward.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's very possible, Goyi. Very possible. But yeah, I agree with you. She's still, never doubted her.
Welcome to the news at 10 on your Friday. A battle over Idaho's public defense system is playing out at the state Supreme Court. Justices heard arguments today over whether the Gem State's revamped public defense system is in fact constitutional. Abby Davis is here to break down what happened.
Morgan, this is the latest in the decade-old case. The groups that sued say the system has long been stretched too thin, and they're skeptical recent changes will make a difference.
These deficiencies are as egregious as they are widespread.
During an hour-long hearing Friday, Idaho's highest court heard arguments over the constitutionality of the state's new centralized public defense system.
The new state system has addressed the issues that have been raised in this lawsuit. It's really that simple.
I think we're all hopeful that the new system is going to be an improvement. I guess my concern is, do we know that it is yet?
The case, Tucker v. State, started in 2015. The ACLU of Idaho and a global law firm sued over what they call deficiencies in the system, problems they say still persist today.
And they range from debilitatingly high caseloads and overworked defending attorneys to a dearth of critical support staff.
Listen to this here, okay?
Critical support staff like investigators, of critical support caseloads and overworked defending attorneys to a dearth of critical support staff like investigators and rampant other obstacles.
When the case began, counties ran public defense in Idaho. That changed last fall when the system became state-run.
And so it's all of these different issues individually causing issues, but also aggravating one another and causing either actual or constructive denials.
Thank you, Heather.
State attorneys wouldn't do an interview with me, but said during the hearing it's too soon to tell whether the new system is better.
But what we do know is that the SPD Act creates and funds an indigent defense system that's carefully designed to ensure the state meets its obligations to indigent defendants.
Attorney Joe Kavanaugh says ultimately they want the Supreme Court to reverse a lower court's decision to dismiss the case. They also want the court to declare the new system unconstitutional, order reforms, and appoint an independent monitor to make sure those changes happen.
It's up to the court ultimately where it lands on that, but that's what we've asked this court to do.
Justices peppered both sides with questions during the hearing. They'll deliberate and make a decision when they're ready. There's no set timeline for when we can expect a ruling, Morgan.
All right, so Abby, you've covered this issue before, right?
Yeah, last year when the change happened, I talked to a former public defender who left because of the new system, as well as the state public defender. You can find that story on our website, ktvb.com.
All right, that background information will be really helpful. Abby, thank you so much.
There you have it, folks. There's some explanation into that as well. There's big issues with this, okay? She has stated it herself. You know, the one hearing, I'm not making excuses for her, but I'm going to tell you, on top of what she's got going on at that point, in the one hearing we saw, I'm going to say it was, oh, shit. It's about, well, in my opinion, it's when everything started to kind of go south. Anne had just buried her mother that same week, okay? And she was there doing the best she could. You could tell there was something different about her, but they still have real lives in the background, folks, okay? And they have multiple caseloads, not just one. And this is a death penalty case. Everybody knows, and once again, we missed you, Sherry. For Wisdom Speaks, it explained to me a long time ago that there's so much more involved in a death penalty case than there is in just a regular murder case that may not be a death penalty case, okay? So at that point, understand the caseload itself. So she has other people that are helping her, that's correct, but they're all overloaded. Every person is overloaded, not just her. And she still has to oversee everything that they're doing as well as her own stuff too, okay? And she basically, like it was stated in the chat, where she mentions at the hip, and he basically says, you know, suck it up. Maybe you shouldn't have picked up the other case that you did. Things like that he's way out of line by saying. So again, I'm going to defend her until I can't defend her. Okay. So that's my opinion. I'm just saying, I think they did everything they possibly could do, folks. And that's why this plea deal happened. She found that she was not getting assisted by the court systems, and anything she asked for, she was smacked in the face. What good's that going to do with what good is all these other things going to do if she were to get all these things out, if she's still being smacked in the face and told no? You know what I mean? Welcome, Gretchen. Thank you for joining us. I don't think that the general public has any clue as to what is required of a death penalty certified. Right. It's not a joke, folks. It's not just your everyday average defense attorney, especially not your everyday average public defense attorney. It's not that. It's not a big, just a little splash in the water. It's a big deal. But thank you for that statement, Gretchen. That's a true statement, and not to mention everything else that goes on with it. You know, sorry guys, I'm like fumbling over my words because I'm trying to think of 15 different things at one time. So my apologies. But yeah, she probably wasn't, prepared. I truly agree with that. By the way, Gretchen, you're welcome to join us. There's a link pinned in the top of the chat. If you have anything you would like to state to us, you're more than welcome to join us. 1 second here. Let me move this here. And Miss Krista, let me find that. Where'd they go? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up with everything. There she is. Miss Krista just donated 5 new memberships and dropped 5 new meatballs in the sauce with us. If I can find it in here. Good Lord, this chat is flying. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second, you guys. Where's it at? Holy hell, where did it go? Let me find out what new members we got. I know it's in here. So here we go. Okay, it looks like Mama D got one. Amanda B. The Richard. Just to Breathe. And West Virginia Holler Gal. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you so much, Krista. We appreciate you so very much. God bless. Very generous of you. Very much appreciated. Now, also, not to mention with this, we also had I guess I missed Willie was live too. I didn't realize that. Damn it. I always miss these lives. Yeah, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that very much. I was also given some stuff yesterday that was brought to my attention that's kind of interesting too. Let's see, Rach. Where's that stuff at? Rach has been on this stuff the past couple of days, guys. 1 minute here. I just thought this was interesting. Go ahead. Somebody's. Oh, yeah. Here we go. This is interesting to me. Show it to you here real quick. Thank you, Rach, again for pointing this out because it's definitely not truthful. It'll show you what the university is doing or was doing to keep things quiet, in my opinion.
Hello, I'm Willie Gibbs, and welcome to another episode of ARG TV.
I'm Cal Torres. This week we're bringing you a quick and breezy episode.
We'll start with the University of Idaho's security report, which was released last week. The Clary Act requires all federally funded universities to disclose this kind of information. I'll warn you that this is a heavier topic than we might usually cover.
A link to the report can be found in the description under this video. The stats come from the last 3 years. They include violent and non-violent crimes reported on campus.
That's right, Cal, and remember that this document focuses on and around campus. It doesn't include crimes that occurred other places in Moscow.
80 students received discipline for liquor law violations last year, doubling the number from the previous year. This is due to 2 large-scale cases conducted by the Dean of Students' Office.
Drug abuse violations have fallen from 18 in 2021 to 8 in 2023.
There have been no counts of murder or manslaughter on campus in the last few years. 4 reported robberies occurred in 2021, 3 in...
Did you hear what she just said? Let me play that back one more time.
3 in 2022 occurred in 2021. Murder or manslaughter on campus
to 8 in 2023.
There have been no counts of murder or manslaughter on campus in the last few years. 4 reported robberies occurred in 2021, 3 in 2022, and none last year.
In the same vein, there have been 9 burglaries.
Did I hear that wrong or did I miss something?
She's correct. That was an off-campus house, so it wasn't on campus.
I don't care. You know what my point is, though, right? Okay. You're right. Like, if we go...
Technically, she is correct.
Technically, yes, but still, the point, 100 feet. 100 feet makes a big difference, don't it? Yeah, I guess it does. Okay. Just saying, that's an issue for...
burglaries in that time and 1 count of aggravated assault.
Interestingly, motor vehicle theft dropped from 4 to 1, then spiked again to 6 cases last year.
Unfortunately, while not common, dating and domestic violence, along with stalking, still occurs every year, though there has been less of it as time goes on.
2 counts of fondling and 7 counts of rape occurred last year after neither had a reported case in 2023. Remember that there are resources available to survivors of these horrific crimes, and we have linked some in the description.
So 7 in 1 year, I don't care what year it is, that's still bad, okay? That's horrible. But again, they don't want these things known to the world. Obviously, that's the whole point I'm saying. But this is interesting to me. Yes, technically it's not on campus. It's within feet of campus, but still, okay? That's an issue. I think it's crazy, folks. I think it's crazy that this is again the university saying we got to get out there and we got to show the world we're a great place to be. You should all come here, you know. Jesus criminy.
This is another prime example of how the mainstream media can take any fact and twist it into their own narrative and magically make 4 deaths in a quadruple homicide just go away.
Right. Well, yeah. And the problem is they're stating that it's off campus they got their information from this grid chart right here, okay? And this shows on and off campus. And they're stating nothing happened on or off campus, folks. They're lying to the world. Okay. This goes from 21, 22. Look at right here. The crime, the year, on campus, public property. I thought it says off campus, on campus, student housing, and something else, but it shows it right here. This is the chart itself. Murder, non-negligent manslaughter, 22,000,000, unfounded public property, non-campus, on campus, student housing, the year. It's all zeros, folks. All zeros. So again, I'm guessing that this counts as off campus here, public property, on campus, student housing, on campus. Non-campus, there it is, right there. I didn't see it. It was highlighted. Non-campus, 0. They blatantly lied to the world. Idaho strikes again. Yeah, it was highlighted. I didn't see it. Sorry, you guys. But right there, folks. Look, let me blow it up for you a little bit bigger. Non-campus, zeros, all the way down. We got 3 aggravated assaults, 1 burglary, or 2. No, 1. I'm sorry. 1 car stolen. These are all lies. It's absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Stop lying. Shut up and sit down. Thank you, Rach, for pointing this out. And I'm sick of this bullshit, folks. Stop covering up your mistakes. Okay, stop lying about the fact that this is not a safe place to be. The fact that it's not a drug-free campus as they've tried to claim. The fact that there are things like this that happen and that it's not a good place to send your kids. Sorry, I'm going to say it. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Nothing but lies. Good old Idaho strikes again.
It's just like I was pointing out earlier about those autopsies and those press releases dated the 18th and 19th of November.
Right.
The first sentence was the autopsies were conducted on November 17th. And then the very next sentence talks about how the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals and that they were likely asleep and, had defensive wounds, probably stabbed with a knife.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, an autopsy has nothing to do with what the Latah County coroner thinks, But what about the medical examiner's opinion is what we want to know. But notice how they mashed it all up together and then manipulated the news, so to speak, and manipulated your takeaway on the truth.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, there's so many things that they changed the truth on. But like, for instance, 2 years ago, we found the state website that shows everything in the state. Okay. And it showed the murders on that site. But they're saying in the autopsy reports we got, there were no illicit drugs found in the bodies of the victims, right? Well, on that website, it shows that the only 4 murders that happened in 22 that are on this list and this chart, that there were drugs in the system of 3 of them. Okay. They can't seem to tell the truth about anything here, folks. Nothing. It's a big problem. Once again, why we need to question everything. This is why we do question everything, why we have questioned everything, and we'll continue to. And if you're going to keep lying and putting bullshit out, stop doing it. Shut up. Sit down. Stop doing it. So there were, in 3 of the bodies that were in these 4 murders, the only 4 murders that happened, they're claiming in 22, there were drugs in 3 of the systems of the victims. I'm just showing you facts that I found, folks. That's all I'm saying. Why are they lying about it? Once again, and I'm telling you this because this is what I think is the answer to the whole thing. The whole thing. To protect themselves and the university. In the town, obviously, because you got to protect the town and the university and the same thing. They're covering themselves. End of story. I think it's going to come back to the basis of this, in my opinion, is going to be, in the whole thing in a nutshell is going to be related to drugs, in my opinion. Truly, that's my thought. When it comes down to the end of it and all of it, it's going to have the start point to this is going to be something that's drug related. That's my true opinion there. Oh my God, please don't. If she is an appellate attorney, I do believe it. That's correct, right? Is that true? Isn't that true, Tomboy? Doesn't she do appellate work in the appellate courts? She's not here. Okay.
I don't want to say one way or the other, but that's what I've been hearing too.
She was Meister's appeal attorney.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. So yeah, there you go. Please don't. Please don't. And I know y'all. Just saying. Let's see. Do we have anything else to add into this today? But these are the biggest things I wanted to show you. But again, the one thing I wanted to point out to you, one of the big things I was pointing out is that whole Vampire Diaries thing. That was a big deal to me because it was almost word for word. Susan Russo, welcome. Word for word what she said in her statement that I think is garbage. Okay, but that was the big deal. And all the other things we're pointing out. There's going to be more to come, I'm telling you. And I do want to, I have a lot more to read in these reports. So I don't know, you guys. Any thoughts from anybody in here at all?
No, but thanks for having me up as always again.
It's always an open. You could just stay here for all I care, Eddie. I love it.
Okay. I had.
Yeah, you're always welcome.
Impression you were shutting her down. Sorry.
I think. Well, we will be here shortly, but I just want to break it down before we do that, of course. So, I do need to step away for just a quick second. I'll be right back, though. So if you want to start a discussion about anything real quick or put anything out, Eddie or Tommy, both go for it. I'll be right back.
Tomboy?
Eddie?
Any thoughts?
No, I'm still I don't even know what to think about my butt.
No, she's part of it all.
Yeah. There's a reason why she hasn't been heard from since her initial compressor.
I agree.
She said too much, so they needed her to sit down and shut up.
Someone, I forget who it was, mentioned in the past that they wish they could play poker with
Mabbott,
Kathy Mabbott. And I agree.
Eddie Jesse wants you to tell him why there's a pew pew. Where the pew pew is.
Yeah, that's a good question. There was for sure one there. And it certainly sounds like it was used. Does that mean someone was shot with one, or was it just fired to control the group? Who knows? But we'll never know the truth about it.
Jesse said why, not where.
Never. Well, I think he just answered that, Jesse, at least in my opinion, to control the situation, probably. You can
Jesse,
control.
We're all wondering if that's why they took out part of.
Yeah, pieces of the wall.
Oh.
Right. I feel like that makes a whole lot of sense. A whole lot of sense. But I think it would be, Jesse, to control the situation. You can definitely control a situation way better with a gun than you can with a knife, and many more people. Okay, and they do tell them in that video to start looking for knives and casings. I don't know if that was a blanket statement or they truly believe there's a reason to do that. And yes, Docket, that's 100% right. And exactly what I feel. Ann Taylor said in a court that one of the reasons before requesting for that continuance that was denied is because she's having trouble getting witnesses to talk to them. And she said that to Hitler himself, and he just kind of blew it off like, oh, well, that's not my problem. You can't force people to talk to you. And it takes time sometimes to coerce somebody enough to be able to get them to explain to them why this is so important. Okay, you may have to go back to that person 2 or 3 different times.
Oh, pieces of known. Oh, okay, pieces of known information that indicates why.
Well,
we'd have the victims. I mean, the surviving witnesses' statements.
Yes,
primarily.
And Ann Taylor's one of her experts was a ballistic expert.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Jesse. The last time he's on the panel, what did he have? About a dozen of these reasons. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to recite all your reasons, Jesse, but you're spot on and 100% correct on all of them. I agree.
You're welcome to jump up here, Jesse. The link's pinned at the top of the chat there, bud.
Yeah, there's too many reasons to believe that a gun, was used. What did I just say? There's many reasons to absolutely believe that a gun was used.
I think my number one is to control that situation. When you got 4 people involved, well, 6 people, let me put it that way, you're not going to do it with a knife. It's not going to work, okay? But when you got a gun in your hand, everybody will come together.
Lucy.
Oh my God, Lucy, shut up. Jesus God. I love you to death. You're a mess. I'm sure you did too, Tandy. What'd you say, criminal? What I want, the autopsy on Kaylee that states where each pointy wound was. Yeah, agreed. That's why I've said I want to see I don't necessarily want to see the actual photos, but I want to see the diagram that they put out with the autopsy report that shows everything. I want to see that. So I understand completely how everything was for each specific victim. That's only fair. Every other case that we've covered where there's an autopsy, I show that as well. Okay. I've done it in many cases. I want to see it with this one because I want to see the types of wounds. Because
guys, think about this though. I want to see is going to be a very common theme because if you look at the discovery that was never turned over to Ann, she wants to see it too. All these supplemental requests for discovery. I mean, whatever it is that would, help her build a case, that was never given to her. She has nothing that's going to be useful in defending her client. So do you think for a minute that you're going to see anything, this non-dissemination order when they release these, case file, redacted or not, to the public? Do you think there's going to be anything in there for you to see?
Absolutely not.
No, there'll be nothing. There will be no transparency. Right now is about as enlightened as we're going to be.
Yeah, we're lucky to get this, truly. Where Kent Corbett said, I want you to look at Discord. Where at, Kent? Or they want me to. Who does? I did just, if that's what you're talking about, I did. Thank you. And thank you, Rach. Sorry, Kent. I misread that, what you said. Welcome, Angela. Or Angel, I'm sorry. No way you can come up there. What? Shut up, Jesse. Come up here. Stop. Nobody cares if you're blushing. Yeah, I did, Tomboy. I got it. Wait a minute here. Hold on. Let me back up through something here. I'm missing a couple things. Stay with me. So BK paid the bill with the K bar. Wait a minute here. Do we really know if it was actually? No, we don't at all, Susan. That's one of the biggest issues. We have no clue what the actual weapon was. They don't know either. And that is part of the propaganda that they put together on this. And they've pushed it and pushed it and pushed it and pushed it to make sure that it's instilled in our minds that it's a K-bar knife. 1 7-inch K-bar knife. That's it. A U of I student, they got it off of Dylan. What are we talking about over here, criminal? Let me see. Amen to that one, Docket. You have a lot of information that you got from a U of I. You're welcome to jump up here, Criminal Minds. If you want to explain that to us, please do. It's an open panel for everybody. I'd love to have you join us and explain the information you have. That way, maybe it'll help us understand it better. I agree with Don't Be Hating. You're more than welcome to join us. That's something I've thought about too most recently, that when the gun came into effect, simply, I think a lot of us have thought and heard that now, not to be, gross or anything, but to be realistic, folks. That would be a good reason that could explain, sadly to say this, but Kaylee being disfigured. Okay. Think about that for a minute. They don't want to leave behind any evidence. Whoever did this knew what they were doing, and they don't want to leave behind any. Okay. In turn, if you shot a gun or shot somebody, you may want to retrieve those bullets to make sure that they're not left behind. Think about that. I mean, it's hard to think about, but it's a true fact. Things like that happen. Like I said, if you have information that you can explain, come up here and explain it to us. I have time, Criminal Mind. I'd love to hear from it. I think most of us would. The reason the K-bar was there is because BK could not pay his drug bill to Demetrius. Okay. I've heard that before. I have heard that actually. That if everybody's forced, shoving it down our throats. We've not seen a receipt, but okay, that he bought a K-bar knife that he may have. And I said that before, probably a year ago, I think, maybe more. That maybe he had it stolen from him if he had it, or traded it off for something else. These things are all very plausible and possible. Yes. This is not one timeline. Everything is going off Dylan and Bethany's bullshit. Yeah, I know. Mostly Dylan's, which is a joke to me. What's up, big guy? You're muted. Now you're muted. Now you're unmuted. I don't know what happened. You might have to go out and come back in. Hold on. Let me check something here. Nope, you're turned all the way up. Pop back out, or pop out and pop back in, Jesse. That sometimes it doesn't register.
How about now?
Now you did. Yep. Yeah, done.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to disagree with the theory that the knife was given to Demetrius. The knife sheath was planted by Brett Payne in exchange for a cushy job at the university, in my opinion. And you want to start making a list? We can make a list about Brett Payne lying about when he arrived, or let's not say lying. Let's say inconsistency in Brett Payne's report of his time of arrival at the scene and the ISP report of his time of arrival on the scene. The fact that nobody else saw the sheath except until he saw it. The fact that he was in there alone. And then, yeah, why would the lead investigator of the case of the decade get out of law enforcement and go work for a university? That makes no sense.
I have to agree with you on that one. It's a good point. Think about that for a minute. He's just made detective on this case, right? That's when he got his detective's badge per se. It's one case. I don't know what else they've dealt with since this case, 2.5 years ago, and then you take a job as head of security for a college.
And isn't he early 30s too? Like, he's a young enough guy that his law enforcement career was on an upward trajectory, that he's looking to be like, very high up, but at the end of it.
I mean, he could be a chief. He could have been a chief. Yeah, good point. But no, you're gone. Why? Why did you take a job working as the lead security guard? It's interesting. Very interesting. Oh, okay, Tomboy.
I mean, if somebody comes to you and says, we want you to plant this, you're going to say, well, I'm risking my career. I'm putting my career on the line. And they say, well, we'll give you a cushy job at the university. We'll pay you $200,000 a year to stand around and look at university students, babysit our students. Maybe that's the incentive you need to put your career on the line.
Well, if you want to look at it like that, truly, he got out while he could get out without having his record tarnished before that were to come out. Do you know what I mean? So that's another good way to look at that too. I don't know, but like I said, yeah, absolutely. That's an interesting theory too, Jesse. I think a lot of people have actually thought that. I think Tomboy said that a long time ago, actually, that she wondered about that. And now we know that, like, they've lied about the times that they were there too.
Well, it really hit me when it was announced that he was no longer working for the Moscow Police Department. He was working for the university. I mean, all this corruption ties together. The motive, the university has the motive to pin this on somebody. The Moscow Police Department does, and the university has the motive to pay a guy like, when I say they paid Brett Payne to do it, I mean, there is motive behind that. It's not like it just, a fantasy of mine. It may or may not be true, but the pieces certainly fit together pretty nicely.
I agree, Jesse. The only thing I would add to it is that, add to that there's even no risk of being in trouble by anyone who investigates the investigators. Those who are asking him to do that would be the ones, that in a real world he would be in trouble by.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, he's untouchable. He's one of the lowest rungs on that ladder, and it's an entire state sanctioned effort here. He's just playing his part.
Yeah, the reason I think it's kind of a payoff to get this university job is just, it feels so dirty. Like, if he was proud of what he did, if he's a law-abiding, straight and narrow cop, and he's proud of what he did, why does he want to get out of the police force? It seems like you get out of the police force to avoid something.
That yeah, like I said, take a job, leave it on your own accord before you're pushed out, and you don't tarnish your record while working there. So that definitely could be seen that way, and it would make sense too. I have been off and on since you started, but I notice that there's not any blood dripping down the wall outside Xana's room when they flashed on it. Well, that we've seen, it could have been wiped down, rocket reaction. We don't know. And we just might have not seen that as of yet, because I think there might be more pictures coming, because there was over 4,000 pictures and we've only seen like 300 plus, I think. And I don't know that we'll see those pictures because they very, very, very much shown us the ones they've only wanted us to see.
Have you guys seen the comments that there's a lot of people on YouTube talking about the amino black and the fact that the way it lights up around that kitchen area is bogus, and that chemical lights up to food products or any protein, including chicken and beef and all this stuff. Because that's a story that's going around Twitter and on YouTube. But I just find it sort of unfathomable that the police have a chemical that's used to identify blood, and then it's going to light up from. I mean, if bacon grease shows up the same way blood does, then what's the point? I mean, it's a use. It then becomes a useless tool because there's going to be bacon grease all over my house. My house is loaded with bacon grease. There's probably some on the sofa. I mean, you're eating a cheeseburger, some grease spills over, or you got, you eat with your hands. You're never going to get all that grease off your hands.
The only other thing I'll say it might light up to would be blood from other animal blood. Okay, let me put it that way, for different meat, but not like that. It is made specifically for what it's used for, in my opinion.
It just wouldn't be a useful tool unless it was, right? I mean, that tool would not be useful to law, especially used on a counter in a sink. So if you're an officer and you enter that crime scene, or not an officer, but a CSI guy, if you're the CSI and you go into the kitchen and spray an agent on the counter in the sink that lights up from food products, well, what are you doing? I mean, it's like pissing into the wind, why would you use such an agent?
Right. Yeah, here the thing is, though, is how it usually works from my understanding is they spray the area. When they find what they're looking for with it, then they do further testing on that to make sure of what it is. That's just how it works. So it wouldn't have been in that video, in my opinion, if it didn't relate. That's all I'm saying. And that was a lot. Okay, that was a whole lot. The way it was all over that counter, that makes no sense for it to be anything else, in my opinion. Well, one second, guys.
Yeah, I'm not claiming to know anything about amino black. It's kind of not really in my wheelhouse. But like I said, just from a common sense perspective, why would you use it if it lights up for all, and what do we mean by all proteins? Like I said, bacon grease, is it going to light up? If it lights up from bacon grease, then it's probably pretty useless.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people in chat here are saying that they went to Chat GPT and Chat GPT said that it lights up for all proteins. I don't trust Chat GPT. I think Chat GPT is not. It might be 90%, but I don't think it's 100%.
I agree. All right, so, oh damn it, move! Stop doing this. This irritates the shit out of me when this does this. All right. Amino black in fingerprint development, principal procedure, advantages and disadvantages. All right, is also known as acid black 1. It's an acid diazo dye used by forensic fingerprint experts to detect enhanced latent blood marks. Amino black stains pertain proteins forming a dark blue to black colored product. Okay, these are the names of it that it goes by. Other names that it could go by. The color index number is that one. The molecular formula, but basically the base of it and what it's made out of right there. And what it looks like with prints and whatnot. Okay. It reacts with the proteins in blood, particularly with amino groups. Okay. Contrasting means are like staining blood residues, resulting in dark ridge details, which is what we were seeing. Types of surfaces it works on are porous and non-porous, and it takes about 1 to 2 minutes for it to react. The full destaining time is 5 minutes, extended in heavy deposits, and it works well on light colored surfaces such as white countertops, suitable for light to medium deposits. False positive indication of blood. Okay, says let me say this word right. Proteinaceous materials, egg white, whey protein, etc. is how it can give a false positive. But that is why when they do have a positive reaction, I think Twiz just said it in the chat earlier. When they do have a positive reaction to it, they do further testing on it to ensure that that's what it is. It's the two go together. So Black Hack just said that luminol turns blue when it hits bleach. Okay. Hold on a minute here. There's more to this. I could probably do an entire show about this, folks, from what I've read on it. There's a lot about it. Mainly hemoglobin. Okay, so amino black works by staining proteins, mainly hemoglobin and methemoglobin present in the blood. Okay. Principle of its working is based on creating acidic conditions which cause blood protein molecules to acquire a positive charge. Cationic. I'm not saying that right. Cationic. Sorry. The positive charge subsequently attracts negatively charged acid black 1 di anions. The interaction results in the formation of a dark blue colored product, which is what we've seen. The chemistry of it says how does amino black work? Chemistry and development, so on and so forth. Hold on here. Let me find the point where it's at. Hydrogen bonding and other physical forces like Van der Waals bond also contribute to the affinity of acid black dyes to protein molecules. So there's how it's put together, the structure of it, and the base of it. Blood protein positively charged NH3 plus amino black negatively charged di anions blood protein amino black complex. Sorry. And the sequence of using amino black for fingerprint development so that it's understood. It's the sequence of using it for forensic cases on porous surfaces. The DFO, nihydrin, amino black, acid black 1, and a physical developer for non-porous surfaces would be a vacuum metal, depositing it into a vacuum metal container per se. Powders, acid yellow, amino black, acid black 1, and acid violet 17, powder suspension or solvent black 3. And it just kind of shows the order that it goes in right there. Like I said, this is a real quick once over how does it work type thing. There's 3 main reagent categories for the development of blood prints using amino black. These are methanol-based method, the water-based citric acid method, the water-based sulfosalic acid method, and the number 1 is the methanol-based amino black. This method is used as a component in staining, fixing blood staining solutions due to its ability to effectively dissolve and mix with other reagents. Staining or developer solution amino black 1 gram, methanol 450, glacial acetic acid, the staining or resin solution, acetic acid, and methanol. Also, it says the staining or resinine solution and distilled water. That's the combination of what you do with it. Purpose of the reagents is without fixing the solution, the blood marks will diffuse when the staining solution does its thing. The staining solution is to stain the latent blood fingerprints, the staining or rinse solution to redissolve any remaining dye molecules to not bond proteins. If that makes sense to anybody. The preparation of it is right there, which we don't need to know because we're not going to do it. Water-based citric acid, blah, blah, blah. An alternative method for developing latent blood prints using citric acid as a fixative is right here. And
I will say that the stuff around the sink looks an awful lot like the stuff on the floors and on the walls.
Absolutely does, yes.
And that isn't going to be butter and chicken and eggs, you know?
Not at all. That's a lot too, and it's in dark. You can see the dark pooling of it, Jesse, in certain spots around the left side of the sink. Very thick and dark pooled areas. No. I do not believe that it's anything other than what we believe that it is. Sorry. And then they also sprayed it all the way down on the door frame, okay, where it was dripping down the door frame. And they're doing that as well to pick up certain types of fingerprints as well, folks, okay? So just saying. It's not blood on, of course it's not the blood, but it shows where the blood was, is what I'm saying. The leftover, after they cleaned it up, it shows what they cleaned up. That's what I mean. If I'm misrepresenting it, I don't mean to. I'm sorry. Blackhawk says it's not the blood on the counters, it's leftover chemical from cleaning. Someone needed to wipe better after spraying that cleaner.
I agree with Miss Potts, but it would sound a lot cooler if we could actually hear her say it.
There's no way in hell it's from chicken or steak. I'm sorry. I disagree with you. I just explained how that stuff works. I'll find something better to give to you guys in the next day or so if you want. But I don't believe that at all. And I agree with her. Absolutely. Thank you, Annie. Yeah, they should have been. There should have been, anybody at that house should have been tested for anything and everything. Go ye. That's my opinion. Whether it be GSR, they should have all been swabbed. They should have all been separated. Every bit of that shit should have happened. Everybody's going to believe what they want to believe, but I believe what I believe on it. So I'll just tell you that. I read a lot on that stuff. I've talked to friends of mine that are law enforcement officers. That's all I'm telling you. And I've seen it.
Well, I know a lot about football and very little about CSI cleaning products or agents used to detect blood. But like I said, common sense would lead me to believe that if you're getting false positives to that degree from chicken and steak and butter and egg,
no way.
Then it doesn't make a lot of sense to use an agent like that, especially around a sink area.
Right. No way in hell. Like Twiz just said, they brought the cow in the house and slaughtered it on the counter. It makes no damn sense. Right. With all the animals being mutilated in Moscow at that time, let's hope it was not animal blood. And yeah, thank you, Annie. Thank you. That's another thing. That's actually an interesting point that we found out after the fact. Criminals said that David Barracoa's dad do the cleaning. David Barracoa's family owns an industrial cleaning company, a commercial, not industrial, commercial cleaning company. That's quite interesting to me. I'm just saying. Thank you, Mama D. I appreciate that. Yep, his whole family owns a commercial cleaning company. We found that out not too long ago, actually. Like I said, criminal minds anytime. My panel's always open to anybody. You're welcome to jump up and tell us what you know. So what do you think about, did you see that other part, Jesse, what I showed you on the what I said everybody on the well, the very first thing that I pointed out with the Vampire Diaries thing?
Yeah, that it sounded like I was kind of pissed off about that because in one respect, it shows that the girls are reciting Vampire Diaries in their statements. And then what do you make of that? Are they legitimately confused? I mean, I think it's giving them too much credit to think that they're doing that on purpose to throw us off.
No. I don't take it that way. I think.
Does anybody think they're smart enough to be doing that on purpose to create confusion?
Not at all. Not on purpose. No, not at all. I'll explain my thought on it again real quick. Oh, thank you, Rach. Again, give me 1 second. My thought is that she may have heard that, but don't get me wrong when I say this, folks. I still believe that law enforcement completely twisted a lot of what she said. But the way I played that, it was word for word. You're going to be okay. I'm here to help you. Word for word, what she said. And I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Did you hear this as the TV was still playing? And did you hear this? Did you hear this when you were laying on the couch falling asleep? Or did you hear it through the wall? Any of that. Okay. That is the only part I don't think she did on purpose. I think that she just said that's what she said because that's what she remembers hearing. Maybe she heard it through the wall, through her door, in her room after she went to bed. Whatever. I don't know because it was left playing. But
I have a quick question on that.
Okay. Go ahead.
There was a TV on when she supposedly fell asleep.
They were watching Vampire Diaries, and the TV was still on. It stayed on the whole night, it looks like.
Well,
But
hold on.
They were in the same room watching?
That's a good question because there is. Bethany claims that she was watching it on her iPad in her room, yet it's also claimed that they were all watching it in the living room. And so what are we supposed to believe, that she feels tired, so she wants to go to bed, but she still wants to watch the show, so her friends are watching it in the living room, so she's going to sit there and watch the same show at the same time, but instead of being with her friends in the living room, she's going to be in her bedroom on her iPad? Because that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
No, I mean, not at all. Like I said, I feel like if that is what it is, okay, I just thought this was so ironic to me, okay, and I'm gonna show it one more time real quick, and then I have a couple other things to show you guys in relation to the amino black stuff. But here, hold on a minute. I'm just gonna mute you for a minute, Jesse, because there's a little bit of background noise. That way we can hear it clearly. That's all. Not because I don't want to hear what you have to say. All right, hold on. There's the first instance. You're gonna be okay. No, I'm here to help. Did everybody hear it? I'll play it a couple more times because it is kind of hard to hear unless you're like blasted or you have headphones on. Hold on. I'll play it again. It's low because it's a second-rate copy coming through. I wish I had a better version of it. I can't find one. I was looking, and I can't get any captions to come up on it. I don't know about a bow, bud. But the dude's eyebrows are insanely bushy. They're all wearing black. I don't know if the visuals on this matter, if it's just the audio. Trey, you can't hear any video that is played. Oh, you don't have any audio, Trey?
I'm here to help, I heard.
Yeah, you're gonna be okay. The first thing he says is you're gonna be okay, and then it pauses, and then she starts to freak out, crying. Okay, it's very low. I'm sorry about that, guys. I can't change it up. But then you hear him say, "I'm here to help. I'm here to help." And she's crying, "Get away! Get away! Get away!" Do we all get it? Sorry, Jess. I had you muted again.
No worries.
Yeah, like I said, I wish I could pull closed caption on it, but I can't. But it's word for word, folks, and it bugs me. It just bugs me.
Well, sadly, maybe I shouldn't say sadly, because we shouldn't be rooting for an outcome. We should be trying to get to the truth. But the truth really is, as much as it doesn't point toward Brian, it sort of indicates the roommates, like, that it's not, and I'm not out there trying to advocate for the roommates, but this sort of backs them up a little bit, or it gives more plausible deniability to the roommates.
Don't get me wrong, like I said, that doesn't take away from what law enforcement did as far as twisting all the other words, okay? Don't eliminate that nor forget about that, folks. That's still a big issue.
Well, not only that, they told law enforcement they were watching this. Law enforcement should be, I mean, if the whole idea about being an investigator, you're supposed to investigate, and it's in the Vampire Diaries is prominently featured in the documents. They should be going over what they're watching at the time or right before the crime to check for stuff like this. That's their job, right?
100%. I do agree. But we all know how this investigation went.
The flashbang is explained in here as well.
Not at all. There's much more to this than just this, folks, okay? Much more. My biggest issue, and the reason for pointing this out, is to prove that in one aspect, at least here, that part of her statement very well could be quite unreliable. But knowing that she was led and fed, as I've been saying, through the whole thing, as well as I believe that Bethany was too. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Like, this is just a tiny little fraction of an issue. It doesn't bypass nor excuse, in my opinion, law enforcement's handling of the rest of these statements. That's all I'm saying. This is bigger than 4 kids in BK. But I truly, honestly, Criminal Minds, I would really love and enjoy if you could join us up here to explain everything you're saying out here, or give it to us that way. It's better, if it's live so we can hear it than typing it. Just saying. That's wide open for you, and you're more than welcome. So,
is Criminal Minds the creator as well?
No, I doubt that. That would be interesting, though. Definitely interesting. Got nervous. Oh,
yeah.
wait.
I just don't know where to go with this whole. It's just too much of a rabbit hole for me. I'm not sure which way I take it, because, like, okay, let's say for real that this perpetrator or the perpetrators were silent. I mean, after all, why would they say anything? So, in reality, they didn't say anything. They just, did what they did, which makes a lot of sense. So, what purpose would this movie line that has made it into a victim's statement, for what purpose, what end? That just makes them look worse. Like, if these perpetrators are running around saying stuff on top of it all, then how do I explain the 8 hours and that I was in frozen shock phase? And it seems like
you can't.
It's working against the theory. Kind of works against itself to me.
Well, we still have the fact that she heard Kaylee scream, run down. See, there's 2 separate things there. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that didn't make it into the PCA, I guess, is my.
No, of course not. That's an important part. That's why.
I don't know. To me, it's just a nothing.
And Dylan's the only person. Dylan's the only person that would have heard this. Bethany was in the basement watching. Was it Big Daddy or whatever the hell she was watching on her tablet downstairs? Dylan would be the only one that would have heard this. So, and then, like, again, you hear Kaylee scream, run down the stairs as fast as she can in the bathroom, and then you hear this. So how do you hear them both at the same time? there's where my issue with this is. Okay, like they don't fit together in that aspect for me. But it just was very interesting that this matched up word for word in that sense. That's all I was saying. Baby daddy, that's what it was. Thank you, SRB. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know, but I feel like lies are lies. Okay. Maybe she couldn't come up with something and remembers hearing that and threw that in there. I mean, I'm just saying. It sounded good. Who knows? But I feel like a lot of this stuff is lies. Okay. A lot of the statements are lies. Truly.
Yes, Brian, there's an explosion that could be interpreted as the flashbangs as well.
She wouldn't have saw the lights. That wouldn't have given her a light to see. Or a loud bang, unless their TV has surround sound.
Mm-hmm.
They would vibrate something to make a loud, you know what I mean? So no, I don't believe that.
Yeah, and you wouldn't describe it like a firecracker. To me, yeah, you're right. And
no.
And the description of seeing something in the guy's hand and saying it sounded like a firecracker. I mean,
right.
To me, it just feels like you're telling me you saw somebody with a gun and you heard a gunshot, but you're too scared to say it. It's just like passed out on the floor. I saw my friend passed out on the floor is code for my friend's deceased on the floor, and I heard firecrackers sound is I heard gunshots. That's the code we're dealing with.
Yeah. And Nightwolf has another good, a great point, actually. What if Brian had never, if we know for a fact that he did, we'll say it that way. What if he had never ordered the K-bar knife and sharpener? How would they have gotten this across at that point then? And yes, it has been proven. We saw in the end of the photographs that we just watched the other day, Brian's car sitting in their custody, whatever the hell that place is called, has a bud keg, a bra, whatever those things are called, on the front of his car. Well, if you look at the photographs that law enforcement showed of the car that they believe is Brian's car, that's not on the front end of that car at all. There's nothing there. So that's just one more thing to prove that that's not his damn car, which again is why they need to shut up.
I mean, the car has always been a bit of a red herring anyways. I mean, you're showing us a white flash on a camera that can't even interpret color. It wouldn't matter. It's just, it's you're not capable of identifying whose car that is. We still have no idea. Nobody actually knows for sure whose car that is. There's been a lot of theories, but does anybody, can anybody say? I mean, it sounds like Bill Thompson wouldn't go out on a limb to say that he's sure about the car either.
Not at all. Not at this point now. No. That is facts. Yeah, that's another one, folks. Taking Dylan's statement where she says it in the reports about how drunk she was. Well, now it's come out that there's a grand possibility that Dylan didn't drink a drop of alcohol that day at all. So how does that fit into this now?
She didn't mention being drunk or hungover or consuming any alcohol on that body cam footage.
Not even once, Jesse. That's right.
She wasn't asked, and you'd think that if you're interviewing her, if you're the officer, you're going to smell it on her and say, "Hey, how much did you drink?"
Thank you very much, sir. Agreed. The point to everything that we're stating here, folks, is that every bit of this points away from the fact that the person that they have in custody in prison for this right now is not the person that did this. Period. And truly, the way I see this, you're welcome to jump up here too, Annie. I know you're not comfortable with a lot of people, but there's only a couple of us here. The car looks more like the one parked in the road on the body cams, a white Nissan Maxima. Once all the oh yeah, the one in the background that belongs to the detective that I think end of the road. Yeah, if you guys didn't see that, let me show you that. Yeah, that's a good point that she pulled up. Leigh Michelle, welcome. Good to see you. Is Buddy Bear here? There he is. Welcome, Buddy Bear. Good to see you. Have you heard Brian was late to class? I have not. Well, I heard he was late to classes. That they're the stalkers that were harassing him. They put out those stupid ass reports that need to shut up and sit down and shut their fucking mouths. They said that he was late to female classes, female teachers, but not male. So they're the ones that need to be looked into as stalkers, in my opinion, and bullies. That's the only thing I've seen that in that sense, Buddy Bear.
I mean, that's just such a ridiculous story, that whole thing, and the fact that Steve G was running with that. I mean, if you don't like the guy, be happy he's late for your class, so you don't have to deal with him for as long. You know, like it's just ridiculous. And,
Well-
and I thought that in college classes you're allowed to come and go as you please, aren't you?
That's kind of my thought too. You're not in high school; they can't lock you down. So yeah, they bring up things about him going to get coffee and doing this and doing that. Why are you paying so much attention to Brian Koberger? Let me ask you that. If he's so weird and you don't like him so much, why are you paying so fucking close attention to him?
Politics. That's why. Just like all these people that are really into divisive politics, if they get a sense that somebody's on the opposite side as them, they're going to look for any weakness to attack you. Any weakness.
Right. The one professor was hard of hearing and had 2 interpreters, folks, 2, and filed a complaint about something he said when she walked away. Miss me with that bullshit. They're looking for anything they can in these reports, and it's all bullshit. Sit down and shut the fuck up. Period. I'm sick of hearing it. It's all bull. Those reports piss me off to no end. I listened to an interview on a podcast of Cassie herself. That was her name. Clearly state Brian never came off to her that way. Everybody else around her, supposedly, but not to her. He never bothered her like that. He never affected her that way.
Oh, I'm sure that the rude comment was something to do with his autism too. Like he was not as sensitive as other people might be about the fact that this teacher is practically disabled, and probably said, "Oh, you can't hear me anyways," or something that would.
He brought up concerns about her. I think it was about her hearing, a concern, as anybody should with a professor that can't hear when people are talking to her. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's a concern. That's a true concern to me.
That was a pretty good guess. You could see the writing on the wall there.
100%. So, and then and she didn't even hear it. Somebody else said it to her. Obviously, somebody's tattletaling. By the way, Professor Smith. By the way, Brian was making comments about your hearing again. Like, grow the fuck up. You know what I mean?
I bet you if one of his teachers was fat, he'd probably give them nutrition advice. I could see him doing that.
Because of the autism, it's all about realism and following the manual. Welcome, Annie. Thank you for joining us, hon.
Mrs. Smith, if you eat more.
Well, hello, fellas.
How are you?
Hello, Miss Potts.
Eddie.
Wonderful to have you here, as always.
Can you hear me okay, though? I have an earbud in, so if I sound messed up, tell me.
No, it's just a little bit. I have to turn you down just a tinge. That's all, because it's a little muffled. All right, say something.
Hello.
There we go. Sounds good.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yes. Testing 4, 5, 6. You sound great.
How you fellas doing?
Doing well.
Just great. Pissed off, but great.
No offense to Jesse and Dago, but, I haven't seen Eddie in a while. I said, oh, shit, Eddie's on panel. Let me go say hi.
It's all good.
Eddie's been on a roll lately.
Yes.
Yeah,
we're
I bet.
We're grateful.
I don't know if Eddie was ever friends with Harsh, but Eddie's not going to be friends with Harsh anymore if he sees what Harsh said about Ann Taylor today.
Yeah, Harsh was pretty harsh today.
You guys saw that?
Yeah, I saw clips of it. He was pretty harsh. I'll say that much. So yeah,
he did use some harsh language.
I wouldn't advise Eddie to watch that one. He'd be
Yeah,
pissed off.
I don't subscribe.
No, you'd be telling him to shut up, and so I'm just saying.
Well, you guys know that I've been critical, but I don't think I've called her those names. I've been, because I don't know, right? I don't know. I have suspicions that things might not have gone the way they should with her. but I don't know. I'm not in a position to know well enough to start calling her names. But he felt pretty comfortable calling her some pretty hardcore names.
Well, to each their own. It is what it is. I'm probably not gonna watch that either because it'll probably get me a little irritated myself. Thank you, Rach. These are some pictures, guys, of that that amino stuff that we were talking about. See the drag slide right there down the wall? How far down it goes?
Yeah, that's definitely not eggs and chicken, right?
Not even close. And that's ridiculous to me to hear that. So anyway,
No, but
Miss
you know,
Amy,
it could be like literally, it literally could be if someone puked over the side of the stairs up there.
sure.
You
I
know,
can
like
agree.
I'm not gonna roll with the oh, it's just like could have been their beef stew or their fucking mac and cheese on the counter or whatever. I'm not rolling with that. Because law enforcement, you know, even with their spraying of the amida, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's detecting specific proteins. It normally attaches to the hemoglobin, number one, in blood. Number two, when they do see what they believe may be the presence of blood after they lay down the amido, right there on scene. They have everything in their kit to do a presumptive test for human blood right then and there at the scene. They don't need to take samples and send them out or anything like that. They can literally swab it right there.
That's like I said, if it shows up like this, that there's further testing they do automatically. That's what I was saying to you
Yeah,
guys.
it's
That
not
way
like
they know.
cleaning chemicals.
No.
So why don't we see in the paperwork? Don't you think we should see in the paperwork that this tested positive for human whatever they would call
Well,
it?
that would be in the ISP lab reports, the crime scene like lab reports and stuff.
Right.
That's not going to be in these supplementals.
I see. And we're not getting any lab reports yet.
If we do it all right.
Well, Lana's got some. They gave Lana like I think 1 through 49 so far. If I remember correctly. Yeah. So they are, you just have to know what to ask for. You can request lab reports. You can request all kinds of stuff from them.
The fact that Ann Taylor said there's evidence of cleaning would suggest that at least some of these tested positive and are presumptively blood that's been cleaned up, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't be saying that.
I agree. I agree with you, Jesse. I feel that way too.
Well, it's funny too because it's not even Ann saying it. Ann literally hired crime scene reconstruction experts, and they are the ones who determined that you had more than one perpetrator. 2 of these victims were likely attacked at the same time with 2 weapons. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not like Ann Taylor just made this up out of her ass. These are her experts.
Where do you stand on the firearm being used, Miss Potts?
I mean, I don't know if there was a firearm used or not. I have no idea. I think the description that Dylan gives is interesting. Cylinder shape, but also triangle. I'm like, okay, sounds like an AR. Platform sounds like a rifle. But
looking for shell casings.
Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt both of you. I don't know who you are, Taylor, but don't come in here telling me or anybody that's part of my team to stop telling anybody to do anything. It's my channel, not yours. When somebody comes in here making statements in those realms, I'm going to ask them to verify that. Okay. That's all I've done. I haven't been rude, and neither has anybody else. If you don't like it, you can leave. Bye.
Well, it's funny that Taylor thinks that law enforcement doesn't have to provide answers, right? The fact of the matter is that the only reason any of these law enforcement agents, including ISP, FBI, whether you're state, local, or federal, our taxes are what pay their salary. So yes, we have every right to the information. We have the right to transparency in our courts, and that's why we're allowed to do FOIAs and request the information.
So be it. Right. So be it, Taylor. Whatever. You don't have to be here. I'm sorry. I'm not being rude. I'm just fed up with all this bullshit. So if nobody likes what we're saying or doing, have a good day. That's all I'm going to say. Sorry, Annie. Again, I didn't mean to step in front of you. My apologies.
Oh no,
I'm
it's
just
all good. I don't understand the mindset. Like people, it's wild to me. Like, so you're in
yes.
a true crime chat, yet you don't think that the public has the right to any of it. So why are you here?
That's it.
And,
That's it.
and if you truly believe there's no questions to be asked, then stop talking about the Idaho 4. Why is News Nation even reporting on it still? I mean, the guy's in jail, it's case closed. If you believe it's all as they say, then stop talking about it. There's no more story. The only reason
Well, it's
to talk
interesting to
about
me that it's okay for like Brian Enton and Banfield and all of them to talk about it every single day, but not other people. That's interesting.
or Howard Blum to say that he's infatuated with his former professor. What's her name again?
Yeah, these people can write books and make millions of dollars off book sales. Right. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And Taylor, if that's what you were saying, then I agree with you.
By now, right?
Yeah, Taylor, if you were saying that you're not going to back up anything that Criminal Minds is saying because they refuse to do that, then I agree with you, and I appreciate that. If it was the opposite of that, that's what I was speaking on. So if I was wrong, my deepest apologies. But if not, like I said, nobody has to be here. That goes to anybody, not just Taylor. So just saying. But yeah, no, it's gotten ridiculous, and I'm beyond sick and tired of hearing this bullshit. Not from the people in here, but all of it, just all of it. It's ridiculous. Stop saying shit that's not true. We already know that that's been proven wrong, that that's not true, that this ain't true. And it's still rolling like it's never stopped, like it's never been proven wrong. Shut up. Okay? We're done with it. It's over. If you can't bring something real that's truth, then don't talk. And I'm talking to the news outlets at that point because I'm just done with it. Anyway.
Yeah, like I said, if they believe that it's all wrapped up and neat and tidy case, then there really isn't much to talk about. But somehow they still manage to talk about it.
100%. And why are they still talking about it? Like we said, I think because they know that there's possibility this ain't done yet. They got to keep that same damn narrative. They're afraid people are going to start to look the other direction again.
I had someone tell me literally that they reported my channel because I showed the same crime scene photos that fucking NBC released. And I was like, well, I hope you're going to go try to report them too. Like, I don't know what people's problem is. You know what I mean? It's amazing to me. NBC, all of these other mainstream media outlets, they can show crime scene pics, they can show body cams. But if any of us do it, we're conspiracy theorists.
Of course.
It's wild. It's wild.
Absolutely, it is.
So how about the fact that on the body cam footage, one of the officers says to the other officer, "Let's start looking for shell casings."
Looking for guns, knives. Yeah.
You think that's just protocol that they would look for shell casings at every crime scene?
I mean, I think that based on what they were looking at when they saw the bodies, they probably assumed at least one person, maybe, because she's describing hearing a firework.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I agree with Andy on that. And Kaylee's
They
face.
were looking for the shell casings because they thought a gun was involved.
Okay, that's what my thought was. Kaylee's face was unrecognizable. You don't know what did that yet, so yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that when they looked at a couple of them, they probably thought, "Oh shit, like maybe somebody was shot." Especially where one of the witnesses is describing a firework and seeing a flash, and it makes sense that maybe they did think a firearm was used.
Sure.
Well, if that's what they thought, then they shouldn't be calling me crazy for speculating about that on Twitter, which they are calling me crazy. But
well, let's say I don't really give a single flying shit what other people say. Like, I don't care. It is what it is. The cops on the body cams themselves are the ones talking about looking for guns, shell casings, and knives. So that's that's out of their mouths.
Yeah, and we're supposed to listen to them. Remember, whatever they say.
That's the same with Gunderson. Well, it's the same with Gunderson. Gunderson is the one who tells the guy that's taking Dylan and Bethany's interview there. when he's trying to explain to Gunderson, like they're saying they don't know, this masked man or whatever, they don't know who it was. Gunderson is like, they know. They all know.
The word for
I
word.
think that's super interesting.
Very. If you guys didn't hear that, he says it clear as day. Oh, they know. They all know. Those were his words.
Yeah. Like Gunderson seems to be the one who knew off the rip as soon as he arrived on scene. You understand? Like Gunderson seems to be the only one who knows.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. No, they know.
Yep. I saw that too. It's quite evident. He seemed to be, and he was real quiet. Okay. Anytime anything was explained to him, he'd listen and go, okay, and walk away.
Yeah, and he's like, uh-huh.
Yep.
And notice what Gundy's doing too. Gundy is literally watching every single one of them that walk onto the property, walk off, huddle to get. He's keeping his eye on every single one of them, telling his lower, okay, his rookie, basically, they know. They all know.
Yep.
That's good, and his words came out of his mouth. That's not us making it up. You can hear him say it.
Yeah,
It's just common sense. Anybody should think that.
I think it was I'll show you where he says it at. Exactly, right? And every time
this is what's interesting to me about Gunderson. Gunderson is essentially, technically, the one who was supposedly Brady because of the whole Stickergate thing, right?
Yeah.
So
right.
technically, Gunderson isn't supposed to be at that scene. Number
That's right.
2, he's on his own body cam, literally pulling himself up the stairs with no gloves on, leaving his fingerprints everywhere. For all we know, he put his hand in blood somewhere and transferred it as he's pulling himself up the stairs because he has no gloves on. Does that mean Gunderson's involved or anything? No, I think if anything, Gundy's the one who he grew up there. He's been there for a very long time. He seems to know that, like, oh yeah, no. He seems to know, like, what these frat boys and sorority girls get, the kind of dirty shit they do, if you want my honest opinion. He knows right off the rip. He knows right off the rip they're lying.
Yep. That's that statement. Like, and every time somebody talks to somebody, they go right over to him and explain it. I mean, we know he's got his bars, okay? Like I said, I believe he was the ranking officer on scene for the most part of the time in the beginning. But again, he's taking in everything they're saying.
He was the sergeant.
That's why I think he was the ranking one on scene in the beginning, if I'm correct.
Well, he was, because that night, like that shift, Gundy's technically running that shift with those other 4 that are on. Yeah. Your Nunes, your Smith, your Warner, and the other guy, Snyder. And then there's Gunderson, but Gunderson is Sergeant Gunderson.
Exactly. That's what this right here stands for, folks. Them bars on his jacket right there. So yeah, and like Annie said, everything that they're reporting, he's going, yep, and on they go.
He doesn't believe them. I just think he doesn't believe them, and he knows they're lying.
Yeah, it sounds that way to me too. I think this is the spot where that is stated. Hold on. That way it'll be seen because it's whispered here. Hold on.
Christina, do you know how old she is?
She's 20.
Is she in our house?
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay. She's a student at UVI?
Yes.
Do you have any contact information for her parents?
No.
It's okay. Well, okay. we can get that eventually.
Her dad's name.
And then Ethan. E-E-T-H-A-N.
And Chapin, C-H-A-P-I-N.
Hey, real fast. She's saying this morning around 4. There's a guy, black mask, was in there. She didn't recognize him. When she heard girls screaming upstairs, she got scared, locked herself in the room.
Did you see Gundy's face? Like, he looked at him like, what?
Yeah, like Say that again. Excuse me. Come on now. Yeah.
Like, exactly. He looked at him like, what? She just told you she saw someone in a black mask, huh? Like, his face is priceless, in my opinion.
Yes, ma'am. You are right.
She's pretty sure that this masked person went out that back. Yeah, right now I'm getting all the information. She knows the other two girls are up there. I haven't told her who's deceased or anything like that. They have 4 people that are unaccounted for right now. Which, whose dog?
Yeah, they all know. They know. They all know. He's a patrol sergeant, I believe, Tammy. I don't think he's a detective at all. I don't think he can be because of his Brady issues. That's my opinion, but I could be wrong.
I've been getting the pushback about it's just protocol to look for shell casings, but my pushback to that would be this doesn't look like anything's following protocol as far as the way they entered the house with no gloves on, the way they turned away paramedics, didn't allow them into the house. It seems like the way they didn't separate the witnesses. So, I mean, they're ignoring protocol until you want to use protocol to make your argument. So I'm not buying that.
Makes sense, Jesse.
Remember, Christie's niece called and said, have you talked to Kaylee? And then she reported something bad happened to Kaylee. Someone shot the party up. We all remember that, right? From the Chronicles of Olivia.
And I just, like I said, you're calling the mother of the victim.
Yeah.
This isn't like you're gossiping with your girlfriend, right? This is a lot more serious than the game of telephone. And I think that there's a little bit of responsibility to provide accurate information, a lot more than just gossiping with your girlfriends on Twitter, right?
I just look at it more from the aspect that Sergeant Gunderson here, out of all of these officers that have arrived on scene, he has been there the longest, and if I remember correctly, grew up in Moscow. So, like, literally knows, like the back of his hand, he knows all the dirt in Moscow. In my opinion, these are just my opinions. I don't know shit, no facts here. But I think out of everybody that arrived at the scene at first, he's the one who appears to know right off the rip. Get that fucking dog out of the house, find out exactly whose dog it is, right? Like, he knows they're lying, and he makes it a point to tell his lower ranking officer they know. They all know.
But let's not give Gunderson too much credit, because shouldn't any police officer be side-eyeing them and be as scared? Like, these other guys seem particularly naive to me. Like, just as soon as those girls start the tears, these guys are just devastated. They're incapable of doing their job. They're just
the younger guys, yeah,
mesmerized by girls'
which is
tears.
why you need your sergeant. Yeah, you need your sergeant watching over the younger guys, making sure they're not being fed a bunch of bullshit, which is why Gundy said, no, they know. They all know.
Maybe it's a generational thing too, like the younger generation are just soft.
Yeah, and if you listen to how they're talking, Jesse, like you just said, you don't hear him talking that way. Like, oh, I know this is hard. You're doing great. Thank you so much. He ain't saying that shit. He's not saying a word. He's just listening.
For confirmation about what's going on, and I mean, she's basically asking are they dead? And he says, well, I'm not sure what I can tell you right now. And she's like, oh, that's fine. I understand. I totally understand.
Understandable. Sure. Yeah.
And it's like, no, that's not the way I mean, I don't know. You're not supposed to say this is the way victims should react, but you're at a crime scene. Like I said, people should be kicking and screaming and freaking out and demanding answers, but nobody's demanding answers.
Right. And yes, nothing half-assed.
I mean, above all else, regardless of the body cam, right? Like, I get it. The girls are lying straight to the officer's face when they say, we just went to sleep, because we all know that is absolutely not true. Their phone records have already been, you know what I'm saying? It's already in the court document, and that wasn't even an exhaustive list of their phone activity from that morning. It was just what Anne felt was pertinent to put in the motion. You know, that's not even the full exhaustive list of their actual phone activity. There was no sleeping. They never went to sleep, and they're lying right to the officer's face.
Exactly. And why does Bethany or Dylan, neither one, tell that like, here's Bethany's interview, okay? Why doesn't she say anything about Dylan coming down to her room at all? Why doesn't Dylan? I mean, I had issues with little things like that throughout these entire interviews. Okay, little things like that.
Why doesn't Bethany say that she didn't go to sleep? She was wide awake, talking to her parents and Instagramming and Snapchatting and calling family. And do you get what I'm saying? She
Yes,
just
ma'am.
leaves all that out. It makes it sound like I just woke up with my jaw hurting, and then I took some Advil and went back to bed.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Putting on a good show. Hey, Samira, good to see you. This one here, I should play this because I didn't play this earlier. This is which we saw this the other day again, but to point out these things, I'm going to run her statement real fast, guys, as we listen.
I'll tell you the same thing I told her. She was probably going to be talking to a lot of people, retelling the same story. So,
Am I still like home soon?
Am I still allowed to go home? I have lots of things to do. Your friends were just murdered in your home, and that's the first thing you're going to ask?
She's already literally checked out and ready to go. She's ready to leave. Bye.
Yep. Yeah, there's not a care in the world for what just happened. I want to go home right now. I got things I got to do. Wow. Sorry. That's a problem for me. Not, you know, she didn't even ask about Kaylee or Maddie or, well, I'm gonna tell you why I believe that, or any of that. Like, what's going on? This, that, anything else? Can I still go home? No, that ain't okay.
You know what? I kind of thought that maybe Bethany just was super nervous and wasn't willing to do this, and just said, "Listen, tell them I wasn't home. Tell them I wasn't home." And when the girls started early on, it seemed quite apparent that this bullshit was working, right? Like I said, these young cops were just eating it up, and then all of a sudden, Bethany shows up on scene like somebody called her and told her, "Bethany, don't worry, they're buying it. It's going to be better if you just come and participate in the bullshit. Don't worry, they're eating it all up."
Yeah, well, right, and a good point, Jesse. And like I said in the beginning of this, folks, when I showed you, Bethany's standing over here. She's not over there. She looks like she had just approached that area, by the way, from this direction over here. She's standing over here the whole time. So when Emily's on the phone, on the 911 call, as whoever that was, Nunez, I believe, approaches with the defibrillator. Where's she at? Bethany's over here. So how did she go from here to here to here in that very short period of time? I don't believe that. So where the hell was she? Okay.
And she still doesn't want to talk to any cops, right? She's been apprehensive about talking about this from the jump, from day one.
Exactly. What's up, Outcast? Good to see you.
Unlike Dylan, who seems to love the spotlight and love playing her role.
She was very, yeah. And I don't believe she was drunk at this point now at all. And I think that, that I don't know shit is just shit, period. I don't believe that at this point anymore at all.
I think we can't hold you forever. Okay. So you're cross that bridge when it gets there, and the detectives will work with you guys to get a hold of you however we best can. Okay. So you were here last night. what time frame were you here through now? Were you here the whole time?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
There's another one that likes to say pretty much. Pretty much the whole time, which means no to me. Sorry.
It does mean no.
Thank you. Yeah, pretty much meaning no. That's how I took it.
What time did you get here last night?
Can I check?
Yeah. And while you do that, I'll turn off my lights here.
That bothers me too.
We'll be right back. I forgot you were here, man. Do you still want to hang out here?
I just want to know what's going on.
Yeah. I don't know how much I'm allowed to disclose right now. We're processing what's going on in the scene. As soon as we know for sure, we can tell you guys what's going on. We absolutely will. I know it sucks to be in the dark with this, but okay.
It's funny to me that they were told, by the way, too, that this guy right here is an ex-boyfriend. They ignored him like through the whole beginning of this. They ignored him completely. Forgot about him for that matter. I think Dylan is the one that said that he was the boyfriend. I just thought that was a little offhanded to me too. Yeah, I agree with that too, Twiz. I think she is too.
Yeah, what's your relationship again? Okay. Yeah, man. As soon as
What's
I know
up,
we're
Scotty?
able to fill you in on what's going on, we'll let you know. Okay. Like I said, you're welcome to get out at any point. If you want to hang out here, you can because it's warm. If not, if you want to hang out, then you can hang out outside too. Okay. Tell you what, I'll just crack the door. I'll try to not lock it on you. So can I get water? We can start. Yeah, we can see if somebody can bring some of that. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. What time were you here last night?
Like 1:24 something in the morning.
Today. 1:24 you got here? Okay, what was going on at about 1:24?
Why did she have to look at her phone to know what time she got home? I don't like that. I just don't.
She was drunk AF, Dago. They were drunk as fuck.
Did anybody address that alarm going off at exactly 8 hours after the time of death?
Oh, the phone alarm. I forgot about that.
I mean, it does seem suspicious to me because it does appear to be 8 hours after this crime probably happened.
Yeah.
And it's an odd time to have an alarm set for. Like, why would any cop have a alarm set for, what was it, 12:08 or something like that? 10 after 12 in the afternoon.
Something like that, yeah.
Maybe he has to take his medicine or something.
Could be. Could be.
And my friend watching Vampire Diaries on the couch.
You and okay. Watching Vampire Diaries.
Well, they both remembered that pretty good, though. I'll say that much.
This cop, though, I don't know. I feel like he's like, So tell me exactly what happened at 1:24. Oh, so you were watching Vampire Diaries, huh?
Yeah, they remember that real well, both of them. Gotta love it.
Yeah. And then she's just one of my friends. I'm sitting over there. I just talked.
Oh, okay. All female.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so you're watching Vampire Diaries out in this main, the second level. Okay. And for how long?
I don't know. And then Maddie and Kayla came up from the top. And then we all hung out and Kayla slept for a little.
So Maddie and Kaylee were at the club. You know how long they were there? Probably till closing.
I don't know. They went to drug
Did she say that? I didn't hear that, Yvonne, but yeah, that'd be interesting because that don't make no damn sense either. Huh.
I think she said she took the picture at 2 a.m., if I remember correctly. I think she's saying the picture she took. I think that was Dylan who said she took a photo or something at 2 a.m. with like Kaylee and Murphy or something.
Okay. Yeah, well, at that point, they'd all been in Kaylee's room based on what we were told. So, yeah.
Well, that contradicts what she said earlier when she said, yeah, Kaylee and Maddie live upstairs, but I don't know where they are. Why would you say that if you knew they were home at 2 a.m.?
It could be because she doesn't mean she could have meant that she doesn't know where they're at that moment then. But yeah, again, good point. But their cars are there. But then again, a lot of them didn't use their cars. So I guess
they were using that brand new car there, right? So that Range Rover, if that Range Rover is in the driveway and she just bought it and she just arrived with it the day before to show it off, and that thing's still there, isn't that an indication that she's still there?
That's kind of what I was going to say. But we do know that they do a lot of rideshare usage. So I don't know.
Well,
and I mean, the last
one of
time
them, either Dylan or Bethany, say that they used the snap map. They were checking their snap maps and saw that.
That's true. Yep. There you go. Thank you, Annie.
Combined with the fact that the last time you heard from her, you heard her screaming at 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. or whatever it was.
Yeah, and then like Annie just said, they were using the snap map thing, so that should tell you exactly where they're at, right there. So that statement, in my opinion, is void. You do know, once again, like Gunderson said, they all know.
Okay, and then they came home at about what time? It's okay. You're doing great. So they did get home at 2? How do you know that?
I just have a picture of Kelly's with Murphy.
Okay, then what happened after that?
And then Maddie put out Murphy, and then
Murphy's the dog?
Yeah. Okay. And then I went inside.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rocket. It was an episode of Vampire Diaries. That's why I showed it.
Go to bed, and she was still taking him out. And then I was in my bed, like, about to go to sleep, and Maddie just said that she lost Murphy. Like, she was, like, and was wondering if he was going to sleep out. And then we went to bed.
What time do you think you fell asleep?
Maybe 2:30.
Good point, Chris.
Okay, what time did you wake up at all between 2 and...
I heard something loud.
Yeah, but if their phones were shut off, then they wouldn't have been texting Jack 17 times either, though, simply. So that they both of those don't go together. You know what I mean? That's just my thought on it.
And then I thought I saw like a firecracker, so I thought someone maybe was just trying to like put a firecracker in the house. But I wasn't even like, I was kind of so scared. I wasn't sure if it was like real.
Hey, can I just say something real quick?
I'm sorry, I had to listen to that. Loud, you thought you saw a firecracker because of a quick flash?
Yeah. Like, I was like, how does this, I don't know. Like, really? I thought it was maybe true.
Okay. And then, yeah, did you ever pick up your phone to see what time it was?
Oh, maybe I didn't ask her what was happening because sometimes we could have been, so I'll call her and be like, oh, what's stupid.
Jesus, sorry, Annie. Mike was stuck. I couldn't get it to pause. Did you say something? No? I thought I heard you say something. I'm sorry.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, ma'am. I was trying to hit the pause and I couldn't get my cursor over there. Sorry.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I was just on my mind. I wanted to say it before I forgot about it because it was about like Ethan and Xana. So if you notice, like Bethany and Dylan both do not explicitly state in any of their statements to police when Ethan and Xana got there. Do you understand what I'm saying? They don't even talk about when Xana got there. They only mention when Kaylee and Maddie got home. So what we know from the ISP reports is that even after 2:30 a.m., when Bethany and Maddie have gone to walk Murphy, Maddie is then coming back in, 15, 20, however long later, closer to 3 a.m., looking for the dog. And there's still no mention of Ethan and Xana being home by then.
Right.
Do you understand?
Right. Yep.
Like, even when you go through all the ISP reports, it's never clarified when Xana arrived, when she was there. According to Dylan and Bethany, when they got there, they were the only ones there with their friend until Maddie and Kaylee got there. And Dylan swears Xana's door was open and that Xana and Ethan were not there.
Yeah, and we've never, ever had, which has been a big issue for me, a definitive time when they got home at all. And so the only way that we know truly that Xana's home is when Dylan claims to have seen her laying on her floor.
Don't they also contradict themselves regarding the fact that they're claiming that they don't even know Ethan's there? They said, I think at one point he says, I don't know if he's here. There's a guy that, her boyfriend, but I don't know if he's here or not. And then later on, I hear somebody say, the man that's in the room with her, that's Ethan.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the same.
Well, what's his name? When the police first get there, Hunter says, I mean, he knows he's in there. He knows he's in there. He says, I checked her pulse and so on and so forth. I didn't check his either. I didn't get to check his, but I'm pretty sure he's gone. So he knows he's there.
I mean,
he
presumably does. Over the past 30 nights, how many nights has there been that Ethan did not sleep there? I would imagine you could count that on one hand.
They said in, I think the one report that he was there 6 out of 7 days. So.
Yeah.
Well, I just think it's super interesting that not one of these girls is talking about, they're not asking about when Xana got there. They're not asking about when the other people got home. And the only ones they're mentioning are Kaylee and Maddie. And in the ISP report, Dylan states repeatedly that she knows they weren't there because the door was wide open to Xana's room and they were not there. And that's at like 2, 3 in the morning after Maddie and Kaylee have already gotten home. So I don't care what time her dad confirmed that he spoke to her. Kids lie. Kids can say they're at home and they're not. Kids can say, I'm just at home, Dad, and they're not.
I told you guys that 2.5 years ago, that more than likely when Xana said she was there eating pizza with Ethan at 12:30, that she told Jeff that to subside him so he wouldn't come there, because Jasmine, they had told Jasmine about the fight. Somebody told Jasmine about the fight through text message or Snap or whatever. And that's when Jasmine called them to see what the hell was going on, or what, if everything was okay. And Jeff and her were out drinking, and Jasmine clearly said, "No, Dad, you've been drinking too much. You don't need to go there." That's why Xana said what she said to appease him at that point. I said that years ago. Period. Just like Annie said, kids will lie to make their parents happy. That's how it works. They weren't home. They weren't home at 2:00. They weren't home at 2:30. So between 2:30 and 4 a.m., they got home and were murdered. Period.
And it's not even at 4 a.m.
No,
because
right.
you understand that Dylan is saying at 4 a.m., Xana is still not there. Kaylee's dancing in the living room with the dog, and Kaylee decides to go upstairs like she's going to bed, and Dylan decides it's time for her to go to bed too. And that's when Kaylee came running back down screaming, "Someone's here."
Yep. So my biggest question is where are Xana and Ethan? When did they get there, and how? Okay, and that's what I'm wondering. And I'm not saying that this is their fault. Don't take it that way. But did they bring this situation to the house with them somehow? I said this a while back because I still feel like those two might be the target. That's just me. But
okay.
I don't know. There's a couple different things that I've got on my mind with this. Go ahead, Annie. I'm sorry.
It's just interesting to me that I mean, he's literally buck naked in nothing but a pair of socks. She is in her underwear. So it would appear at some point they got there and were trying to go to bed, right? That's kind of what it looks like. But sometimes things aren't what they appear.
Thank you. Thank you. There's quite a few other things about this scene that people have stated don't look right either. So there's that too.
Well,
and we already know that we know Bethany and Dylan are lying. They're lying to the cops about being asleep and knowing nothing and blah blah blah. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we just went back to bed. So you can't really trust anything they're saying either, because they're right off the rip lying.
And there's no way that table stayed upright if there's somebody being chased through that room. I mean, if somebody's chasing you through that room, you're not going to go around that table. You're going to knock that table into the person chasing you.
Right. Well, I mean, here's the thing too. Another thing, because I see people in the chat saying that they ordered pizza based on what Venmo said. Maybe they were home at that time and left again, but weren't home when all this went down. This other stuff, they could have been there at 12 or 12:30, possibly. I don't know, because they left the Hunka-Dunga, was it 9 or 9:30 or something like that, and nobody knows where the hell they went from that period of time until they were found. Nobody knows that. That's a complete total mystery. There's hours missing with them, guys. Where were they? What were they doing? Who were they with? All that kind of shit. Okay, and none of the reports have clarified any of that for us yet, as far as the missing.
Well, it's interesting that you have Dylan talking, or Bethany, I forget which one, but in one of these reports talking about how Ethan had his own apartment. They just didn't know where it was. And then somebody else in one of the other reports, one of his Sigma Chi, frat brothers, made a comment about Ethan having his own apartment, but because of the drive to it, he would just stay at Xana's like 6 nights out of the week.
Yep. It was in actually more than one report, Annie. You're right.
So it's interesting to me that he has his own apartment somewhere, but no one knows where it is except for allegedly this one frat boy who knows that it's kind of a drive, which is why he stays. But then if you look at his Jeep in the driveway, it looks like it's been sitting there for a really long time, and like it hasn't moved in a while. The leaves are so embedded in the grill, and the amount of dirt and dust on the hood and the leaves are like embedded in the windshield wipers, like it hasn't been moved.
Right.
For a while.
Yep. That's a fact. And just so everybody knows, the pizza box could have been there from 5 days, 10 days, 12 days before. Noticing how the garbage piled up. That didn't have to be a brand new pizza box. Just saying.
And Dago, real quick, my phone battery is starting to get really hot. I think that's why it dumped me off of StreamYard moments ago. So I'll hop down and chat. But nice chatting with you, Jesse, and Annie, as always, I'll be in
Yes.
chat.
Thank you, Eddie.
Have
Thanks
a good
again,
one, Eddie.
Dave.
I always appreciate your
Eddie
input, bud.
doesn't chime in enough.
He just
Eddie doesn't
listens
chime
and
in enough.
I think Eddie observes and like sponges everything in and then makes his points from that point. But we'll be back.
You're right, Dago. That's kind of, I need time to think it through.
Yeah. We'll be back later and or tomorrow too, and I'm sure we'll get more of it. We'll get more of it.
We'll
I
talk
want to
soon.
hear it. I appreciate you, bud. Always.
Likewise,
Thank you so
Dago.
much.
Thanks
Hi,
again.
Eddie.
All right,
Bye,
brother.
Annie.
So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, that's a good point. The apartment thing, and again, I don't know, Annie, if you've even thought about it. You probably have. You think about everything, but the fact that we don't see any reports or hear anything about how his apartment was ever searched either, or there's an address for it put out or anything. Like it's like nobody knows where it is. I never saw anything unless I missed it. You know what I mean? I would imagine
I didn't see it either.
Right. I would imagine
Why had
during
someone say to me, why would they? I had someone say to me, why would they ever search his apartment? I'm like, well, just because, like, standard protocol. Because if this person has it was, the way it was stated was like the apartment was close by, but they didn't know where it was. And I'm like, okay, so did they ever find it and like check it, search it?
And why? Yeah, why would they search it? That could give many clues as to what happened here. We don't know. They should search everything that has anything to do with anybody, in my opinion. There was
an awful lot of things that they didn't seem to know that they should have known. And I still think it's really odd that there's a door in that house with a padlock on it. And they didn't answer like, oh, I'm not sure what's in there. It's like, I have no idea what's in there. I live here, but there's a padlock.
Room.
I mean, it could be a torture chamber for all I know.
They should know what that is. Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Heather, 100% they would. Victimology purposes. Thank you. That was the word I was trying to come up with, but didn't even think about it. As always, thank you, Lucy. That doesn't make sense. And she's saying that towards whoever said that to you, Annie. That person doesn't seem to know shit. And I agree with that. That's stupid. Not knowing that that's a utility room. Come on. You know what it is. Go ahead, Annie. Sorry.
Oh, you're talking about Lucy, yeah. Sorry, I'm stuck on this comment about Ethan allegedly being drugged in his drink the weekend before by Bethany. Xana had to revive him. This made Ethan ill and weak for the week. This is why Ethan and Xana went home early. I'm honestly, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not. I hope you know that, Dago. I'm blown away sometimes when I read this shit because I've read every single one of these court documents through and through multiple times, and I have yet to see anything from Brian's defense team that Ethan was drugged by one of the roommates and these bitches need to be looked at as suspects or anything of the sort. I haven't seen anything in there about any of these victims being drugged by anybody, and I'm pretty sure the defense team would hop the fuck all over that if they had proof of it. I'm just saying.
I mean, that's attempted murder, right?
Where did you see that? That's insane. Yeah, oh, there it is.
It's in your comments, bro.
I see it now. That's what I'm saying. I try to present things that are factual here. I really truly do. And I've given you the opportunity, criminal, like 15 times now to come up here and explain all these things and how you know these things and where this information came from. Because like Annie, I read a lot of this stuff too. Never have we ever seen that, heard that. And Anne would have been all over something like that because that would have definitely pointed towards the other roommates.
The only place that I have ever heard that Ethan was drugged. And it's literally the only place I've ever heard it. I've never seen it in black and white in a court document ever from the defense. And if I'm the defense, I'm going to hop all over that. If I have proof that one of these victims was drugged by one of the roommates who's lying, I'm going to hop all over that if I'm the defense. You know what I'm saying? That's very exculpatory to my client, and I would utilize that to my advantage. But the only place I've ever heard it is from that tarot card reader there. And the psychics. Those are the only people I've ever heard that from, is the tarot card readers.
Thank you. Yep. And no offense to them. No offense to them at all, but that's
No,
not.
I love terror. It's for entertainment. It's not real. It's entertainment.
That's it. That's not how you investigate a crime. I'm sorry. And that's not my forte either. So whatever. If that's where you're getting your information, then I respect that, but not here. I just don't do it here unless you have actual.
Well,
facts.
I don't have a problem with people getting their information from tarot card readers or whatever. Like, it's totally fine, but don't say that it's something that's factual when it's not. I promise you, if the defense team thought that someone was attempting to murder one of these victims the weekend prior, they would have hopped all over that shit and used it as part of their defense.
Amen. Yes, ma'am. 100%. That's crazy. Come on up, Outcast. You're welcome to jump up here too, bro. Anytime. That goes for any of you guys. Please do. Eddie left. There's only a couple of us.
Shit. There's many times where I've even to Fitzy and Echoes of Clarity. Love her. She's a card reader. Love my Echoes. Yeah. She's one of my mods. Yeah. I'll say to her, pull some cards. Pull some fucking cards on this shit. But I also understand it's entertainment. It's, I'm not no card reader or nothing, but I'm also not running around saying, well, Echoes told me, her cards told her this, and therefore it must be fact.
It would have made it into a document somewhere. First off, it never has. That's the problem. We've seen every document they put out, okay? Every one of them. We've read every one. I'm not done with these new ones, but still, unless it's at the end of these, I can't say I believe that. There's nothing, nothing there. So it makes no sense. And I can't go with it.
I have no problem with it. I love tarot card readers. There's a couple that I really like. I just like their personality and stuff. And for me, it's entertainment. But I would never sit there and be like, oh my God, that's the only place I've heard it too. I've never seen anywhere in anything at all about any of these students being drugged. Not even a rumor. Not even in a single one of these reports from MPD or ISP has one of their friends claimed that one of them was drugged or someone was trying to drug them. Nothing.
Nowhere. Like I said, nothing in any reports, documents, anything. So no, I can't run with that right now until we get some kind of proof on it. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for clearing that up though, by the way.
I mean, I would have, if I'm the defense, okay, and I'm not trying to disrespect criminal, whatever her name was there, that person's name. It's not a disrespect thing. It's just that if you're going to say stuff like that, you at least should probably put IMO at the end of it. In my opinion, this is what happened or whatever. Yeah, but right. Tell me which document and what page number I can go find that in. Because I haven't seen it yet.
That's right. That's how we do it. Because if you don't do that, that is how the rumor mill has made this case what it has. That's why we don't do that. So that's all. Yeah, there's a whole lot that's been said there. I see that too. Right. Like Outcast said, we need the deets, period. So.
I tried to call Maddie and Ethan and Xana and all them at 4. Totally.
She called.
I tried to call
Maddie. At what time?
Notice what she's leaving out here is something very crucial. She is not letting the officer know that, in fact, her first call that she made was to the only other survivor in the house. She's forgetting to mention that here.
Yeah. And not to mention that her and Dylan were together at that point either. Before that, or after that, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Even without that, though, you're telling the officer that you were scared, frightened to death, you heard noises, you saw flashes and bangs, and then because of that concern, you called all your roommates, they don't answer, and then you decide that nothing happens in Moscow, so let's just go to bed. I mean, everybody should be reacting the way Gunderson's reacting, if not stronger. The Gunderson's reaction should be the lightest. I mean, they should be calling this shit out, asking more questions. I know that they're not supposed to be interrogating them right now, but at least, ask some questions to get some more information, because what they're being told just doesn't make any sense.
Well, they're lying to him. That's why. So yeah, and they continuously do it. Bethany does, I think, another statement, and then she shuts down and leaves. She's gone. Dylan gives 3 or 4 statements more on top of this, which are all more lies on top of lies on top of lies on top of lies.
They were getting treated with kid gloves, and these young guys were not up to the task. They were mesmerized.
Yes, they absorbed it all. Young, pretty girls crying in their faces, telling them, this happened, that happened, and the guys, oh, you're doing great. It's okay. Do you want water? Do you want me to make you breakfast? What do you want? You know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's what they're 100% absorbing it all.
That's why I think Bethany came back. I think Bethany was too scared to do this. And then when they told her this is going to be a piece of cake, these guys are eating it up. She said, all right, I'll come back and put on a bit of a show then.
Yep. Very good point there, bud. Good point. And you can be the alpha, Lucy, whenever you want to, hon.
And then 21. And then Ethan at 422.
I'm just going to tell you, the one thing that bothers me the worst about Bethany's statement here is every bit of what she has is she's in her phone for the whole thing. She can't remember any of it, but she remembers watching Vampire Diaries. But anything else is coming out of her phone.
You know what else bothers me about this right here?
An issue.
Is that even if when you listen to Dylan, I call them Dylan. Okay, it's just it's both of them together. They are a unit. Dylan yes. And Bethany. Dylan. Both of these people are talking about the times that they're calling their roommate, right? And Dylan specifically is talking about how she sees the man after she's already made the calls to the roommates. It's after.
Yep.
Which means we have a problem, because if the car is speeding away at 420, but you're calling your roommates at 422, 423, 424, and then you see the man, we have a problem. The man is still in your house. That's interesting, because we have this car speeding away that we're claiming as the perp.
And that's what where'd she go? Said earlier at 427 that he's still in the house at 427. That don't line up with anything. Nothing.
It's weird. It's weird AF.
Bingo.
I hate to make Eddie angry, but did Ann Taylor point this out? Because I don't think it was. I believe clear. She did. I don't think it was clear enough. Yeah, I mean, when Hitler said they don't have a Honda, an Elantra, I mean, somebody should have stood up and said, "Hey, the perpetrator was still in the house at the time that you're claiming the Elantra left."
Yeah, it should have been put out exactly like that. Hitler should have said that. You're right.
I've used some. I've been highly critical of Van Taylor. I've said some things that would lead people to think that I would agree with what Harsh said, but I'm not sure. I'm uncertain. I don't know how much criticism she deserves, but this is a shit show, and she was responsible for defending him. So she at least has the responsibility, and it doesn't feel to me like she fought hard enough. Not to the same degree that I saw Alan Jackson battling with Bev, and I don't mean to use Alan Jackson all the time, but I don't watch that many trials. But you know, I have seen other lawyers basically yell at judges and say, "No, this is bullshit." And I wanted somebody on the defense team to challenge the judge and say, "No, this is bullshit." No, you know, like if you know for a fact that that's the case, that the perpetrator is, by the eyewitness account, the perpetrator is still in the house when that car is leaving, I shouldn't have to ask you guys if she said that in court. I should have seen it 15 times, and it should have been blasted and yelled and very obvious, hammered on, continued to be hammered on.
Yes, sir. Agreed. See? That's why
Well, sometimes what you want to do, though, the reason you don't want to hammer it is because if you're still under the impression you're going to trial, there are certain things you aren't going to do. So, like, for example, with Bethany here, right? You can literally impeach this witness on the stand with the body cam. Same
then
goes
we
for
should.
Dylan.
Yeah, but then you got the can of worms of why was there a plea then? If you were saving all this stuff for trial, shouldn't have been a plea.
Exactly. Right. I have no idea why all of a sudden they allegedly asked for a plea. Couldn't tell you. I
Like I said,
assumed it was
I'm not out
something
here
from their
calling her
alt-perp
calling her a
investigation.
bitch. I'm not out here calling her a bitch and using terrible language like Harsh did this morning, because she might. A lot of people say she's got a plan. A lot of people said she did her best, and that might be true. And I don't know otherwise. But at least I'm disappointed with the outcome. I'm disappointed with where we're at in this right now. I'm disappointed with the fact that it should be blatantly obvious to everybody that this case is full of holes, and somehow we got a guy that's life is in danger in prison right now.
I'm more pissed that he's lying. I'm more pissed Brian Koberger is lying. Fuck everybody else. Koberger knows he's lying. You understand? Koberger knows he's lying. He is not Jason Bourne. He is not John Wick. He isn't Michael Myers. And yet, for some reason, he's totally fine with people thinking that and saying that. So that's super fucking interesting from a psychology standpoint, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with like Harsh mentioned when he was calling her those names, the hand on the consoling and the stuff like that. It didn't seem. It seemed like she was on board, and I mean, you compare her demeanor to the other two on the defense team. The other two appeared to be horrified, like they were every bit as bothered as you think they should be over the fact that plea was happening. But she seemed like she was a little bit too happy about it, in my opinion.
I don't think it's happiness, to be honest with you.
Just doing what needs to be done.
Welcome, Miss Oriani.
I mean,
for joining us. Go ahead.
Where's she at? Lana's up here. Hi, Lana. Oh, I thought she was coming up on panel. I thought you were clicking her in.
The link is in chat, Lana. If you want to join us, please do. Everybody loves your voice. Come on.
My bad. I thought you were clicking her in.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I think Ann Taylor likely knew that more, everything she was trying was just getting shot down with Hitler anyway. That's number one. Number two,
that's what she
we
just
have
said.
no idea. Well, we have no idea of what they were doing behind the scenes with the whole alt-perp thing, okay?
Right.
We have no idea. For all we know, something in their alt-perp investigation, unfortunately, I mean, I don't know about you, but if I'm his attorney who's been screaming for 2.5 years, he's innocent because that's what everything is looking like. And then I do this deep dive into these alt-perps and I find out that you're connected via one or more of these alt-perps, I'm probably going to have a sourpuss look on my face too when I tell you it's a better fucking plan to take the plea and ask for a plea.
Right. Well, like Lana said, she thinks she was waiting for trial because Hitler wasn't going to give her any rulings. We know that. And so she had to keep some stuff to a surprise to be able to get them in their lives when they're on the stand. And just like what happened with the Higgins stuff. And I agree with that. Definitely.
One more thing I wanted to say, though, is I get what everybody's saying about Hitler wasn't giving her a fair shot. And when they ruled out the alt-perps, it seemed like it was futile. But in the Delphi case, it was the same. It was almost worse with Judge Gull. I mean, she was trying to get the lawyers removed even. And those guys, but those guys fought, and they fought hard, and they went through a lot of shit to get to trial, and they were adamant that they wanted to get to trial. And watching that, I mean, I guess I didn't watch the trial. I only, paid attention to the coverage from the people like Lana that was there. But based on what I was hearing from Lana and from Andrea Burkhart, it seemed like they had a fighting chance at trial. It seemed like it wouldn't be unreasonable for jurors to have voted not guilty. So they got down there and they fought, and I still think that's preferable to where we're sitting right now.
And I agree with you, Jesse, on that. Thank you, Lana. I appreciate you, hon. I understand. Always appreciate you being here, and I will get you up here one of these days, regardless of what you say. If I have to drive to Columbus and drag your ass in here, I'm gonna do it. The point is, though, is like I said, I feel like that, like she really was. She knew she wasn't going to get anything. Like, okay,
I think Dan Taylor might be a better attorney than the two attorneys that
don't
Richard
find.
Allen had.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
But they fought hard. In my opinion, they fought harder. They appeared to have more fight in them than Dan Taylor has.
Well, they weren't going to be taken off of this, and I feel like even if she would have done, but if she'd have kept fighting and pushing, she felt like she probably wasn't going to get anywhere, Jesse. That's my thought. Okay, I can't get past that, and I agree with Lana, with you on that too. That they do kind of remind you guys of the Canton cops in Karen's case. 100%, they're awful. Agreed. Especially a couple of these.
That's kind of what makes me think there's something. That's what makes me think there is something that was produced in the last month or so leading up to, allegedly the defense asking about this plea, right? Or what kind of deal. Now, I'm just speculating here, but that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, is that clearly something was found and or produced and or both, that, if I'm her, and I think you're better off taking a deal, because if this gets presented, they'll definitely sentence you to death.
Sure. Maybe
know what I mean?
Maybe something she couldn't find her way out of. Yeah, I get it. 100%. Establishing the factual innocence in cases is crucial in solving cases. With the multifaceted types of old and new reports and evidence is coming out right now, brainstorming will truly be helpful. Yes. Well, I'm telling you, that's the new way at this point, because when people are like this case, like Richard Allen's case, like what could have happened in Karen's case, it's going to be people like all of us out here that are going to keep pushing this and pushing this and pushing this until something maybe falls out of the sky and says, oh, here we go. And maybe somebody will take it and use it, and it'll help in that aspect. Hopefully, I think if nothing else, we could be doing good in that sense one of these days. We'll see.
Well, Alan Jackson did say he was watching these channels and for information and ideas because he found it helpful. I think
Ann was watching some of these too. I do believe that.
I don't know that he meant that he was watching them personally, but somebody was paying attention to see what was coming out on channels like this, because some of the information or ideas or some of the things that people would brainstorm and catch would be useful at trial.
Right. Lucy's saying that, in my opinion, what was produced is Molly's arrest hitting MSM on June 19th, where she clearly changed her story and lied, of course, and now all of a sudden claims to have seen Brian. Not a shock 9 days later. BK, please. Right. That does relate, Heather, in a lot of ways. We already know most people think he is the guy, and Molly was just the final nail in the coffin. I kind of felt that way too. I did, truly. Lena, again, even the little fails, though, there was no evidence against him. No DNA of other males on the body at the scene, and it's sick. Those jurors made me legit puke. I was so sick from that trial. Yeah, I get it. She's talking about the Delphi shit. Absolutely. Yeah, that one was hard to take. I'll be honest with you. When I seen the outcome on that one, I was broke. Like, literally, like, how did that even just happen? Truly, how did that happen? So I agree with you on that one too, for sure. But as far as this goes, I don't know, guys. We have what, 7 days, 10 days, 7 days, something like that, for something to break on this, if it's going to happen. And I truly,
I guess all I'm saying, dude, is if you're the defense team and you have body cam where both of these witnesses are lying their faces off right to the police, you have a person in the home with a knife, and the knife magically appears on the table. You have that on body cam. You have all of the blue shit all over the counters. We have no idea. Yes, I understand. Amido black detects other things than blood. Protein. I get it. The point that I'm getting at is that if that's blood, if any of that is blood, any of it, if any, do you understand what I'm saying? The shoe prints that were cleaned up, that were detected as well. All of that. I don't know why you would ever ask for a plea.
Right.
There is something else. Do you understand? There is something else
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
that made them turn on a dime.
Isn't there enough to highlight the fact that the PCA was under false pretenses, and then can't you? I mean, it seems like you should be able to, based on what we're seeing in these body cams and the inconsistencies and the flat out lies, that you should be able to challenge the PCA and say they didn't have probable cause to arrest him. Therefore, everything that comes after that probable cause should
Well,
be
they already
thrown
did
out.
that, and the judge shut it down. They already did that. They tried to get the probable cause and the arrest suppressed, and the judge didn't grant them that. That's exactly what they wanted the Franks for, because it was literally to do with the probable cause affidavit and the warrant for arrest. They wanted both of those things,
I guess she
out
did
of
try
there.
to appeal, right? She tried to take that to the Supreme Court, or she had an interlocutory appeal.
I just don't think there's where's the appeal? Because they don't have much longer left. If there's a plan, I'm not exactly sure what it is. They don't have much time left.
Well, I want to
Yeah,
understand something because of my reading. I want to know if I read this right or wrong. Okay, the way I read, the way the post-conviction relief works, and please, I'm okay being corrected. I want to know, does it have to wait the full 42 days and then be processed and posted and or most whatever the hell it's called? Sorry, I lost my thought again. Before they can do that, or does it have to be during that period up to the 42 days before the post-conviction relief can be processed? I'm not 100 on that. I read it 3 times, and the way you know how things are worded sometimes, I want to make sure I'm right on that. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I just know that what it appears to me that Mr. Koberger and his team decided he has a better shot of doing this if he just asks for a plea. And then what he's going to do is file every complaint he possibly can against the prison itself to get himself moved. I would not doubt it if he ends up asking and requesting to be moved back east to a prison in Pennsylvania.
Agreed.
So that he can be closer to his family. And then maybe from there, something could be filed. But Koberger is not going to be walking out of jail or getting out of jail or exonerated anytime soon, in my opinion.
No, hell no. Thank you, Lana. I appreciate that so much. And yes, I've seen it happen right in broad daylight, Paisan. I saw it myself. So yes, it did happen. No, no, that's not gonna happen, folks. So anybody that thinks that he's gonna go file an appeal, boom, 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 and it's done and over, no, we ain't gonna see that for a long time. It was brought up the other day, though, that Brian did this so that he can get the death penalty off the table, because it was stated somewhere that maybe the defense team heard that they were going to try to fast track the death penalty on him if that was the case.
You can't. I don't know why people keep saying that. You can't fast track the death penalty because it's automatic appeal. So it's automatic appeal. Once the appeal process starts, your execution is stayed. It is paused pending appeal.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. That's what I was trying to understand. Isn't that what the issue is, though, Annie? Is because if it would have went, he was convicted, death penalty, all that shit, for the appeals process to start could take up to 5 years, right? Or is that wrong? That's how I read that. That's what I think they were worried about.
Okay, let's just think about executions in Idaho. What happened with the other guy? They tried to execute him repeatedly. It didn't work.
Right.
You know how long that guy's been sitting there? You know how many appeals do you understand what I'm saying? It's not like Brian Koberger would have been sentenced to death and then, oh my God, they're going to shoot him next week. That's just not how it works.
Okay.
It's just not factually how it works at all.
No, I know, like I said, not just in Idaho, it's anywhere. Like I said, the case that brought me to true crime, the guy's been on death row for 40 years. Literally, he's going to be executed finally next year. So I know that there's an expectation of a time, but when I heard that they were going to try to fast track it, I don't know how you would do that. Okay, I don't know how that works. I don't know that part of the legality stuff. That's all I'm saying. Okay, Quiz is saying that's not how it's supposed to work, but if things work how they were supposed to be, okay. I think what he's saying is that this was going to be different than normal circumstances, that they were pushing for that to happen, is what I guess I'm gathering.
Okay, and even if every single person in Idaho got together and signed a fucking petition to have Brian Koberger executed the next day after sentencing, should he have been sentenced to death, it wouldn't matter. You understand?
There's still
like there are there's still, you still have constitutional rights, even if Idaho. You understand? You know how many lawyers
have they
would have been willing to represent him for free, constitutional attorneys and shit that would have been like, absolutely not. I don't give a shit how many people sign your petition. You aren't fast tracking someone's execution who gets automatic appeal.
Yeah, and you can't blow by the appeal at the very least. You can't do that. But okay, BK himself. This is what, okay, I get it. Brian himself was under the impression they were going to
right? That's from Koberger. Where is that from Koberger? Because Koberger hasn't spoken to anyone.
I don't know.
I need to see that, like in writing from Koberger. I need to see that. And I'm not even trying to be a dickhead. Like, you know what I mean? So Brian Koberger is telling people on the internet, well, I had to do it because they were going to execute me immediately and fast track it. That's what Brian's doing while he's in jail. He's talking to people on YouTube.
I don't know where it went, where that came from, but I can't give an answer for that one.
I'm not even trying to be a dickhead, but let's be so for real.
No, Twiz said he sent it in a text message, which he possesses. Obviously, he got from somebody else. That Brian sent the message
Right,
to
which
somebody
is obviously just a screenshot from someone else that anybody could have made. Well, like, I'm not even trying to be a dick, but I'm almost positive Brian's team is probably telling him, like, please don't be speaking to people on YouTube and, like, true crime channels and stuff. I'm not even being a dick. Like, I just don't, I'm almost positive as lawyers, especially if this guy's completely innocent and plans on appealing, I don't believe he would be speaking to someone on YouTube.
Right. Hey, Unc, good to see you. And I agree with that too, Gretchen. Obviously, they knew that the public, he was already found guilty in the court of public opinion, in my opinion. So yeah, I agree with you on that. I'm not getting in the middle of YouTube.
Like, I don't know. It's just, no, I'm not. See, but that's what I mean. It always turns into, I am trying to logically, legally, in my mind, trying to follow the process where someone who is completely innocent and plans to appeal their case is somehow on this getting out app or whatever, secretly like messaging people who are going and sharing those screenshots. It's just wild to me. I don't know. I feel like if you're going to appeal, and you probably wouldn't be disseminating information about your case to someone on YouTube. I don't know, but I mean, maybe, but I just feel like he wouldn't do that.
I get it. I understand completely. Take care, Joanne. Thanks for being here today, dear.
I think we need to hear from.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I mean, unless it's obviously like a family member of his or something like that, like, you know, like Willie's saying that he knows someone right there in PA who knows Michael Koberger, the dad, and sees him all the time. And Michael Koberger is allegedly running around CBS in Pennsylvania and stuff, talking about how his son is innocent. So who knows? I have no idea. I just find it very hard to believe that Brian Koberger himself is communicating with anyone outside of his lawyers and his parents if he plans on appealing. Would you? If you were planning on appealing your case, are you gonna like just start talking to randos who are trying to be friends with you and you're getting out at while you're in jail?
No, I don't want anybody else to know what I'm doing because that's the whole point. I agree with you. Absolutely.
As
Absolutely.
much as I'd like to believe in hope, it's hard to have any hope that anything's going to work out at this point. I'd be shocked if we see anything in the next 12 days that gives us any hope, really.
I do hope to hear from that. I want to hear that.
I
too,
mean,
Lana.
I just hope nobody from Brian's defense team, okay, is actually giving information to people, considering everybody's still like under investigation for leaking and stuff. So I'm not exactly sure how all of that would work, where someone from his defense team is somehow leaking text messages and information and whatever communications. It's just strange to me, considering everybody's still under investigation allegedly for leaking.
Right. I do know that one statement that you mentioned. The only thing I know about that is that's in the Patterson book, where they brought out that Jeremy, I can't remember, Brian's old best friend, his mother, Michael ran into her in the store and that whole conversation happened. That's in the Patterson book. So that could be where that's coming from. But besides that, I don't know anything other than that. But again, some of these things they're hard to swallow in some senses. I agreed. And like I was trying to say with this, yes, I want to hear that in such a bad way, Lana, that interview. I want to hear what Cy has to say, truly. One way or the other, whatever it ends up being, good or bad. I still want to hear it. Based on what was said. So I don't know what to think at this point, you guys. I want to believe that something's going to happen in the next 12 days or whatever it is, but it's hard to believe that because nothing's happened yet. That's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't understand how that whole, or I wanted to understand clearly how the post-conviction relief thing, the rules were on that. And if it's up to the 42nd day and then that's when it happens, then that would make perfect sense. If not, what are we waiting on? That's all I'm saying, Or is it going to happen at all? And if it doesn't, then like you said, maybe he's trying to get moved back this way so he can be closer to his family and they can work on things in that sense to get the hell out of there. And maybe down the road, something will come from that point. Maybe, I don't know. But, a lot of people don't think anything's coming. A lot of people don't think that. I want to believe it is, but a lot of people don't think it is. That's a fact.
I've just resigned to disappointment in the way it's covered in the mainstream media, disappointment that so many influential YouTubers that were pro Karen Reed and pro Richard Allen have abandoned Kohberger and wrote him off as guilty based on, I think that some of the leaks, some of the stories, like, because, anytime a channel that was pro truth, let's not say pro burger, but anytime a channel was like us asking the right questions, and then they turn and say, yeah, I've just decided I think he's probably done it, and then they cite the reason for that, and Andrea Burkhardt's reason was the Amazon purchase on the knife sheath. That sealed it for her. She said that's a game changer. That basically is, and she didn't say he's, she alluded to the fact that she's resigned him, he's in big trouble or whatever, but whatever words she used, but it was pretty clear to me that she was saying and she hasn't done a video since she said that. She has not, all this stuff's come out. Normally she'd be all over this stuff, right? And it's not just her, it's a bunch of them, a bunch of the big channels that were so good at covering Delphi and Karen Reed. And they let little pieces of information that were put out influence them, I believe, like that. I still don't think that we've seen enough from that Amazon purchase for that to sway somebody's mind.
There's no receipt. There's no receipt been shown yet. That's my opinion on that one. But
you see the source and the results of all the other information that's come out one by one. It's all falling like a house of cards. What's left? That's one thing that's left that hasn't fallen. But I fully expect it to fall like a house of cards, just like the 10 IDs that apparently were found in his sock drawer or whatever.
Yeah, good point. And here's one of the biggest things is what Cat Lady said a little bit ago, especially after what we've seen recently with the complaints that he's made and things like that, so on and so forth. I'm really, really, truly kind of nervous that he may not make it through prison enough to be able to do anything if that's the case. Because You can say he's in ag seg or whatever the hell you want to say. I agree with that, Lana. They're both amazing people. And if he's in protective custody, that doesn't matter to me. Dahmer was in protective custody. Quite a few other people that are in prison have been in protective custody, and they've still been gotten to. It can happen to anybody, and that's what I worry about. And then at that point, like I said earlier, and I've been saying, when he's gone, it's over. In my opinion, that's done. There's no more. It's over with, and there'll be no answers. There'll be no truth, and he will not have cleared his name. And I don't want to see that happen. So, sorry, Jess. Go ahead.
Yeah, what Lana was saying about Cy, Ray, and his wife being good human beings, I'm not suggesting that these channels I'm talking about are anything other than good human beings. And the fact that they don't agree with my point of view on the case doesn't make me think they're not good human beings. In fact, if I didn't think they were good human beings, I wouldn't be disappointed that they've taken the position they've taken. The reason I'm so disappointed is because I do believe they are good human beings. And that's why it's so heartbreaking for me.
Absolutely, yes.
And even if Brian is guilty, I've said it so many times, I don't give a damn if Brian's guilty. This shit, he could be the guiltiest guy in the world. He didn't do this. He didn't do what they said he did the way they said he did it. Based on, this is proof that shit didn't happen that way. So
that's
if
the
something
biggest problem. Yeah,
involved, I still think we need to know the truth.
No, agreed. And that's the biggest issue with this whole thing. He put Brian to the side for a minute, as much as that sucks to say that, okay? That the whole problem is the injustice of the government and the investigation, their lack of, period. That's my opinion on that, for real. That can never be let go. Because once again, Jesse, it can happen to you, me, Miss Potts, Lana, anybody. Brian is all of us, okay? It can happen to any one of us. That's the problem right there, period. I say it 1,000 times a day. That's the issue. They've taken the Constitution and wiped their ass with it, and that's supposed to be okay. And as I've been screaming, shut up, sit the fuck down to all these fucking idiots out here that are saying all this bullshit and people are still believing it. He cleaned his car with bleach. No, he didn't. All that shit I'm screaming about every other day. Stop. It doesn't make it any better. But they have to ensure that he stays in there and that everybody still thinks he's this piece of shit that everybody wants him to be. Blows my mind.
The worst is people cheering about prison being violated in prison, as if this is like a victory for humanity, that Brian might be violated in prison. I mean, you got to be a pretty low form of human to be cheering that on.
I can't even go with that one. I went off on that. Makes me so
Well, the fact of the matter is, but Brian is the one who is admitting he's a piece of shit who murdered 4 college students. You understand?
The problem. That's
so the reason people think he's a piece of shit is because he admitted in open court he's a piece of shit. When he was asked, did you go there? Did you do this? Yes, I did. Yep. And I get it. People are like, well, he had to say all that. He actually didn't have to say shit. That's the point of standing silent.
You trying to rile up Twiz? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I'm just saying, because I was listening to Dago and you talk about how some of these other creators have just resided themselves, even people who questioned it. Now they're like, well, whatever, he must have done it because he's saying he did it. They didn't just all of a sudden change their mind because they literally are like, I have no other choice. He's admitting.
Well,
he's saying he did this. He's saying that the problem is that he is stating, he was asked, are you saying you did this because it's true? Yes. You understand? He was asked to his face, is what the state's saying true?
Well, you know how Sarge feels, right? And I felt this when I was on this channel, and right after he pled guilty, I was saying the same thing. So it's not that I don't understand how people could come to that conclusion. What I don't understand is how you can then start to try and make everything that you said doesn't fit now fits. Like I said, even if you think he's guilty, even if you think he's pleading guilty because he somehow is guilty, if you've been covering this case for the last 2.5, 3 years, you should know that there's still plenty of questions that need to be asked. And I was listening to one channel this morning that I won't mention, but what was stated, I'll try to say it word for word. That was his car. The car is white. You guys tried to tell me the car is green or tan. The car is white. It was always white. It's always going to be white because it's his car. And that statement to me is absolute insanity and delusional. I mean, the Brett Payne was doing investigations with those cameras to see what color cars were showing up at because he wasn't sure if the car was white. No comment?
I mean, all I know is that if he's saying, he's asked to his face, for whatever reason, Brian Koberger wants everyone to think he did this and that he's like John Wick. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I've kind of never resided myself to whether he's innocent or guilty. That's not even really what it's about, right? When you think about it, especially now that he's saying he is guilty. He did do this.
Agreed.
Right?
Absolutely. I totally agree 100%. All I'm getting at, like, I think if you want to say he pled guilty because he is guilty, the way that you should probably, like, if you're using, I mean, if you've been investigating the case for 3 years,
I don't know why he pled guilty.
To reconcile that he pled guilty because he is guilty, in order to reconcile that, there's still all these things that you need to fit together. And I think the only way that you could do it is to say he was involved somehow, but not as a sole perpetrator. I mean, to me, the sole perpetrator is kind of like the lone gunman in the JFK case. It's just there's too many holes. It just doesn't add up. And I think we've been saying that for 3 years, and then but it feels to me like we've lost team members who have been saying that a sole perpetrator is impossible, that are now just endorsing mainstream media narratives and saying, because Brian said he did it by himself, it must be that way. And I'm not down with that. In fact,
I agree. I think Brian's a liar. I think Brian is lying. Brian knows he didn't do it alone. He knows he wasn't there alone. He knows the 2 other men that were bleeding in the crime scene. If he's there, he knows who's with him, and he's lying. Just like the 2 roommates are lying right to the cop's face.
This was my opinion immediately after the plea hearing, Annie. I thought that's the most probable reason we're in this point at this point. But since all this stuff is, I mean, since that plea hearing and over the last month or so, it's not adding up. I mean, there's just nothing pointing to. There's really nothing pointing to him even as a.
I agree, it's not adding up, but it doesn't matter that it's not adding up to us. The fact of the matter is the state said A through Z happened. He says, yep, that's how it happened. And yep, I'm the only one.
Yeah. Which is why, like you said, I had to assume that he was involved in one way or the other. And I was trying to make that fit. And I'm still willing to try to make that fit because I think there's a path that can be, with everything we know, there's a path for that to be the truth. But I haven't been able to get there because there just doesn't seem to be any evidence that takes me there. Diego, you're muted.
That's what sorry guys, that's what my biggest thing is too. I've tried to look at it from he said he did it, so he probably did it. He must have. I just can't. I've tried. And I'll, I respect everybody's opinions, whether they agree or disagree with me. You guys know that. And I see why everybody thinks why they do, and they're separate opinions. The thing is truly, and I've said it and I'll say it again, me personally, I do not think Brian has a clue about any of this. I don't think he was there. I don't think he knows who was there. I don't think he knows anything about this, truly, in my opinion, other than what he knows from maybe mainstream or maybe he knows things about other things connected to it, but not exactly what happened there. But that's my personal opinion. I don't believe he was there with him by himself or with anybody else. I definitely agree there was multiple people. I don't think he was one of them. And I've tried to look at every aspect to make me believe that it was possible. They don't process with me for some reason. I've tried to make it happen. I can't. And that's why I've always, for the longest time, I was okay with being on the fence with this. And for the past 3 months, it pushed me all the way over to the completely, totally 100% get out of my face. I'm innocent, period. That's it. That's where I'm at with that. And I can't get away from that now. I've tried to go back from it. The more reports I read, the more I feel that way. The more bullshit I see like this, the more I feel that way. And if I'm wrong, I'll eat every fucking bit of crow you put in my mouth. But I can't go there right now. I just can't. I'll fry it, boil it, baste it, whatever crow you give me, I'll eat it. I just can't do it right now. Sorry. Go ahead, Jess.
No, that's exactly where I'm at. I'm fully willing to explore the possibility that Brian was involved in this, and that's why he pled guilty. And I'm trying because that's all, in a way that you're trying to make sense of it. That's almost a preferable outcome because it is a sensible outcome. But like I said, the more evidence that comes out, I mean, it just seems like none of this is tying to him at all. All these motives, all these I mean, in the entire doc drops from Moscow and from ISP, it's just pointing towards everybody else except for him, and it's not pointing to Kopaka. It's not pointing to people that he knows or involving him in any way. It's all, I mean, it's pointing to Dylan and Bethany right now watching this. I mean, yeah. They're just.
Can I ask you both a question then?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Have
You can ask me
either
anything,
one of you? So up until Brian Kohberger asked for a plea, you're telling me, have either one of you never thought that it was possible that he's involved up until he asked for a plea?
Oh no, I've been
did
the whole time. The whole time.
Yeah, in the beginning, Jesse was on board. Jesus, from what, the beginning, Jess, right?
When the first time I said Brian was guilty was when his alibi came out. He said he was driving around, and I said I was with CJ then, and I said the reason he's saying he was driving around is because he knows that they have.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was only asking because it sounded like the way that you were saying it was like up until he pled, you did not believe. So I was just interested to know if you ever considered
I've
that.
been trying to make myself believe the entire time. I've been trying to look for evidence that would make me believe that. And like I said, that would be the most, when people say, I know he's guilty because he's in handcuffs, I think that's stupid, but there's a reason people say that because, so I've been trying to make it fit the whole time.
Agreed.
And when he gave the alibi, my first thought was they have him on camera in his car in the neighborhood. So now he's got to say he was driving around, and now he's probably guilty. And I ran with that for a week or so. But then, you listen to Bill Thompson speak and Ashley Jennings, and you watch a few hearings, and it's like, well, these people aren't making any sense. And like I said, all this evidence that they've been producing is getting knocked down, and all these rumors and all the Dateline specials, they're blowing smoke up our ass the entire time, and everything. The questionable chain of custody with the knife sheath, the Brett Payne finds it. He gets hired by the university. As much as I'm trying to make him fit as the guilty perpetrator, there's so many roadblocks in the way. Yeah, and I, in my opinion, guilters are ignoring those roadblocks.
Right, and like with me, it's basically the same thing he just said, Annie. In the very beginning, like the very, very beginning, before we got a PCA and all that shit, yeah, I thought he did. I'm like, they got him, it's good, it fits. I didn't think anything about why it wouldn't be him until I read the PCA. That's where my questions started to go backwards on it, and I started going the other way a little bit. And for the longest time, I was on the fence thinking, I will listen to it if you show it to me. I will look at it if you give it to me. I wanted him to be guilty so it would make sense and we wouldn't even have these conversations. And I sat down on the middle of this for the longest time, probably almost 2 years, maybe a little bit more, until the past 6 months. And it really, really had me just going innocent. Still, I'm still willing and able, like wanting to, you show me the proof that he did it. That's all I'm saying. I want to see that he did this. If you really have proof, let's do it. I don't see that happening.
Right.
That's my biggest issue.
Yeah, see, I'm more on the, okay, so Koberger, you were there. Great. You're saying you were there. Awesome, Brian. Perfect. Great. So you were there. Then the question becomes, well, if you were there and there's 2 other dudes bleeding in the crime scene, so that obviously you know who they are. Obviously you weren't in your car because we ripped that shit apart.
Right.
We didn't find anything in it. So whose car were you in? Furthermore, Ryan Koberger, who is it exactly that you would be, you want everyone to think you're John Wick and Jason Bourne and a ninja. So like, and we know that's not true. So who exactly are you protecting? That's my question. Who are you protecting?
That's a good point. And I've looked, thank you, Echo, so much. I can't find who got that new membership, but congrats. Welcome to the sauce. And Echo, God bless, we appreciate you. But no, Annie, I get it. Could he have been in another vehicle? There's got to be another way that Brian could have pulled this off. I've thought about all that. But every time we go down that road.
No, I don't even mean, I don't even mean like another way he pulled it off. What I'm getting at is that you're with him. He's saying, I'm just going to ask for a plea or whatever. Okay, great. So you're now admitting, yep, it was just me. I was there. I did this on purpose or whatever. It was my intent, etc. Okay, great. Yeah. Awesome, Brian. Cool. Great. So who are you protecting though?
Do you think that is that what you think, is that he's really, truly, possibly protecting somebody, or that he just doesn't know because he wasn't there? That's how I mean,
I think that if you're the one approaching the state about possibly working out a deal, maybe your lawyer's getting ready to ditch you and you just probably think it's better off for you to ask for a deal. I don't know what went on behind the scenes, and I'm not going to fucking pretend that I do. Right? I'm not going to pretend that I know what him and his attorneys are talking about behind the scenes.
Of course.
I have no idea. I just know that all of a sudden he's allegedly asking the state, approaching the state about a deal, according to the state, and his defense team hasn't tried to rebut that or say that's not true, or it wasn't, we did not ask about a plea.
In the court of public opinion, but as far as like the battle in the press, it's been completely one-sided, all negative information sort of coming from the state, but via third party kind of thing. But you have to suspect it's coming from the state, right? And the defense says, I don't know, are they bound? Can they speak about anything? They have not engaged in the battle of public opinion at all. Am I wrong?
No. I get what you're saying.
Let me add to that.
A lot of us are torn, Jesse. I mean, a lot of us, well, the 3 of us specifically, since we're all sitting here together, have put a lot of time and a lot of our life into this, okay? And a lot of our mind, for the most part. Excuse me. And I can't make it make any kind of sense to me. Okay. I've even gone the direction on purpose to try to force myself, which my wife laughed at me because she's never believed it either. To say, okay, he admitted it. I was going to go down that road. He had to have been involved somehow. He did it. It lasted 2 hours. I felt guilty because I couldn't do that. I couldn't make myself believe that. That's the problem. I don't know where to go with this, folks. I can't stop thinking he's innocent. No matter what you tell me, no matter what you show me, I can't stop thinking he's innocent. And only because anything that's ever shown to me proves no guilt to me. It's all been stupid bullshit, every bit of it, and nothing but. So I don't know what to do with this. I don't know. And I don't know how I'm going to, here's my other biggest issue right now. I'm going to tell you right now, be prepared. If his time is up and he doesn't file some form of appeal or something doesn't happen, I'm probably going to fall into a hole because I have no idea how I'm going to react or feel about that, because I'm in my heart, in my mind, I'm expecting something no matter what you tell me. And I can tell you right now, you're probably right. It's not going to happen. And I feel that in some sense, I'm still expecting something to happen. I don't know why I can't process this. I don't know what to do with it. I just don't.
Let me add to what I was just saying about Ann Taylor not engaging in the battle of public opinion, because I'm thinking back, and I've given this speech on this program before, and I'm remembering it now. And what I've said in the past was, prior to arriving in Ada County in Boise, when it was Judge and we were still in Latah County, she was dropping us hints and Easter eggs in the way she was filing the paperwork. And this is, of course, allegedly, in my opinion, which is a very novice opinion, of course. But the way she was fighting the case, that she was dropping nuggets of information that was pointing towards Brian's innocence in the paperwork, in her arguments, the way she was speaking in the courtroom. And I felt like as soon as we got into Hitler territory, it took about 1 or 2 appearances in front of Hitler, and all that was gone. There was no more Easter eggs, no more hints. It was all Hitler was dominating her, and she was taking it. That's the way I've seen it since.
I feel,
you guys know what I mean about dropping the Easter eggs and the hints and planting.
Yeah. No, I get it with you, and I feel like I've said before too, I don't think that he had a chance in any court in Idaho. That's just my opinion. But I think that a lot of people have said that he should have been better off staying with Triple J. A lot of people believe that. And I think in the end of this, I don't think it would have mattered either way, bud. I just don't. Hitler just came out more prominently out on the surface with the bullshit. Okay. But I think in the end of this was going one way and one way only. And I think that Ann kind of bowed down to him in some sense. A lot of people don't like that because he was showing the fact that he wasn't going to give her anything. And I think she knew that. No matter how I approach this guy, that's why I think she got quiet towards the end down there. She knew that any way she spoke to him, no matter what she brought to him, it was going to get thrown back in her face. Massoff didn't seem to give a shit. She was going at him no matter what. She didn't like him either. And I get that. But I feel like Ann gave in to him in a sense. Don't get mad at me, everybody. But in a sense, because she knew that no matter what she did, that's the answer it was going to be, period. In a sense, that's probably why I feel like that's why I think Brian took the plea, because she told him, Brian, all I can do is get the death penalty off the table for you. At this point, I don't know where else to go. I'm at a brick wall. They're not going to let me do anything else here. And that's where I felt like Ann was with this. I still have faith in her as an attorney. I think she's an amazing attorney, but I don't think she had an option or a chance with this case in that state, period, in that court system under those judges. That's my opinion.
Isn't it important, though, to win the battle of public opinion?
I mean, it is, but you knew that wasn't going to happen, Jesse. You knew that wasn't going to happen. There's no way. If anything, that's the war that she lost a long time ago. Truly, she did. And that's from day one. At the moment that man was arrested and they walked him across the tarmac on the plane like he was fucking Hannibal Lecter, okay? And from that day forward, every single thing that came out, Brian did this, Brian did that, Brian was this, Brian was that, negative, 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 negative. Anybody that tried to put anything positive out was cut off at the legs, at the knees, and trashed. They would never allow any other narrative to run, period. I mean, I don't see how it could have gone any other way. And I think she knew that as far as that part of it goes. She knew that they were not going to support them no matter what was out there, period. What other chances and options
what about,
did she have? Sorry, go ahead, Annie.
Well, what do you guys, okay, so where's Brian's knife and sheath and sharpener?
Right? That's a huge question, isn't it?
Well, again, I'm assuming that that's all basically taken out of context and doesn't even exist. Just like all the other things we heard that he was pointing toward his
I
guilt.
guess what I'm saying is rather than assuming it's just made up and not true, because they plan to use it in court at trial, let's assume it's true.
Right.
If you're Koberger and you purchased a K-bar with a sheath and a sharpener, furthermore, you were dumb enough to use your debit card to buy the gift card that you bought the knife, the sheath, and the sharpener with. Okay.
And have it
Then you
delivered to
went
your
onto
house.
your family's Amazon account to order it. And then later on, even when you're questioned, okay, you're arrested, whatever the case may be, right? If you're asked to produce, okay, great, awesome, cool, you purchased one. Where is it?
Yeah, right.
Because if it's not your knife, your sheath at that, if it's not your sheath there, that should be easy for you to prove because you should still be in possession of the one you bought.
Where's yours at? Right. But I went that way too, Annie. I agree with you. That's a huge point, guys.
Like, could it have been stolen? Could he have sold it? Yes. Could he have told them that's what he did with it? Yes. I don't know because we don't know. But so far, his defense team in none of these documents have argued that it's not, that he didn't. You understand?
Yeah.
All they argued was about how his DNA ended up on the sheet, right?
Well, and then to be honest
So
with you,
I'm curious
side.
if he ever produced. I'm just
Agreed.
really curious if he was ever able to produce his own or what he did with the one he bought.
That would probably be the first question. If I were to talk to Ann, if I had that ability, I would ask her that first. Did he buy the knife? Did he give it away as a gift? Was it stolen? Did he trade it for drugs? Did he tell you that? That's the first question I would ask her, because I would want to know that first and foremost, and that would help me to change, to be able to get on the right track to go which direction I want to go, possibly. Okay.
Well, you get what I'm saying, though, right?
No,
Like,
I
if
agree,
you're
yeah.
assigned, assigned to Brian as your client, right, for this crime, isn't that going to be probably like the first
Number
thing you
one.
ask him? Okay, so they're saying this is your sheath, right?
Yes.
Like, do you own a sheath? Do you own a knife, Brian? Do you own a sheath like this? Now, if I'm Koberger, I hope he didn't lie to them and say no, and then it comes out later
That he does, yeah.
through his Amazon, whatever, and maybe that just do you get what I'm saying? It's a bad fact, whether they knew about it in advance and he told them about it or what. I don't know, but
yeah, that would be as an attorney. I agreed with you. First swing. Do you own this knife? Did you buy this knife? If you did buy this knife, why did
Brian
you buy it?
Brian? Right, exactly, Brian. Have you ever owned a K-bar, Brian? They found a sheath. They're saying it's yours. Did you ever own a sheath, a K-bar, anything like that?
That's 100% correct. And again, to be honest with you, neither side has ever brought that out, ever. Neither side, not even
That's what my point was going to be, is the prosecution didn't specify what that knife, what that sheath, what the significance of that was either.
Right. That's the thing right there. That's another side to it. But Annie's right, guys. That's the first question any defense attorney in that case would ask, as they should. At least I agree with that.
Well, I equated to he pinged on a tower that provides service within 100 meters of the house 23 times. That kind of language, because it was similar vague language to me used with this Amazon gift card. Like I said, we haven't seen the receipts. And did Ann push back on that language either? He pinged on a tower within 23 times that provides service. She never really pushed back on that either, I don't think. Like she was going to wait till trial to push back on that.
Well, I just think it's super interesting. That's all, because I know that, that's probably one of the first things I'm going to ask is like, okay, so they're alleging that a knife and a sheath, right? If he's my client, it's the first thing I'm asking him. Have you ever owned any of these? And if he tells me no, and then I find out a year later through discovery that in fact he did purchase one. Furthermore, he used his debit card to buy a gift card to buy the knife, the sheath, and the sharpener. I'm going to side-eye him, even if I'm his defense attorney. You understand?
And that's why Andrea Burkhart dropped him like a hot potato. She said this was the the smoking. She didn't say smoking gun, but this is what she used to say is she's no longer interested in defending Koberger.
Well, see,
that was the only thing that ever made me think sideways on that was when that happened, and I heard that I went, well, okay, there we go.
Well,
maybe we're going somewhere now.
I got another point to make though. Bill
well, at
Thompson's
first
been
it wasn't that big of a deal to me because so what? So what? Lots of people own knives and shit. I was more interested in, okay, so when did he purchase it? Did he actually take it with him to Washington? Did it stay at the parents' house in PA? Is that how his defense team knew that the sheath was placed? Because they know that his sheath never traveled with him to Washington. So you could look at it from both sides and wear both hats. It can be a negative bad fact for him, but it also could be totally fine if he can prove that, yes, I bought it, but I ended up giving it to my dad as like a birthday present or Father's Day gift, and it stayed with my dad in PA.
And that never came out anywhere, right?
They seized because they did seize a knife in evidence that they just referred to as a knife, right?
See, Sarge thinks that the one that is in descript on when they served the warrant in PA, there's one knife on that list that is not descript. Everything else was described. That one wasn't. Sarge was like, I think that's what that one is, Dago. I think that's it, but the prosecution will never allow that to come out. Maybe, I don't know. But that's a huge thing, folks. I would imagine being the defendant, the first thing I would want to do is say, yo, okay, I bought the knife. I did. I bought the knife. I bought it for my dad as a gift or my sister or whatever. I did. There it is. Here's the proof of it. And that would cut most of this down. We haven't heard anything
Well, I
about
think the
it.
problem is too, is if you can't produce the knife that you bought and you can't produce the sheath you bought.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
And we have a missing knife and a sheath left at the scene.
Right.
Right. Like the only way that he would know it's not his is if he knows his knife and sheath that he purchased never left the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And that would be easy to produce.
Very easily.
Yeah.
To put it in perspective very easily, in Bill Thompson's recent interviews in his media tour, he was asked several times by several different interviewers, if you didn't have the DNA on the sheath, would you have still been able to convict Brian Koberger? And he's hummed and hawed and didn't want to say yes. And then eventually, well, I think we would have eventually got there.
In time,
and then when pushed, he said the car. We would have identified him through the car. He never mentions the Amazon knife sheath purchase. And in his media tour, basically, he's been forced to speak publicly and say, this we can't put him at the house. He didn't clean his car. All these things have been debunked. The internet searches, blah blah blah, social media. He wasn't following them on Instagram. He never says, but we got the knife. And his case is being blown to bits during the interview. He's sitting there. He's having to admit that they have no evidence, and he's leaning into that DNA. If he actually has,
why would the state? But why would Bill Thompson ever admit that they have Brian's alleged knife?
So he doesn't look like an idiot?
But if Brian can't produce his knife that he bought, right? The state's saying there is no weapon. Isn't it actually better for the state that there is no weapon and it's just the sheath? And Brian has now basically admitted that everything the state says is true, including that it's his sheath.
Yeah. I mean, if all this is above board and he actually did purchase what they're saying he purchased, and it was the same model and the same sheath with the same logo, and he can't account for it. But I have not seen any proof of that. And like I said, I haven't seen neither Bill Thompson or Nye, the other guy. They've both done interviews recently, and they've both basically been reduced to saying, really the only evidence we have is the DNA on the sheath. and neither one of them endorsed this idea that this was the smoking gun. Him purchasing. I've never heard somebody say he purchased the murder weapon on Amazon. I mean, I've heard media personalities say that. I've never heard Bill Thompson say that. I've never heard any. I've never heard it said.
Well, I guess the point I'm getting at is that if you're Brian Koberger and you're entirely innocent, you should be able to produce your knife in your sheath, no problem. And then that makes the state look real dumb. Like right off the rip. They've arrested you. You're eager to get back to Idaho so that you can be exonerated. And the easiest way to exonerate yourself is to produce your knife and sheath.
Right.
Because they're claiming they don't have the fucking, we don't know where the murder weapon is. If you can produce your knife and your sheath, clearly that's not your sheath and it's not your weapon missing.
Yeah. I agree with you. Like I said, it's one half of the other and 50% of one. So yeah, I get that. But why don't they answer what the second weapon was? Because
do you get what I'm saying? Like if he
I know exactly what you mean. I agree with you.
If he could produce his knife and sheath, he would not still be sitting there.
Yeah, I get it. I've said that before myself. We don't know that he didn't, though. Truly, we don't know that for whatever reason she didn't bring that out. But he could have said something to them, but they never put that out, which doesn't make sense to me. But he could have given them the option there, and they just wouldn't allow for it to be brought.
If he produced his own knife and sheath, he's still asking for a plea, though, huh?
No, I don't think he did produce his own knife and sheath. I just don't think we have enough information to know how significant this Amazon purchase is, exactly what it is, what brand it is, what style it is. What if he purchased a K-bar on Amazon that was a different size, shape, model, color, with a sheath, let's say it came with a black sheath or a standard, because that USMC leather sheath. What if you ordered a K-bar that has a canvas sheath? And the indescript language leads me to believe that it's something like the 23 pings on a tower that provide service within 100 meters of the home. It's indescript. It's not specific. It's not saying this is the sheath. It's saying it's a sheath.
A sheath. Yeah. Like Quiz just said, all they would do then is say that he bought that one as a distraction and he murdered them with another one. And I agree with that, because I could definitely see them doing that. That's their way around that. But I mean,
but even still, it doesn't matter. If you have, you didn't do this. You have your knife and your sheath. Guess what? That's not my sheath at this scene, motherfuckers, because I have mine. You're going to trial. You're not asking for a plea.
I agree with you. Yes, ma'am. Well,
I think there's enough that he should have gone to trial no matter what.
Weird. Very weird.
Even if he couldn't produce anything like that, there's so much reasonable doubt. He certainly should have gone to trial, even if he's guilty, especially if he's guilty, really. Always should have gone to trial.
There's something there in the background of this that will not let me process that the way it's made. You're saying that. Everybody says that. I agree with you. We should have went to trial. I agree with what you're saying too, Annie. It's very weird, but I still feel like on the other side of it, there's a reason. What good reason would there be? That there isn't one in my mind.
Listen, all I know is that if I didn't murder 4 people and I was never in their house and I was never anywhere near them, okay, and I know for a fact that I have my knife, my sheath. It's not my sheath at that scene. I don't know what else. I don't know what else to say. Like you're not going to be groveling at the state for a plea.
I agree.
This late in the game.
Well, unless there's another reason, but yeah, you're right. Maybe here's another option, folks. Maybe he has no way to provide proof of where the knife is. You know, if it was stolen from him, that's a big one right there. Or it was traded for drugs and he can't put down and say, hey, yo, I gave it to my drug dealer because I didn't have any money this week. Or somebody took it out of my car. They're going to say, yeah, that's what you would say.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But then you see how much of a problem it is too, right? That if he traded it for drugs, because when he bought it, and ever since he bought it, he's been in getting his master's and going for a PhD.
Right. Which is why you wouldn't tell anybody that. I agree.
Know what I mean?
I don't
and
know.
if it was stolen or your place was broken into or like your car was broken into or something and it got, you know, you would expect a report for that. Right.
Unless it happened in Moscow where they don't take reports. But yes, you're right. Agreed. I said the same thing.
Right, exactly. Unless he's they
they don't take reports there. I don't know how to approach that at all.
No report.
Yeah. There's I have to keep telling myself there's got to be a reason why we don't know that yet. But I feel like that would be the first thing he would tell her.
It's pretty wild, right? Like that's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm going, all right. So he, according to the state, it's him and his team that approached them looking for this deal or whatever. And like, it's just odd to me. The whole thing is very, very odd because why are you going to them and asking for a deal if you know there's, and it's not because, oh, I think they're going to promptly, fucking shoot me the next day. I don't think that's why.
Right. Wow.
It would have taken a lot of corruption from the judge to keep this trial quiet with all the body cam footage and everything that we're seeing coming out now.
Right. This part here, the reason why I pulled this up, and I've been meaning to do this for a few shows now, in regards to the whole plea deal thing, this explains where Hitler comes out and says what he says about, I need to see the final offer and all that. That's what part this is right here. Thank you, Lucy. I think it's set to the time too, so hold on.
The defense sometime
Oh, hold on. I forgot Mr. Soft spoken here. Give me a second.
Early July, which is a declaration of last best offer.
So that's what he's saying right there is June, early July, he needs to have a declaration of last best offer. That's what that means, folks. That's what he's telling them there.
In other words, identifying the defendant received an offer and whether he has accepted, rejected, etc. Just so that for purposes of post-conviction, we documented that. Okay.
So there he brings up, hold on, let me put that back one more time.
Loose in the sense that obviously I can't say anything. It is based on a sort of understanding when it's helpful to have a system about that as possible all from the same angle in terms of what the likely instructions are going to be. And for better or worse, the Supreme Court in last June 2024 revised all their capital instructions. And so, in the event that will be as much as possible sticking with what they have provided, given this, where they obviously given recent thought. And so, I think that best the case from
Oh, like Lucy's saying, it was literally time being the end of June when that came out. So that makes sense there for that. As far as his voice, Cat, no, he's not whispering. I think somebody said he had throat cancer or something, and that's why he speaks softly. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I've been told. Sorry, the echo was me. My apologies. But anyway, that's what that part there was all about, guys. I just wanted to show that because a lot of people have brought that up. And look, there's Mr. Twiz right there in the back corner. Hee hee. But anyway, he doesn't talk like Batman. He kind of does a little bit. But anyway, I think that's probably it, guys. But those are great points, Annie, and I feel you on that. I've thought about that. I've tried to process that. I don't my question is if let me ask this to anybody that I wish we had somebody that would know for a fact, if Brian would have went to Ann or anybody there and said, yo, I bought a knife with the sheath, with the sharpener, would they have told us?
You guys know the saying, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Yeah.
So when I hear Bill Thompson do these interviews and say, yeah, well, the cell phone pings, that's all garbage. We can't actually put him at the house. And oh yeah, he wasn't following them on social media. And oh yeah, he didn't clean his car. I mean, in the statement of fact, he had harped on about how clean you stick your finger in the door handles and there's no dirt anywhere. It's just so clean. We didn't find anything in his car, but it was so clean. He's since admitted that everything he's been representing the entire time was spinning a yarn. So for me, if somebody shows you who they are, believe them. So anything the state comes with now, including this Amazon purchase, am I wrong? I mean, I know when I said I assume that they're full of shit, it's like, how could you possibly assume? You shouldn't make such assumptions. But my assumption is based on the track record. And, again, my assumption is based on the saying, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Yeah. No, I get it. Let me play that back one more time from that point. I guess I was stupid like I usually am and threw something up. Nobody could hear it. So hold on 1 second. Jesse, I'm going to mute you for 1 quick second, just in case that stuff comes through again so everybody can hear it, because it is so quiet.
The defense sometime in late June or early July, which is a declaration of last best offer. In other words, identifying whether the defendant received an offer and whether he has accepted, rejected, etc. Just so that for purposes of post-conviction, we've documented that. Okay.
And so it doesn't say that the defense went to them. It doesn't really clarify who went where, in my opinion, at least. But it just says that, like Heather said, it was supposed to be there just in case. So that would explain that. The thing is he took it. Okay. That's
again, the story that the defense went to them is coming from the state, right? So again, I'm going to assume it's bullshit. I'm going to assume everything they come with is bullshit, because that's the track record they've set for themselves.
And that's their own fault. They know that themselves.
No, I mean, I think it was the sentencing hearing where Bill said it was the defense who approached the state about a deal, and his defense team didn't rebut it or reject it or nothing. So, and then Bill has said it numerous times since.
Yeah,
that it was the defense who approached them. That's what I mean. So it's really strange to me that someone who's entirely innocent.
I think you're on a delay, Miss Potts, but
she is. It's okay.
I think I heard Andrew Myers, who is an attorney, say that's just not the way it works. That the defense can't even. It's not even possible for them to even go to the prosecution with an offer. That the offer has to come from the prosecution. I believe I've heard that stated from an attorney. So I'm just throwing that out there.
He did say that, and yes, that we've heard that, and that's. Like I said to you guys, I'm sure it was put together. This is plea deal Bill, folks. I'm sure he had one from the first day he stepped foot into the courtroom on this case, ready to go on this, okay? In anticipation. But the way this all went down, if it was put out at some point, we heard it's here, right here. It had to be done. And that's how that happened, in my opinion. That's why that happened. I agree. So, Bill says they wrote it. See, there you go. And that point too. I don't know. Besides that, though, I don't. The defense just went to the state and asked what their offer would be. Right. The state didn't put allocution in the deal for a reason, and I think that's what I said before. I agree with that, Twiz. Why wouldn't they put allocution in that deal unless they knew he couldn't allocute? That's my opinion on that. Truly, I feel that way.
And when Bill Thompson says, well, we couldn't trust him because he's a pathological liar, that just stinks to high heaven. You know what I
Because
mean?
that's the only answer he could give, Jesse, because they don't, period. That's it. What other answer would you give as a prosecutor, Jesse, if you're trying to prosecute?
It's also not required in Idaho.
Right. That's true. That's a big point. And that worked for him. But
yeah,
like,
but allocation is not required in Idaho.
With all the politics surrounding this and the problem with the families and the high pro, like they're on mainstream media every day talking down Bill Thompson, he could have made life a lot easier for himself having Brian allocute. Certainly that's what the families wanted. And
we all did.
Yeah.
We all did.
Yeah.
Everybody did, I think. Oh, Annie dropped. Bye, Annie. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. If you can hear me. Always appreciate you joining us. And I hope you have an amazing day, Annie. Hope to see you soon. Unless you want to jump back up, you're welcome to do that. It's up to you. But I'm about to end everything.
Sounded like you were winding down.
Do what, bud?
Sounded like you were winding down.
Yeah, I am. We've been here way longer than I anticipated again, but that's okay. It's been a great conversation all day.
It's 5 a.m. where I'm at, so I'm certainly ready to wind it down.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. Yes. I was surprised you stuck as long as you did. They weren't required to even offer a plea deal. They could have said allocute. I always do that. Or no deal too. None of it was required. Right. That's a good point. Very good point. Idaho is totally different from the rest of the states. I think the defense went to them. Dollinger even, I don't think they did. Dollinger's going to say whatever he's supposed to say though, Beck. He's not going to deter from that, whatever again, remember, Bill Thompson is the ringleader of this whole thing. He's the boss, no matter what happens. Everything goes through him in the end. Every bit of it goes through him, and it's approved or disproved. Period. They made that very clear. So he's not going to allow somebody to say, you better, make sure you say this, make sure you do that. Don't make my victory dance look stupid. None of that kind of shit. They're not going to allow for that, in my opinion. So that's just what it is, I feel. And maybe down the road that'll come out. If and when the defense ever speaks, I doubt it.
Lana did say that Cy Ray will speak when his portion is unredacted, or
yeah, and I'm waiting very, very anxiously. I told Lana I wanted to be there for that too, and I can't wait. I cannot wait. I hope she allows me to join her with that.
Somebody in chat posted a quote from Cy Ray in 2024, kind of a dig at this prosecution. Sounded like.
Wait, say that again.
Somebody in the chat posted a quote from Cy Ray, something along the lines of, "How do you rig it? How do you prosecute an innocent defendant? You smear his name, you make the jurors hate him." Yeah. Something along those lines.
Exactly what they basically did, Jesse. Yes, that's exactly what they did. They knew that was what
they fought this trial not with evidence, but in the court of public opinion, and that's why I'm being critical of the defense team. Is I've seen other defense teams fight this battle in court of public opinion, and I seen Ann do it, and I think Ann was doing a pretty good job of it in the beginning. She was giving us all sorts of shit to work with. There was, like I said to Annie, there was times where I was saying he's got to be guilty. Look at this stuff. He's got to be guilty.
Until
and then
she got to Ada County and realized, and that's sorry, Jess, to interrupt, but that's what I think happened is when she got to Ada County, she realized that wasn't going to fly no more. He didn't allow it. It just wasn't happening. In my opinion, folks, I want to know what was HIPAA receiving a paycheck from the prosecution as well, because he sure as hell seemed to be working for him. That's what I saw. Sorry, Jess, I didn't mean to interrupt you, bud.
Yeah, no, that's basically what I was going to say until she got to Ada County. But I still would have liked to have seen more pushback somehow, or continue, even though it's futile, continue to drop the nuggets so that the public can know these things. It felt like she appeared to be somebody who was defending a guilty defendant. She appeared to have she made her defendant look guilty by her lack of fight, I thought. I know that's not a popular opinion, but that's how it feels to me.
No, I get it. Like I said, I can see it. I can see why anybody would see it that way. I can't go there yet. Maybe one day, if it ends in a completely ends and there's nothing from it, maybe I'll think that way one day. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So much information here. I mean, with all the information we have now, how could this just stay the way it is? I mean, this is not a real case. It's right. And the media is got their heads up their ass. This is a huge story. And obviously they want to continue covering it. The way to continue covering it is start calling out the bullshit instead of endorsing it.
Agreed. I do agree. I wish you'd have joined us up here, Twiz. I think this dude thinks I stink or something. He never jumps up here, but he'll jump on everybody else's channels.
He knows
what I mean. Like, stop going live so early. It's 6 o'clock.
He knows that I'm an Ann Taylor hater. Maybe he's hiding from me. Doesn't want to hear my Ann Taylor slander.
No, because he just tell you to shut up. Same thing Eddie would do. Like I said, shut up. I'm just kidding. He wouldn't do that. Well, he might. I doubt it. Anybody, listen, for everybody that doesn't get this, Annie and Willie and Jesse and Eddie and myself and Twiz and all that, if you hear them going and any of us going back and forth at each other, folks, we're all on the same team. We're all friends. It happens every day. Twiz and Eddie go back or Twiz and Willie go back and forth at each other, and Annie and Willie go back and forth. It's just, we're all friends. And that's why I love these people, because we can all have our disagreements, argue things out, and still be friends, period. That's why it works that way. So don't ever get it wrong, folks, please. Ever. Jesse, you dropped down and I can't bring you back up, bud. So I don't know if you did. Oh, wait, there we go.
I guess my I knocked my USB. And it's
okay. So yeah, that's for anybody in the future that ever does that. See, I know. Is it that you don't like me, dude, or what? Tell the truth. It's okay. I won't be angry. I'll still love you. You should have been up here. You never come up here. Do I have to offer you candy or something? I have it. I can do it.
I mean, what I was saying before about being disappointed, you saw what happened in the Karen Reed trial. It certainly didn't work out in the Richard Allen trial, but people are still fighting for Richard Allen. That trial's still, there's still fight there, right? There's more support for Richard Allen than there is for Kohberger.
I think, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure, I think his appeal was approved. So, in fact, I think they asked him to repost it or something like that, or refile it or something like that. But agreed. There's still fight there, and I hope that gets overturned and they fling it at Judge Gall's face. I truly hope that happens, because I know that's another one, folks, that I'm pretty sure that we all know the truth there, that Richard Allen was not anywhere near that shit. End of story.
Well, public pressure is so important, and you get more public pressure if you're fighting the battle of public opinion, and that's why I say this defeated behavior, I think, is hurting Brian. And unless Twiz is right and they've got a grand plan and everybody's going to sail off into the sunset, but that's not where I'm sitting. I'm not seeing that from where that's what I'd love to see it, but I'm not seeing it.
I don't know. I hope to. I mean, even a lot of us that are hoping for it and that are on that point, I think we all hope, but in the back of our minds, maybe think it's not going to happen. I feel that way too. If Cy can't prove where Brian physically was via his device, how did balance? That's the thing, Annie, is I don't think he did.
Well, they didn't put him at the house. I mean, Bill Thompson said we can't put him at the house. We can put him to a tower that provides service within 100 meters of the house. And then he waited till after it was all said and done, then said, but that doesn't actually mean at the house, by the way. and which we all knew that based on the language, but most people took that as they were putting him at the house.
Right. Yeah, I don't think Balance did, and I don't think he was going to be able to at the trial either. So, and Cy uses more than Balance would, right? Yeah. Welcome back, Lana. Good to see you, hun. So no, I got you. Agreed. And I can't wait. God, I can't wait, Lana. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait for that shit to get unsealed. I can't wait to hear what Cy's got to say.
He's got his reputation to protect, right? I mean, Hitler called him a conspiracy theorist. Hopefully that's a case of Hitler poking the bear, right?
That was dumb. That was so dumb. So dumb. If the crime happened earlier than Cy Ray, then Cy is an alibi witness because of where he is earlier. So I think it's a partial alibi. Okay. Good point. Good point. Thank you, Miss Lana. Cy said the BK was far south of Moscow that night. Yes. Do I say it, Twiz, or are you going to say it? And I know he spoke to Cy, so he's saying what he's saying. He got to verification on. Balance is a huge liar. And they don't care. They will mislead the jury and everything else. That's a fact. I do agree with that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. Are you going live tonight, Lana? It's 6 o'clock. Are you doing your Sunday thing or what are you doing? Inquiring minds want to know. Jesse, you said it's what? Almost 6 a.m. there?
10 after 5 here.
Time to get up for school, huh? Did school start back up yet?
Yeah, school's in session, and I've got an appointment with an accountant at noon, so it's time to jump in bed for me.
I was gonna say you better get a couple hours at least, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you spending your time up here today with us. It's always a good conversation when you're here, Eddie. Annie, I mean, the best is the best as far as I'm concerned, and I have them all right here, guys. Whether in the chat, on the panel, every one of you guys. Jesse lives in Thailand, in the paradise. Yeah, you better definitely go to bed, brother.
All right, good night, all.
Have a great night. I hope to see you tomorrow, brother. Possibly. Get some sleep. And if you see me in here later, don't jump in here. Sleep it off. I'll see you soon. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you very much. And Miss Potts, thank you again. 254. His phone stops reporting allegedly. Crime is starting at 4. Over an hour before the crime is all they can account for, including Cy. I don't know. That's why I want to hear from him in a bad way, Annie. I really do. Thank you very much, Mr. Dago, your team, all panelists, and everyone in this live stream. Truly thankful for the unwavering dedication of content creators and concerned platform watchers. Thank you, Transformer. I appreciate you very much. You're in Australia, aren't you, Tara? I thought. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayhem, Micro Blue, Nana Cow. 448 is more important than 254. Okay. Thank you, sir. Do I have to pay you, Twiz? Is that what it is? Do you want me to pay you to come up here with us? Will that work? I think I've had him up here twice since this case has happened twice. But Willie gets him. Although he was pretty quiet the other day over there, so. Same time zone still. Okay, gotcha. Yes, Bill Thompson and his bullshit train. Right. Are you going a show tonight? I can't afford you. You're probably right, bro. I know. You are right. I'm just trying to figure out a way to get you to come up here with us. Lana, are you going live tonight? If so, I want to put the time in here so everybody knows. I'm sure they'll find it, but and so I can be there too. If I don't do anything later on, well, if Lana goes live, then I'll be there. So there you go, 9 o'clock, guys. I'll be over there at 9. So probably not tonight because it's after that it's too late. So then go check that out over there. Mods, please make sure you put her link in here, please, and thank you. I'm sure everybody in here has it already. Let's do it anyway. And make sure you guys jump over to Truth and Transparency tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same as me, because we're both Buckeyes. We're neighbors. We're 5 hours apart, but we're still neighbors. And go check out Truth and Transparency. That's where the party's going to be at tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please and thank ya. Appreciate it. She's going to read something that's going to be hella controversial, which is going to suck. But I am stay true to. Hey, I'm down. I don't like the Buckeyes, sis, but that's okay. I'm a Browns fan. It's all that matters. 1 out of 2. I love it. I'm a Bama fan. Sorry. If you're a Buckeyes fan, I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. No, 2.5 hours. Oh, it's 2.5 hours. Why did I say 5? Yeah, we're 2.5 hours apart, right? I'm right near Youngstown. In between Akron and Cleveland, that's where I is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Every one of you guys. Again, thank you, Jesse, Eddie, Annie. God bless. I love you guys. I do belong in Ohio. I'm a Browns fan. Diehard Browns fan. See it? Oh, the blanket's gone. It's behind me. I'm sitting on it now. Anyway, it's all good. I love you guys so very much. Appreciate you so very much. 100%, sis. 100%. I'm down. Find a good place besides Olive Garden, because I hate Olive Garden. That is not Italian food. I'm sorry. And we'll do it. Maybe we can hit Applebee's one time. I love Applebee's. I'm down. I'm down. All right, guys. Again, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. You guys are the beautiful people. Please don't change a thing. Don't forget, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Truth and Transparency. Let's go hang out with Miss Oriani and see what amazing things she's going to show us tonight. Love you guys to death. I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Let's get it. This ain't no slow burn. This a new chapter. There go Cafe the Meatballs. Yeah, we locking it down. Late night, no sleep, minding the chase. Found a new feed and I picked up the pace. The cafe, the truth, no lies on the table. Found my whole fam and this shit ain't a fable. Used to feel lost, feeling just like a ghost. Now I got a whole crew, man, I'm feeling the most. They go on the mic, yeah, his voice is a beacon. Every time he drops true, my inner lake, the awaken. This ain't for the clout, ain't for the quick fame. This for the lost ones that they forgot the name. We watching the cases, we digging in deep. While the whole world out here still fast asleep. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Ain't no merch drops, just pure dedication. This ain't just a channel, it's a new nation. We all in the comments, we all in the chat. We got a real bond and you can't top that. From the missing to the victims, we seeing the light. We standing for the truth in the middle of the night. You gave us a voice, gave us something to believe. Yeah, the meatballs, man, you better not leave. We loyal to the real, we ain't doing no faking. Every new video, man, a whole squad awaken. He don't need no fame, he just need a real mic and a loyal crew that's gonna ride with him for life. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. Meatballs. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Yeah. From the cafe to the crib. We all ride. Dago. The meatballs. To the last upload, man.